Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't call me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't call me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. I'ma ball till I fall, I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog, and my back against the wall. I accept every challenge, had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace, treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind, great things take time. Now how I shine, you might go blind. Come along for the ride, cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option, they can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent, top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights, I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights, I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Cause this is my moment. My moment. Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't call me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. I'ma ball till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. Hit my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Cause this is my moment. My moment. Cause this is my moment.
I say you can never have too much fun. You know the night is young, we've just begun. You gotta let loose and drop all your fears. Cause you're the life of the party and it starts right here. Dancing through the night, ain't no better time than now. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you a feeling you can't describe. We follow our hearts, let them lead the way. Heart is stronger than the mind, it won't lead us astray. You gotta let loose and drop all your fears. Cause you're the life of the party and it starts right here. Dancing through the night, ain't no better time than now. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you a feeling you can't describe. I just wanna show you the magic. Yeah. I just wanna show you the magic. Show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you a feeling you can't describe. I just wanna show
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thread a slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes. Yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means, I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys, show me the door. Cause they just want apologies, and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes, on they score, that's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback, gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes, so what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. B. Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.
Attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey, let's get it. Let's go. Action. Satisfaction. We give you pure satisfaction. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey yo. Town and city we go. It's the final show. Here we go. Lights, camera, action. We playing the role. Watch the story unfold. Truth be told. Yeah. We coming out and know we big and we bold. From we young and we old. We bad and we bold. From we heart to we soul. We conquer these goals. Yeah. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action.
2, 1. Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Oh, na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't call me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. 'Cause this is my moment. My moment. I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. Hit my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. 'Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop it. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. 'Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
It's a beautiful Saturday and welcome to the WCS Malaysia and Singapore. It's your boy here, Contra, and I'm joined by Big G Grandin. How you doing, boy?
No, I'm vibing out. I'm still enjoying the music video. I got that energy going with me.
I can feel it too, and that opening always gets me grooving, you know, like the vibes coming from the players and stuff. And well, I'm pretty sure that we're gonna get deeper into the groove as we've got some exciting games underway.
Contra. We have 2 matches with 2 of our best teams to start off day 2 again.
Oh.
Right? We had Phantom6 Sem9 play the first 2 matches yesterday. They continue that trend. And now Phantom6 and Upcar Esports have a pretty uphill battle to go and play up against the 2 best teams that we have. I think Sem9 and LFO get to have a pretty fun start to the group stage.
That's right, we'll be raising the bar once again, and you know, I kind of feel for Phantom6 because 2 days in a row they have to fight against some of the toughest opponents to start off their very first weekend, and I really want to see how would they fare after suffering a loss coming in from LFO. I'm pretty sure that they're pretty fired up to get back onto any other opposers that's coming their way.
Look, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you here, Contra. Like, I perfectly agree with almost rationale that P6 is probably a top half team, right? They're looking pretty decent, even in their matches against LFO. It looked pretty decent. They did have some issues, but this match against Sem9 is probably not one that they're out here trying to win.
That's right, and of course, we're going to be going deeper to the stories, but you could also join us in the conversation by hashtagging WCS MYSG. And of course, you can tag all of us on the socials. You can follow Wild Esports, WCS MYSG on Facebook, and we're having all the broadcasts here live on Twitch as well as YouTube. So you can also get your comments featured, so drop in all of your ideas, or you know, you want to just send some memes, just go have fun with it.
If you want to tell us, right, how many lanes exist in Wild Rift, feel free to do that, because you know, I felt like we had an inconclusive result the last time, right? The answer said what, 3? I'm not convinced. Are you convinced, Contra?
Not really, honestly. Like, after Omo dropped the ball and say, hey, the river's a lane. Yeah, sure. It kind of makes a little bit of sense. We always see some of them hanging about
Crab
the
is a
river.
minion, right?
Yeah, it is a minion, since it doesn't really, well, hit you back.
It's a neutral creep, right? That's running up and down a straight lane. By that definition, river's a lane. I'm not convinced. You guys, let us know what you guys think as well. And going back to the matches that we have at hand, you know, P6 versus Sem9 to start off the day. I'm not convinced that P6 are out here trying to win. There's a long group stage, and you just have to be the top 6. It doesn't matter what seed you're coming in from, right? So you have an incredible chance of still making the competition. I think there's a subscription to some theory that says if you pull off the bandage quickly, you deal with all the pain first, you can enjoy like the rest of the ride. Yeah,
that's right. And you know, I hope that they will have a lot of bandages in store for them. But let's take a look at the schedule as we go down the path of day 2. So we start off here with Phantom6 that will be bringing their parade against Sem9 on the very first matchup, and then we have LFO versus Upcar Esports.
Yeah, P6, Sem9, LFO, Upcar, and then Watermelon versus Reach the Peak. And then to round it off is PathSeeker versus TODAK. A bunch of interesting ones. The things that really are catching my attention, I think, are going to be Watermelon versus Reach the Peak. I think that is our series of the day for me personally. I think the first 2 ones are a little bit more clear-cut. I felt like when we had our overall predictions as like the crew, as the talent, you know, it felt a little bit clearer to us who we thought were going to win today. But You know, and I want to give like some rationale to why that is, because I don't want to just say like, yeah, they're gonna lose or this team's gonna win, because there's a reason why you do things that you do. For P6 and Upcar now, if they get to face off against their toughest opponents at the beginning, it only gets easier. You know, your matches get better, you have an easier time, and you go into the playoff stage with a decent track record, and you'll be able to match your opponents then. Like, you have some time to evolve and grow until you face off your toughest opponents again.
Exactly, and now that the meta is shaping up, I believe that some of them are still finding the rhythm. As for Upcar Esports, they have definitely had some interesting series yesterday when they were facing up against a Leona up in the mid lane, and with that sort of scrappy energy that they have brought for it, honestly, they possibly wouldn't know what to expect out of LFO.
Yeah, I think you said it best. Why not just play Galio, right? You know, why do you have to play the Leona mid if you can just play something like the Galio? Offers effectively the same thing. And after day one, pretty much what we expected. I think the story between Upcar and PathSeeker was a little bit tumultuous. I think either team could have taken the series, but for the rest of them, you know, Sem9, LFO, and Team Watermelon are pretty much exactly where we expect things to be. And I was telling Omo yesterday, you know, how's it feel like being the only player that's the only talent that doesn't have like 100% accuracy rate on your picks from the get-go?
Right. Must have felt pretty bad if you don't really get it right all the time. But, you know, out of all these contenders out there, the only series that have got it all the way to Game 2 was indeed coming in from PathSeeker, who managed to bring some of these level playing field against Upcar Esports. Now, I'm honestly still not really convinced yet about Upcar Esports' performance from yesterday's run, whether if it's a given win or it's something that they've actually earned.
The doubter that is in Contra is looking at Upcar Esports and going, we could do better. We lost Omo today, right? We don't have Omo yet, so Contra's filling in that space, and he's the disappointed dad. He's like, you guys need to do better, right? 16-minute, that's too long. I want to see a 10-minute game. I want you guys to smash it and show me that decisive playstyle that we want to see from you guys. And, well, I'll give it to them. You know, we actually saw a pretty interesting one. I think the third game, it looked a lot better. It seemed like it took them a little bit of time to get into the rhythm of things. And it was only after, you know, they really managed to find that stride. I think the cannon pickup was a really interesting one. I'm not sure how much more of that we can expect. But otherwise, yeah, it looked pretty decent. By the time we got the third game, I agree with you. The first and second were a little bit wishy-washy.
Yeah, indeed it was. So, if they've already brought up some of their cards on day one, I believe that there's going to be even more spicier picks that we haven't seen just about yet. And we had conversations with some of the players out there that they would like to bring certain champions into play. So, I'm also looking at Smurf, who had a little bit of conversation with us about that Yuumi pickup. We haven't seen the debut of the latest release in Wild Rift. So, could this be the day that we finally see the little kitty cat here to play?
I feel like we need some suspense going on. Like day 2, sure, we could see it, but we could use a little bit of suspense in our lives. I mean, they already played stuff like Singed, right? We already saw Singed, Kennen. Yuumi, I feel like it's not as exciting anymore. We need something else to come in and really shake the boat, as one would say. Well, I don't know, maybe something like Malphite mid, just really go all out. I mean, we had Leona mid, right? Like, how much crazier can things really get? How much more can we truly shake up the meta at this point?
Yeah, honestly, that possibly would be exciting to watch. Other than Malphite, I want to go radical, like maybe a Teemo as AD carry or end up in the jungle, something that's really off the wall. So, come... show us your bad shot teams. Like, we just want to see something special.
I think that's not off the wall. You're just trolling at this point. I think you're just trolling the game. You just want to see Teemo ADC and like some mage in the jungle. Like, I think that's just trolling, Contra. I'm not sure how well that could work out.
Yeah, and of course that's one of the. We had a little bit of a power ranking for not only teams and also the tier list for champions that's on the radar, and there was the unspeakable tier that certain champions are at. And even yesterday, one of the champions, Jinx, was displayed by Sem9 themselves. I guess under the hands of Sagi, anything can work.
So I actually have a question for you, since it seems like we have a little bit of time before we go into our first match of the day. Actually, I'm entirely wrong, because it looks like we're just about ready to take a look at our first team, Phantom6. Well, let's take a look at them first.
And these are Phantom6, the Phantom that will lead you to the summer. It's Yoshi, Iggy, Haki, Momo, and Nix. And it won't be any sort of changes that they will be bringing up today. And yesterday, like you said, they were fighting against LFO, and they did show convincing signs that they can be the top 4 contenders to get their way into the Southeast Asia bout. But now that they're facing up against Sem9, what are the chances here for this team to show up?
Yeah, I think, like I said, with Phantom6, I feel like personally, like they are looking like a pretty decent team. I feel like Haki had an amazing performance yesterday, individually. But as a team, I think there is still a certain amount of work that needs to go into it to kind of turn them into like a better, cohesive structure together. Up against their first opponent today, I really think that this is just a moment for them to go, well, our first 2 matches were against our toughest ones. And now we want that 3rd position. We want to go back up in the standings, up to 3rd position over the course of the next coming weeks. And I think that's very reasonable to expect from Phantom6. And in playoffs, that's the chance for them to kind of exhibit their full spectrum of their abilities, really bring in all the strategies they've been kind of hiding and lying in wait. You know, you need that trump card, you need a trap card up against Sem9 and LFO. I think that's something saved for playoffs. I think early on in group stages, right now, they get to do what they want, just get as much experience as they can.
That's right. And, you know, back in the days when they were only having the Malaysian bouts, it was always this 2-way rivalry between Sem9 as well as then Geek Fam. And I feel like there's still some pride at stake here that they cannot lose to Sem9. So last season, they had a Cinderella story run. But is this going to be the case? Because this doesn't seem to just cut it. You don't want to be the team that struggle in the group stages, then only show up in playoffs, which you may not always get the perfect chance.
Yeah, and talking about Sem9, their opponents, let's take a look at Sem9's video too.
And here you have it. It's Team Sem9 with RH, Ozorveki, Chili, Sagi, as well as Winter. And we've already introduced them yesterday, and they possibly don't need any more introduction. We've got Veki, who definitely popped off with his aggressive plays in the jungle and further solidifying his case and stance of being one of the best shot callers that we've seen as they've closed out their games relatively quickly.
Yeah, and you talk about how there was that internal rivalry between Sem9 and now Phantom6. But one thing that, you know, really has changed is that both these 2 teams have adjusted their rosters. I feel like Sem9 have had a much more fruitful offseason. They're now back into Season 1 proper with a very strong lineup, a team with years and years of experience. Like, these guys are, for lack of a better term, the esports boomers in Southeast Asia. Like, they have as much experience as you could possibly expect from any team. And so Ozorveki coming in to helm an experienced team like this only kind of exemplifies that fact, right? Because sometimes when you're working with rookies, it can be difficult. You know, they might have their own opinions, they might not fully understand things yet, but when you have so many people that can be on that same page, suddenly we're looking at a much more cohesive team, and I'm liking what we're seeing from Sem9 so far.
That's right. The stability definitely shows, and they've not really revealed any of their cards just about yet. We've seen things like Jinx, and we know that's probably not Saki's best pick after all. So I really want to see if they were going to unveil that 100% ratio by having this fight against members of Phantom6, since that they've already had some long feud going on back in the days. So I guess now that we're going to get this best of 3 series, it's only time for them to tell.
Yeah, it's down to time to show us what happens here. I mean, I could be entirely wrong. Phantom6 could just decide that, hey, we want to win this match against Sem9. We're going to throw everything that we have at this wall and figure out what sticks. And you know what? This could be a good chance for them to start testing out some strategies. You know, if we are expecting to see them play against each other again, you know, there's that opportunity there to start developing things in preparation for Sem9. If you understand like Zorvecki is going to come in that kind of carry position, he wants to play stuff like the Fiora, maybe we need to do something to deny that. Or maybe you want to just play something stable. You know, there's so many options available for them. I'm curious to see what Phantom6 have in store for us today, and if that's going to be them testing out their main strategies for Sem9 later down the line, or if they're just going to go for something very simple, something in line with the current meta, and take it easy.
And of course, before we get deeper into our discussion, we want to stir it a little bit and see, of course, what are the predictions for all of us here. And I guess we're pretty much on the same page for today. Everyone's voting for Sem9,
Yeah.
and is there any reason not to?
I woke up in the morning and I was looking at my messages, and then everyone was collating their responses, and they asked for the predictions. I saw my predictions. I typed it out first, and I went back and I looked at everyone else's. I was like, wow, this is a straightforward day. It would be a surprise if any of our predictions did not come through. With Sem9 up against P6 for now, like I mentioned earlier, I do think this is Sem9's match to lose. I think P6 would be within their best interest to take things simple for today. You know, there's no need to overexert themselves in a win that, in the grand scheme of things, probably won't affect them that much, because they are going to be a top 4 team in my mind anyway. You know, it could be very different if it was something like with like PathSeeker of Upcar Esports, right, where they want to try and take every win where they can, because you never know when something might change along the line again.
Yeah, and also for those who have just joined us for the very first time into the WCS, these two teams have experience in both the Summer Super Cup as well as Horizon. So now the story is, which team could possibly go to
Horizon, right?
Oh, right, not Horizon.
SBTC and we had
oh, yeah. My bad.
This time around, I think they want to go to Icons.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes. Indeed. And, you know, the story is this. None of the Malaysian teams have ever made it past group stages. And this ain't no TSM story. It feels like they've already had this sort of glass ceiling being set. And I think the objective for Sem9 is pretty clear, that they want to be the first movers out into the proper playoff bracket. And they've already set it pretty up high. So I guess that their journey starts here once again. But Phantom6, though, now with the addition of Yoshi as well as Iggy, has it convinced you yet that this is much better than what they previously were?
Well, I'm taking a look at the picks and bans real quick here, because there are a few things that have kind of caught my attention, right? So, like, one of the things that has really been impactful for me is the emphasis around Camille, and it feels like we've kind of had a blast back into the past. Camille was heavily favored. Either you had to pick a ban it, and we're back to 100% off of day one. You know, that could change at any point, but for now, at the very least, I'm looking to see if that's going to remain the case, because you have the number of options you want to get rid of. Stuff like the Zed can do really well, especially if you can even give it to the hands of Chili. I think the set offers so much flexibility in so many roles that it just makes sense to ban that away.
That's right, and we've already seen high priority on Morgana moving into majority of all these games. Though Camille is a popular pick, you may not always see great win ratios if you were to put it on for top lane. But back into the bans though, Gragas being removed as Phantom6 opt to play this a whole lot in their previous series, and Jace just to make sure that RH doesn't really have a comfortable time up in the Baron lane. So one more ban will hit into the Garen, but that also leaves room for some of all these picks like Fiora to be played out.
Yeah, so many things like Fiora, like Morgana. I really like the ban from S9 to get rid of this Gragas, because I felt like the Gragas did a great job being able to maintain control in the mid lane. It felt like could have done a little bit better with Nyx in the bomb side, so that they could have supported Momo, especially when Momo was trying to play the Kai'Sa for that hyper carry mode. And talking about hyper carries and the Fiora, P6 will issue the challenge over to S9 and pick that up first for themselves, while S9 will pull away the Morgana and Galio, I think.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see both of all these mages come into play, because either or could be the support role, and they could also be in the same lane if they really want to, as it's not really too telling coming in from Sem9, as Iggy here locks in the Ziggs, a solid start coming in for Phantom6 for the moment.
Yeah, Ziggs does really well because it's going to let them continue with the split push. They don't always have to worry so much about like another lane. You know, they can just have the Ziggs use the ultimate, trying to have that setup. And it does really well against the Morgana's Black Shield as well, because it can proc that quite easily. I think once you pick up your Ludens, it can one-shot the Black Shield. So if you have a teammate that needs to try and get in, and they say, pop the Black Shield, you will be able to do that with the Ziggs, assuming you hit that spell. And something like the Camille does great in there, because you get to jump in. And there's another thing that has to be mentioned, because the Galio was picked up by S9, you have to remove some of the tools that can be used to get that Galio in. Camille is a huge one. It does so well. It's arguably better than the Cataclysm, because Cataclysm you can still dash out if you have the spells for it, right? But you can't get out the Hex Cycle Millennium, and so that's at least a chance for the Galleon to come in. So you want to get rid of that, pull the Camille away. There's still some flexibility there, so it's not so straightforward for S9 to counterpick that for whatever matchup you want to try and go for.
Yeah, that's some really good pointers out there. And when we take a look at this Jax pickup here, most likely it's going to be going into the jungle as we move into the second phase of the picks and bans. So there's not going to be any Akali or Vayne to be played out in this series. Well, what are your thoughts on this Rakan ban? Because we've already seen that it could be a very weird synergy if this were to be paired up with Ziggs anyways.
Well, I think like what the Rakan is trying to do is that the Rakan can roam around, right? So it has that setup with, let's say you want to go for your mid laner at this point. It could be something, I'm guessing with like the way that P6 want to play, it's probably going to be something with maybe something like that Ahri could do decently, and then you could have the Rakan roam over, have that setup, and really be able to try and look for something in the mid lane, whereas Momo can just focus on being that Ziggs long range, safe farmer, and especially because they're going for something like the Morgana, there are less opportunities to look for that pickup anyway. So yeah, exactly like we were mentioning, with the Rakan gone, you just have to look for an alternative, and stuff like the Leona could work with that, but I think Alistar does a very similar function. To some extent, you could say maybe something along the lines of like Braum, but I think Braum is not going to have a great time there.
Yeah, I definitely prefer the Alistar pickup here instead, where, yeah, you may have some Black Shield to deal with, but that's only one target. If you could hit a perfect Pulverize onto multiple units, it's going to not only cancel ultimates like the Moonfall, you could easily set it up perfectly for Corki to drop everything else in. So now we finally see the debut of Yuumi heading to a very first series. So, but the question is, how does it fit into this role here? It seems like they're lacking on the AD department, so they're really backing on this Jax.
Yeah, you put it exactly right. It is a Jax carry composition. You get the Jax online and he will play the game for you. You put the Black Shield on him, you jump as a Galio, the Jax will get the job done. That's the hope, that's the expectation. And we mentioned earlier that Ozorvaki has come in as that hyper carry potential, as the hyper carry for the team. And it is a huge I can't say it. I want to say like warning sign, but it's not exactly a warning sign. It's an omen for what is to come for S9, as Ozorvaki will double down with the Jax Yuumi composition. And we've seen this in the WCS PH region, right? So the PH region has played it, I think, in one of their earlier matches, but that match lost because I think they tried to play Yuumi Jax, but Yuumi was in the Baron lane by herself, and against a Darius. Yeah, that matchup was not fun, and so the scaling just wasn't there. We didn't see him get to that point. I think Leonard put it best, there's just no spell T-set. You're not going to scale up in that way. So this could be different for Sem9 depending on how they play out this matchup.
Yeah, it feels like they take a little bit of a playbook page coming in from the PH region and also from yesterday's games, like, I saw that Leona mid going on. Like, I think we could do you one better. So here comes Yuumi. So now, things could go either very well for Sem9 or very wrong. It cannot be in between. So,
oh my goodness, it still is.
What's the chance?
Wow. Okay, so it's if I'm seeing this right, and I think I am, it's still gonna be Yuumi top. And yes, it has been kind of popularized recently, but it has some issues that you have to take into account if you're gonna play Yuumi up against your lane opponent. You kind of want to see what the lane assignment is, because you can pull Yuumi out of her dash with the ultimate from the Camille. Camille's ultimate takes priority there, right? And so it's not the most fun interaction. It is a pretty good matchup for Yoshi, and AD is looking to scale up as well. The question really comes, who does better, right? Who does better in the silent? Is it going to be the Fiora, or is it going to be the Jax? And to my understanding, it is still quite a skill matchup, but the Jax does come up a little bit ahead. Yeah. So P6 want to get to a strong point before that time comes. in the hyper late game, I think Fiora does ultimately win just because of the nature of it being Fiora. But there's so much to do before we get there.
That's right, and in team fights, everyone's gonna be eyeing on this Jax. Early game being so smooth sailing for this Camille, I assume, because the game hasn't started just yet. So this Camille here is gonna be a monster if he could just get to level 5 quickly and just use the ultimatum. Nothing much that Yuumi could possibly do from that point onwards. So I honestly fancy the chances of Phantom6 dominating the early game and make it real tough for Sem9.
Well, let's take a look at a quick video that we have in store for you guys between Phantom6 and Sem9, our first series of the day.
Here we go into game 1, and it's Phantom6 here against a little kitty cat on the top lane, as that's probably not the right logo for Sem9, as it's a tiger instead of a little cat. But let's see what RH could possibly come up with this time on the very first matchup on a Saturday afternoon.
Contra, you just gave production a heart attack by saying that was the right logo for Sem9. I'm pretty sure everyone just got a little mini heart attack when they heard that, but it's okay. We love that anyway. So RH is going to go into the lane with the Ignite Flash. This man has woken up and chosen violence in his matchup up against Yoshi. And the curious thing is that the Fiora has gone for the barrier matchup. Iggy has piloted the Camille in the jungle instead, right? So I think either way could have worked. I felt like the Camille probably could have had an easier time laning against the Yuumi, but the Camille probably has a better time ganking in the lanes anyway. So there are a couple of like factors, I'm sure, into why they want to try to play out the way that they want to play it out. But it's just amazing to me that I'm watching RH win his lane right now as the Yuumi with Ignite against Yoshi's Fiora.
Yeah, and he's so gutsy to really push it forward with a huge wave crashing in as well. That also sets up a little bit more space for the Jax to slowly contest for this Scuttle, but he's a little too late for that, it seems.
Oh, we're gonna try and trade a little bit here. Let's fall on the side of P6.
And here comes Headbutt Pulverize onto RH, but he could possibly zoom right in. But First Blood goes over to the Jax instead. Yoshi got no business dealing with here. The flashes are burned out for that double kill secured by Becky.
All right, Contra, you know what's bigger than 4?
What's that? 5?
5. Sem9 bring 5 members over to the topside river to contest the Skull Crab at 2 minutes. You talked about this early game, the desire to fight. How can it be any greater than Sem9's? Sem9 walk over and take the fight over them. Look at the vision line. Look at where it's at. They have the vision by the tri-brush. They know when P6 starting to rotate over. Nyx went over and that gave the call for S9 to rotate over too. Sagi was a little bit late, wasn't even part of the fight up until the very tail end of it. But it doesn't matter because they still have 4 versus 4. And if the fight extended, they could have very well turned into a 4 versus 5. And P6 knew there was no opportunity to continue that, which is why they need to back off.
Yeah.
And so P6 get this, we see Sem9 get this early lead because now they get this top side Skull Crab. They get to play towards the bottom side as well. And the most important thing is that they get to hyper accelerate Azura Veki.
Yeah, and it's such a smart move coming in from Sem9 as they do have some really strong level 1, level 2 spells that they could possibly utilize, and with just one Dark Binding, that could possibly do the trick already. Now, with this, of course, lead with Sem9 now has on their table, I just feel like Phantom6 really have to go back to their main plan here, which is to punish RH, and you can't really deal with Becky at this moment. He's just gonna snowball out of control once he gets his tri-brush, and oh my goodness, here comes the ultimatum, and that will get themselves that one worthy trade down bot.
Look at that cheeky little play bot side Contra. The guy was in there for like 30 seconds. He was like, yeah, no. He actually started that by going back to his tower and then going for the recall, and then Iggy was like, wait a minute, I can probably make this gank work. I could probably get the catch on the Winter. So he goes back in the brush and he's lying in wait. It's like sneaking up an S9. The second he step up, they jump on him. The double knockout control would have been a lot easier if Nyx had flash. I think that would have been easier for them to secure, but you already used that, so they had to spend a little bit more time. But you know, it kind of goes both ways, right? You invest more time into getting the kill, works all the same. Now, what that does seem to be the case though, was that Momo, while all that was happening, was able to farm up and get a little bit more golden EXP. This is critical because Essence Reaver completed for the Rift Tower fight. If both teams want to contest for it, makes a huge difference. And with the package, that is effectively half an item. You are half an item up over your opponents. It makes things so much more. Difficult to try and predict what's going to happen. Both sides could win this next fight.
That's right, and you can see that the rotations are coming into effect. Phantom6 really wants to contest this, as Vecchi has already worked on a quarter of the HP, as the Rift Herald will be led up. Let's dive right in. But that's just Nyx that they're facing up against. They will have to back up, and the ults are all expended. That's one pick up by Phantom6, and that's where they just call it off.
Winter's so low, they could chase after this for the kill, but I think it's safer to go for the Riptile. Both options are kind of available. The question really has to be asked, like, how valuable is Riptile in a Ziggs composition, right? Because Ziggs takes down turrets really easily. Maybe the Infernal Drags could have been easier, could have been more worthwhile, but because they had the package, it made sense for them to take that fight. They will be able to use this in conjunction with the Ziggs to confirm that first turret in all likeliness, and this will give them a little bit of a gold boost, especially for their main two carries with the Camille and with the Fiora.
That's right, as they slowly get back into pace. I like how you've mentioned about the power of having Ziggs to just easily blow up turrets with the satchel charge. Now, Vecchi still eyeing on another objective. This time, it will be uncontested by Phantom6 as they're focusing their priority up to the top lane, and that's not an easy time for Chile, who have already suffered a beating early on.
Dragon picked up by Sem9, and without very much contest coming through from P6 at all, because they go to the top side instead.
Oh, Hero's entrance comes in a little too late. Winter now stuck all alone, as he'll only hold a line for slightly longer. It's a double kill for Momo.
The important thing was the 2 kills to make it more worthwhile, because look at Ozorvecki, he gets the side lane as well. I think Haki should be looking to try and clear this wave with his ultimate, but it's too late. Wave's entirely gone at this point. Zorbeki gets to go up to 5,500, has to try and force completed. Even though you're looking at a 3-kill Corki who has been able to farm quite a bit, he's been sharing a lot of that golden EXP with the rest of his team, so Zorbeki is actually a little bit ahead, all things considered. And that's not great, because the Corki isn't going to be the one that's split pushing and dealing with the Jax. It's going to be the Camille, it's going to be the Fiora. Yoshi and Iggy are significantly far behind. I feel these solo kills will make it a lot better for them though.
2v2 happening down bot though. Here comes Winter just to save the day as Sagi dodges that Mega Inferno Bomb, but that also puts Yoshi in the bad spot. And that was just one pickup up top and another one going down over bomb side. Good initiation coming in from Nyx, and Becky survives!
No way!
Thank goodness, Arhit was roaming around. Now they try to get back at him, but Iggy burns a flash for it, so I guess that's a worthy trade.
Doom and gloom for the P6 roster. I cannot believe what we just witnessed. Zorovecki walks away, saunters away with style to just pick up the honey fruits. I'm okay, I'm good. This is why you need Ignite on Fiora. You need to cut the healing, because you don't have Executioner's Calling. Where's the Executioner's Calling? Where are the Grievous Wounds? So much healing on the side of Sem9 just off the back of one Yuumi. Right, and that's a problem that they wanted to deal with. I felt like either Exhaust or Ignite would have been much more beneficial here, but choosing to go for the barrier, maybe something that cost them. In this case, they don't even have the summer spell up, so it might not have made a difference anyway. Becky, I mean, that was just an amazing pickup, and he shut down Momo, and that's going to slow down the Corki scaling even more now.
Exactly, and that also forces Haki to build into an early Morelos, or maybe just invest in an Oblivion Orb just to cut slight healings coming in from Arhedge. But Becky's got good sustainability as well of his own, so if he's going to be heading into the late game, he's going to have a good time. He just doesn't want to deal with Nyx. But of course, the rest of Sem9's front line could also clear things up for them. Now the coast is clear up on mid. I really want to see how would P6 juggle with the map pressure now that they do push up over the top side, leaving a little bit more room for the upcoming Herald that's coming up in half a minute.
The Herald coming up is going to be a bit of a turning point here, I think, because P6, we saw what happened last time. They actually win these fights with the package, so the Corki can kind of remove a lot of the weaknesses that they kind of faces, especially with the amazing position that Momo actually had in the last fight. So I'm not sure if you recall that, but he went down the river and jumped over the wall by the eye brush by the side of lane, and that was an amazing repositioning because he was now in a safer spot while at the same time cutting away the escape path from S9. So now they're fighting the 4 versus 5 because Yoshi is not in position to try and help this. This is a lost fight even with the package.
Oh man, they've already lost their Herald and they've only sent one member down bottom just to initiate a split push going on. Well, Sem9 has got to juggle with that, but they're giving chase to Nyx, who's getting pulled back, and they're just basically toying with him. There's no way that this Jax could get up front into their space.
That was hilarious. They were trying really hard to take down Azurveki there. Oh man, so close. Could have maybe smited that if I feel like maybe the outside was there, there's a chance that maybe could have blocked that before he got the charge off, but ultimately target doesn't go down, but it's very, very close anyway. And P6, because of that, look at how poorly they're positioned with Dragon Fire.
Yeah, Makes grabs and hit first and has to flash away. Becky looking for a target and it's out there that goes down. Here comes the move fall, pulling back members of P6. As when member goes golden, Chili's gonna be A-OK. And now that opens perfect space for Sem9 to get a dragon of their own.
And critically enough, Snap of Flowing Water and Uncensored both done for Ahid, so you're running with a full Enchanter support in the Baron lane, while your bottom side has a great Initiator, plus you still get to pair that together with the shielding you get, the magic shielding you get. It's not that substantial, but it definitely helps, especially when Haki and Mobile both are dealing and outputting so much magic damage. The main focus, the main worries that you have right now are really going to be on those 3 targets anyway, and they're relatively mobile. Once Mobile uses that first spell, he's pretty much gone. Haki the same with the Satchel Charge. So there is a little bit of attention to be placed on them. I think Winter is doing a good job of being able to catch them off when he can. I think NYX not tanky enough, unfortunately, and we're starting to see some of the issues that P6 composition had, needing to scale up decently to be able to match the Jax and not being able to do so because S9 is not playing into an easy position for P6 to respond to.
That's right, and on that previous fight for Phantom6 as well, other than the outsider moving deeper into the river, it didn't felt like the Camille was going to follow up to that sort of initiation, and I guess that Phantom6 definitely pulled themselves back, just suffering slight losses, but they're going to be much more prepared for the next fight here as they focus their attention down bot.
But we do see some pretty good macro from P6. I feel like, you know, throughout this game so far, they've gone up to the top side, contest that early start grab. You see them rotating around decently. There's some points where the miscommunication in macro did matter, especially when they were losing that Rift Herald and Yoshi was in the bot side. Those were some critical points that S9 punished really heavily. But for the most part, I think P6's macro game has made a significant improvement since the last time we've seen them. Even back then when the Icon series, now in the WCS, some significant change in improvement.
Right, oh, they get a catch and they immediately hop onto Yoshi. There's no way out. Yubi Zelda is being blown up, and that will stun up the rest of Phantom6, forcing them to retreat. Moo can only do so much. It's a triple for Becky as he goes legendary.
The best crowd control is death, and I think S9 definitely feel that way because they are taking down P6 very often in these moments. On the turret, look at how tanky he is. Even with the adaptive shield, so tanky. He's reached a point where you just cannot control him anymore.
Not at all. He's going 8-0. Nothing to stop him. There's not enough damage. Yes, you have slight burst, but that's not enough when you have an RH that could just easily heal him up whenever he's low. So Phantom6, after some poor positioning out there inside the jungle, that have costed them way too much.
This is a fight between what runs out first, Zorveki's mana bar or your health bar, right? If you can outlast his mana bar, you could potentially win the fight. No more counter strike, no more leaf strike, everything's gone. He's just down to auto attack, which is still very strong, by the way.
Yeah.
But that's all he has. but you would have to outlast, out-survive that anyway, and you have no one even remotely tanky enough to do that. So if you were running something like the Darius, like the Set, but all those options are banned away, now with the Camille and the Fiora, they really have to try and look for like a 1-3-1 or something. Might bring the Camille and the Fiora somewhere else. You have Haki's ultimate to always back you up in the event that the wave stacks up too much, but with the inhibitor being broken in the Baron lane, those super mini waves slow down the push so much, the split push becomes so much more difficult to coordinate, and especially in the 1v1 context. If we're a 4-1 like what we are seeing right now, it might still be possible. Baron, however, over the Sem9.
Yeah, and that was easily taken down. None of the members of P6 chose to commit, and I think that's a really good move coming in from P6, knowing that they could just get that one up and try to defend this one. Oh my goodness! Did you see the damage? It dropped Haki, rather Momo, to 50%, and now they're just charging into the Nexus already, looking for a target, and that is where the Hero's Entrance comes in, knocks one up in the air. The Camille goes down, and they will blow Momo up into smithereens. Game 1 secured by Sem9.
And Sem9 making true to their promise are showing us a very strong game 1 in the series up against Phantom6. I really like the way they showed us how to play. They bring Azorvaki back on a carry champion like he said he wanted to do. He wanted to be able to play the most broken role, in his opinion, in the game to its fullest extent, and he's managed to make that work for him. Phantom6, I felt like had pretty decent macro, but were unfortunately unable to keep up with the pace and the tempo. There were some moments where they were hit, but they weren't able to quite utilize that to their full advantage because they are inherently a mid to late game kind of composition, right? So very little they could do in that regard. I still think there's some chance for them to pull out something more in the second game, but again, like I said earlier, Phantom6 can do whatever they want this series realistically. They are still a really strong team in the top 4. They don't necessarily have to win this one, just try and feel out and test some theories up against Sem9 as much as they can.
That's right, and of course, we're going to have a little bit more discussion about this series, but of course, we'll be slowly getting ourselves a little bit more breathing space. Now, what's really concerning to me is that neither the Camille or the Fiora was building Execution is Calling. You got to do something about that. But you know what? We'll pull right back into this conversation after a short commercial break.
Double kill. Here we go now. Here we go now.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift Champion Southeast Asia, and you're currently watching the MYSG region come into play. It's Contra as well as Grandin once again, and we're still in the series between Sem9 as well as Phantom6, and wow, what a first draft that we've got in the very first game. We've seen the debut of not only Yuumi, but Place over on the barrel lane.
Barrel lane Yuumi. I mean, we just see it all in the WCS MYSG region. If you need a reason to watch this region over any other, I think we've made that statement in day one, coming into day two, and I can only imagine we just have more in store for us. And it feels like Sem9, while they have shown us basically a similar strategy for every one of the games so far, all three of them, I mean, it's been with a pretty different composition. So it's actually very good, I think, for Sem9. It's a very good sign for them, because this shows that while they might be practicing a specific kind of composition, a specific kind of idea, a specific kind of strategy, their compositions can vary, so you can't really band them out really well.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point on how well this team adapts and have just an ocean of a champion pool. And they have already shown us Diana being played out so far up of mid lane. Chile has done wonders for the team in some of all these crucial team fights that they've participated in. And that only enables Ozorveki to do his job much more smoothly. So let's look back into Phantom6 later on as well. But before we get into that, we've got questions for you guys back at home. So the trivia for today is, what monster can only be seen in front of the dragon and barren waters? I think we've had a little bit of a talk early on about traffic controllers. And is it A, Rift Scuttler, B, Rift Herald, C, Rift Brambleback, or D, Blue Sentinel?
Well, what happened? Where are my wraiths? Where are the wraiths? I'm trying to think back. Where are the little guys with the blue buff and the red buff with the Brambleback and the Sentinel? Where are the two little guys that we had?
Right.
Man, I was talking to Omo about this like yesterday, and I'm the kind of guy that still like thinks back to like the old days of like really way back when. Not even with like Wild Rift specific anymore. Like I look at like Blade of the Rune King is what Vampiric Scepter and Recurve Bow, right? I still think of it as a Bilgewater Cutlass first. It's like, where's my Bilgewater Cutlass?
Wow, we're going way back. Okay. I really want to see that being implemented in Wild Rift someday if we do get that chance. You know, like, hey, they left out some of these guys out there, and even Crux could chill by the river. Why don't they do that?
Sure, yeah, why not? Why can't we have a little kumbaya? Everyone gets together by the river and just enjoys themselves.
Right, and of course, you guys can figure that answer for yourself, as we do have the post-game stats here with us for now. Quite a perfect run, I would say, for Sem9, though they did look like they struggled on the macro department. They got it figured out mid-game onwards, where they got Becky just hitting a perfect tenor by the end of the game.
That's a nice way to put it. Just hit the tenor. Yeah, I mean, it does really well for them. I think they knew what they wanted to try and get done. Like, their composition is obviously a prepared strategy for Sem9, and they're just testing it out. I think this is a good place to pilot these ideas before they get too deep into the competition. There is always like the idea is like, oh, what happens if we give away too much information early on, and then they try to like outdraft us. That is exactly what P6 have done, right? I feel like we haven't really mentioned this so far, but P6's composition, like their draft here, is a direct challenge to S9's draft yesterday. They've adapted incredibly quickly to go, hey, well, they like Camille, they like Fiora, let's take those two away. Haki can play the Ziggs, then we can continue with the Corki. They've taken all the tools away that Sem9 were potentially hoping to try and get, and instead Sem9 have adapted by going for an entirely different composition, but with the same idea as before.
Exactly, and with a very different facet. I guess this definitely true Phantom6 off. They try to answer back by having an Alistar just to keep Becky at bay, but he's absolutely unstoppable. Like, you're looking at this guy hitting 4 items, and that 4th item is a GA. Like, possibly there's no point of return from that point onwards. And when it comes down to damage, it's needless to say that Becky will do the highest. And I wonder how it feels like to be Sagi, basically playing on that AD role and basically just chilling out, not getting any kills.
I wonder how it feels to see Arhedge out-damage your Camille and just kind of like have an existential crisis. Right, like the rest of the team, Sem9, they all have like pretty even damage spread. Like the rest of them, pretty much all about the same there. But you have Arhedge with the same amount of damage as the opponent Camille, the opponent jungler. It feels bad because I think that he was really busy trying to split push the side lanes. Yeah, I cried a little tear. But you know, was really busy trying to deal with the side lanes, trying to farm up, so wasn't really able to take part in those fights. But that just really goes to show how easily it can be for the Yuumi to just get into the fights quickly and join the rest of the team without having to farm up so much. You know, whereas Camille needs way more time to continue scaling, continue farming before she's gonna be really relevant.
Exactly, and now what other changes should be brought forward from either side of the team? I felt like Sem9 could play whatever they want, whenever they want for now, and it's really hard to target a specific person. But if there's going to be any problems that they want to deal with, maybe just get rid of this entire ideology of having that Jax to just carry everyone behind his back. So just batting off of the Jax and then draft according to what you need in Phantom6. I think that's the best way forward. When we take a look at the draft, it seemed to be ideal, but when it comes down to builds and stuff, I feel like they really have to optimize according to what they're fighting against, because we didn't even see any Execution is Calling, Oblivion Orb, or Mortal Reminder. So I guess I'll just give that Camille a little bit of a pass, because he's not even dealing those sort of damage anyway, so yeah, feels bad.
Fair enough, right? Like maybe if you know, maybe this, you know what this is? This is like bystander syndrome. You know, everyone's together in the game, and you're like, I thought you were building Grievous Wounds. I thought you were building Grievous Wounds. Like, who's building Grievous Wounds in this game? Apparently nobody, right? And then we saw, like, in a situation where you were under the expectation that the Fiora and the Camille are gonna be split pushing. Yeah, sure. I mean, it makes sense. Maybe they didn't want to go Executioner's Calling because the Jax is gonna be team fighting with Sem9 anyway, so I don't expect to have to use it that much. But then again, anywhere else, yeah, you probably want to have that, right? You want to be able to have the Grievous Wounds. I think the person that needed it the most was probably gonna be the Ziggs, but and then secondly, maybe the Fiora, the Camille, whoever is intending to split push the most. But yeah, we just saw a little bit of a disconnect there. Maybe a little bit of bystander syndrome could be. Going into this next one though, you know, there's so many things that you want to ban out, right? Because you still need to ban out stuff like the Zed going forward. Now you want to ban away the Jax. I mean, last game they had to ban away like the Zed, the Darius, the Jace, because those things would destroy the composition that you're trying to go for. Now you have to get rid of the Jax too. Like, where does this fit in? How many bans can you really afford to expand going into this?
Well, that's definitely a really good point that you just given here, because they were basically target banning a lot of Baron lane options available, and Arhedge just to say, you know, screw that, I'm gonna play a support up top. But just by removing that Jax itself would have already solved that Yuumi problem that wouldn't be played up there, and they just gotta look for a different sort of hyper carry, which currently there's not plenty on the list inside the jungle. If they really want to funnel into something else, I don't know, maybe just look into how they could possibly at least get a winning lane going for Phantom6. I think that was not being displayed in that past game itself, and just slowly work their way onwards with what they have.
Yeah, I feel like with Sem9, they were also able to get some pretty good pickups really early on, because the Morgana was able to slip its way through. They got the Morgana, they got the Galio, so some really nice pickups for their end. And then ultimately rounding it off with the Jax and Yuumi. I feel like P6 now, if they could try and make a direct confrontation and take away the Yuumi or the Jax this time, I think the Yuumi probably less priority, maybe the Jax. But then there's only so much you can really get done in this case, and which bans you want to try and go for. A little bit awkward. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit awkward. There's so many things they have to watch out for.
That's right, or perhaps the best case scenario, now that P6 has the priority pick, they could opt to get the first pick onto Jax and maybe do a reversal onto Sem9. That is something that they could possibly think of. While Darius being banned away, the Garen's still up available though, as Sem9 chooses to ban Gragas 2 times in a row. And I really want to ask you this, Brandon, because Hockey was the one playing a whole lot of Gragas. Do you feel like it was that impactful?
I've definitely felt like it was actually a huge setup tool because it does a couple of things, right? So you get a lot of initiation. You're also able to itemize in a bunch of interesting ways. So you could go for like the more damage-focused Gragas build if you need to, and you're also able to go for like the more tankier version where you're also able, where you're going to be looking to try and use your ultimate to like display, so get like the engage off and kind of set up for your team to begin the fights. The thing that does matter the most for me though is because the Gragas is able to flex into so many different roles. You're able to bring it to the Baron lane, you can bring it to the mid lane, you can bring it to the support, and when you have any one champion that can flex into those 3 positions alone, then it starts to get a little bit tricky, right? Same reason why Set is a must ban in the current meta, because you don't want to end up in a situation where they pick Set and it can literally walk into 4 different positions. You now have to be so wary about which picks that you want to try and go for, and they can counterpick you at anywhere down the line.
That's true, and now the Jax is still being opened up. There's still options available for RH if you really want to quickly grab his hands on that pickup itself, but instead they will take that Camille away from Phantom6. Not that they really have to worry about it going to the top lane anyways, as this Camille would still be opened up for options up in the jungle for Veki to pick up. Veki himself going in for the Galio once again. Very probable for Winter to hold it once again.
Okay, yeah, so they managed to get the Camille Galio combo, which is going to be really nice for them. I think that was something that they got in their game up against Reach the Peak in the second one. And this works really well because you're able to get the Galio combo layered up. And then with the Camille, there's a lot of flexibility, so you can still go in the mid lane or you could go in the jungle. I think there's a high chance to go in the jungle. But then you get to have like a better pickup because you get that last pick, so you can decide if you want the counter pick now or if you want to try and get that counter pick at the, or you want to get like a counter pick for something else instead. Now that we've seen the Olaf, it actually takes away a little bit of the power from the Camille. There is a need for an enchanter with the Olaf, so something like the Yuumi. Same idea as what we saw from the Jax before. Problem is now with this Olaf, I'm trying to think of like what they want to finish off the composition with, and I think it could be quite easy to ban out what they want to go for. So maybe Ziggs, Varus, Morgana, those are like the top things that I could imagine trying to pair together with this the combo that they want to try and go for. Yeah, be able to flex that mid as well.
Exactly, and I think the Morgana pick will be the most ideal for Phantom6, like you said. Now, they further double down on the support role, so no Lulu to be displayed and 2 marksmen being eliminated. I think it's a wise move coming from Sem9 to ensure that they only rely on this Olaf, which probably can be dealt with as long as this Vayne stays alive. So now, what's really the best sort of action coming in from the members of Phantom6 is that, okay, maybe I just have to play it extremely safe with this Morgana and hope for the best in some of all these team fights to get some certain catches, but there's still some sort of lack of firepower that we're seeing here from P6.
Yeah, they can definitely top it up a lot more. Yeah, like I mentioned, something like the Ziggs could do really well. I was thinking about the Morgana, but I think Morgana might be a little bit overkill because you don't really need a Black Shield in a situation where you already have so much going for you anyway. The Akali, I think, could be nice, right? Because you're going to be able to split push decently. It's interesting that S9 were looking for an Enchanter support to the end anyway for Winter. And so I actually felt like P6's desire to try, like, to ban out the Lulu might have been a little bit unnecessary, because either way you get your pick of choice, right? You either get Lulu or you get Nami. I feel like both are pretty equal value here. Maybe not so necessary unless you really feel like the Lulu is going to be able to do something against you with like the polymorph and stuff like that. But the goal here is to really boost up the Vayne, so Vayne's going to be able to get some stuff done. I'm surprised they actually went for the Xin Zhao, because Veki won't be piloting the Camille and instead going for the Xin Zhao, which is considerably less priority. So it's a very different strategy than what we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, there's a plethora of options that they could utilize to initiate the fight, where you could either rely on RH when he drops ultimatum, and then you just chain it on with the hero's entrance as well. So this time, at least, the Yuumi isn't as much of a terror as compared to when it's being placed up in the Baron lane. So now we may see that Yuumi roam a tad bit more now that you have an Olaf coming into play. So all this could easily be countered by having some of all these healing reduction items to be brought forward, which I think by default, Sagi should be eyeing on that very early on. So is this going to be problematic for Phantom6 to really get this draft going?
I think there are some concerns with this, especially because you're literally playing what your opponent played the last game, right? It's similar idea here, trying to make it work for yourselves. So I think Sem9 actually understand really well what needs to be done to deny the Yuumi early on, and they have drafted for that. And so instead of going for something that scales in the jungle, they go for the Xin Zhao, which is going to be able to jump on the Yuumi, the pretty immobile support in this case, being able to really punish that, especially alongside the Ziggs, who is very squishy, and together the likes of them are going to have some issues if they want to try and stack a dive, because you could very easily see a roam early on from the four of them. Azurveki, Chili, Sagi Winter could go to the bot side and dive against Boba and Nyx. Iggy early on won't have very much to deal with them as well, so could likely see that being the case. And if S9 get that, I think things go very well for them.
Yeah, and I really want to keep my eyes on how well could Yoshi play out this Akali. Yesterday, we've seen a number of Akalis being placed up in the mid lane. This time, going over to Baron lane to face off against Camille will have a decent sort of matchup. It's really down to skills and maneuvers of how this one goes. But so far, with so many nerfs hitting to the Baron lane picks out there, I think Akali is honestly in the very good spot as well. So I can't wait to see what happens here on our second game between Phantom6 versus Sem9.
Really good matchup here, I think, for Phantom6. They actually get a pretty decent draft in this time around. I think the bans were pretty much what they had to do going into this set, and we're looking to see if they're going to be able to execute in the way they want to.
Exactly, and here we go. Another good game for Sem9 to close off the series, while Phantom6 have yet to manage to get themselves any victories from the past day up to today, and any sort of win, they'll have to take it in their hands in order to get themselves into a safe position by playoffs.
So here's the first thing that's kind of caught my attention, like jungle pathing. We pretty much know what we are looking at, right? So both sides are starting on opposite ends. They're going for some pretty big clears. Olaf, it makes sense what they want to try and go for. But the thing that does make this interesting is the fact that Olaf's starting bot side. Unless the Olaf intends to do a 3-camp clear on the bot end and then invade, this is actually in favor of S9's desires to try and make a bot side play, I think. If S9 see this opportunity here, they could make that dive, rotate to the bot end once Xin Zhao has been farmed up and is ready to go, and they could make things really hurt for P6, whilst Eggy won't be in position to try and rotate over and fight for that. Especially early on, we already start to see the Raz come through.
Yikes, and it seems like Nyx has to quickly pick up all the honey fruits, and if that dives, like you mentioned, happens down bot, it's not much of a breathing space for that Ziggs to really survive it all. Yes, you may have a little bit of heal coming from the Yuumi, but one satchel charge is not enough of a displacement or a repositioning that's going to be able to suffer quite some significant bursts of damage coming in from them. And Becky initiates onto Hockey. Flash being pulled up. Chili gets them up in the air, but they will both survive.
Yeah, so close that actually gets the flash away from Hockey, makes him a lot more immobile. It's a quite nice little pickup for them. They actually rotate back up, I think maybe trying to contest and fight for the blue buff here. Perhaps they're just going for the double scuttle. I think now that he just got this maybe walkover, he will spot that out.
A bit of a challenge coming into the blue buff, but the smite is easily secured. Well, Yoshi gets a shuriken flip over the wall, and instead gets traded back well enough. Now, R-Hedge still controlling the tempo of how the top lane is being played out here, while who will possibly get the higher priority for the Dragon in the initial stages. I will really look onto Sem9 on how well they've been able to handle this bottom lane without getting pressurized too much by the Ziggs anyways.
Yeah, being able to survive against the Ziggs without facing off too much pressure is going to be one of the key factors into how Sagi and Winter's lane is going to play out. I guess factors isn't the right word. The key metric for how this lane is going to play out, because Winter is going to look to try and roam. You know, there's a very big emphasis on roam heavy playstyles. That's current meta right now. So Winter's going to look to try and roam as much as they can, and so Sagi is going to be left alone. And the Yumi probably isn't going to try and match that. Probably is going to try and match the roam. So Sagi's ability to survive against Harass is going to dictate how S9 get to play this one out. Interestingly enough, you know, they didn't try and stack something, they didn't try and dive something because the wave clear from the Ziggs was too strong, so Momo actually gets to respond really well there. Now our Hedge and Zorek, I think, are starting to look for some recalls, positioning around mid side a little bit as well. Pretty interesting. Becky did manage to get his first recall off already.
That's right, and now that we see the timers going up, I really want to see if Sem9 is going to prioritize on the Herald instead, because giving it over to Phantom6 will be pretty rough, as you've got the Ziggs on their side that could quickly clear turrets in the initial phase. He came back with a Luden's Echo, and he's slowly marching down mid, giving them plenty of options to move about. So just look at this current point of the game. I don't really think that P6 have that sort of burst damage that they're really looking for. So you just really have to find an opening pick against Sem9.
You say in the opening phase, but like the Ziggs is gonna take down towers any phase of the game, realistically. So a lot of opportunity there for P6 to continue having to snowball if they get the lead. So it's actually so valuable for them to find an early game advantage where they can. We do see a bit of a trade, so it's Rift Herald for Inferno trade. But S9 get hero priority to this guy.
Oh, Hextech Elevator dropped onto Yoshi. No way out for him with 3 members up top. And they got that bubble locking onto Nyx as well. Yikes. There is just more problems for P6 to handle, as they will have the top lane being blown up by Sem9, but there may be some slight trades going up mid. But then again, not enough firepower to do anything at all.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I mean, just having an understanding that, yeah, we have the ultimate. You have Akali, but you can't run away, not while you're locked up. And it shows the position of the Akali even while in Shroud, by the way. So there's no good way to really avoid our Hedge once he has you in his sights. That's one of the big things, and why Akali into the Camille was quite a curious one. They probably were looking for some additional damage, and I think some magic damage is a acceptable one to try and look for. And just see, you just kind of see now why there's some issues to this matchup.
Yeah, and probably by now he's done more than 5,000 damage, definitely being extremely effective as compared to the previously played Camille.
I out-damaged the Yumi. my goal in this game is done.
Yeah, achievement unlocked. So the game plan here for Phantom6 is honestly to really get their hands on either or the Camille or even Sagi's very own Vayne. But honestly, what are the crowd controls available other than having the last chapter, final chapter? What's the name of it all again? Never mind. We have a little bit of a poke going on up mid lane, and there you go. Iggy drops the ultimate, and here comes Megalithal Bomb to drop right in. They find a pick that they've desired, and that's just about enough.
Yeah, very different look for Azorveki here. Now not on a hyper carry. It's a little bit unfortunate because he wanted to try and do something that probably could have worked if he was on that hyper carry. But because he wasn't, big problem there for him. Bot side looking for a fight, and they get it. Sagi's gonna have to run away.
Oh, Iggy giving chase though. Flash being blown up, but he's getting axed once again. Here comes Winter, but he's a little bit too far. He does have a pull belt, but nah. No business here. So he's gonna pick it up anyways, but he gets a kill of his own with a flash being blown up. Now Sem9 takes another turret.
Oh my goodness. That fight almost turned out in P6's favor. Great response out from Sem9. Now P6, they need to rotate, but maybe over-rotate to try and defend for this.
Yeah, and I thought that they would really give chase, but then again, they're too late to the scene anyways. Allows a little bit more of a room for Becky to also dish a little bit of a chip damage onto the turret as well. With some of these big items up online already, I'm honestly thinking, how much could possibly Haki contribute when he starts off with just an Edge of Night? Because ideally, when you play Jace, whether it's the top lane or mid lane, you're eyeing on things like Black Cleaver or some more lethality into your build as well. So I'm not too sure. I guess we just really have to see how much of poke damage could Phantom6 pull off until they lower down Sem9 to start winning some of all these trades. So, yeah, pretty rough for now, as it's just 1-4.
Yeah, 1-4, and I think it's looking like 1-5 pretty soon too. Hockey, you can actually see went for Edge of Night first item. It actually does pretty well because you can dodge away from like the bubble, from like a Camille who's like looking to insta ult you. At the very least, it makes a Camille have to use something like the tactical sweep first. Like that's like the lowest hanging fruit, right? But the best case scenario is something like a bubble out of nowhere or a tidal wave out of nowhere. You can actually respond to that first and foremost. P6 will commit to try and take down this turret. I think that means they're also going to look for the Rift Herald. S9 have traded for that bot side pressure, so now they want to get the Dragon instead. But it's very interesting that they've given up Inferno Drake instead of taking the second Rift Herald game.
Yeah, and I guess they just take any small wins that they could possibly get, but it's still pretty neutral when it comes down to all these trades. Sem9, happy to have even more of all these Omni Vamp that could possibly work well for Becky as well as Sagi. So I'm just worried for Phantom6 as they slowly get into the late game, and the only insurance to the late game is Olaf, where he just needs to slowly beef up, and after he gets things like the Death Dance and perhaps a Starrock, then he could possibly last longer in these team fights. But the rest of them, ultra squishy, and that's definitely good news for RH to just jump into the back line and pick somebody off.
So the thing that I really do like about the Ocean Drake is that it kind of offers like your stats really well, and nice still steal away by Eggy there. But if the stats that it offers are really gold ineffective, right? If you wanted to buy Omni Vamp from the store with your items, it's really gold ineffective, or go actually look for a fight in the mid lane.
Oh, we are already using up a whole lot of elements as well as flashes just to survive this initiation coming in from Sem9, and they're just basically toying with them. Now, looking for another target down bot. Hockey turns golden only for this last bit. This kill goes over to the Navi instead. Well, KS?
It followed him. He didn't want to take the kill. He had no choice. S9 now taking the fight again. Chili gets the jump back onto Eggy.
Oh, Yoshi on the other end. Taking a beating. Well, Mix is pretty much stuck. Nothing the Yumi can possibly do to get out of
the turret.
Whoa! My goodness! RH, did he need to flash for that? I'm not too certain. I felt like he's gonna go down anyways. But man, kills after kills, Sem9 is taking everything out of this game.
Yeah, they've just taken full control at this point. Very strong gold lead, and unfortunately for them, the Olaf is not in a place to try and keep up. And look at what's happened for Hockey. You know, we talked about how they needed healing reduction in the last game. This time they correctly identified that because they still have the Nami. There's still a lot of healing that's going to come across. And so Hockey has gone for that, but he's also gone for a lot of utility along the way. Edge of Night and with the Hourglass, trying to keep himself safe and alive. But because of that, lacking perhaps some of the damage that he could otherwise have. I feel like the Edge of Night is a fine item for them to get. I don't see too much of an issue there. I think it's a very popular item right now. But, you know, there's not much more value to be found apart from that. So we actually see quite a bit of an issue with P6's build right now. I think Hockey's quite far away from his next items. I think they're going to be Black Cleaver for in all likeliness. And it does help against the Zorveki if you do end up facing off against him, but we'll have to see if that's definitely going to be the case.
Oh, Twin Shadows popped up just to slow them down, but you can't slow an Olaf when he pops the Ragnarok. That's one ultimate committed coming in from P6, and, well, thank goodness there's no objectives to be secured for now. Sem9 just waiting to shove all the lanes entirely, as we have a little bit of a split between their members, and now they really want to focus it down one quickly.
Yeah, what it does matter is you use your ultimate just now to run away. Guess what? Now we get to jump on your Olaf, and he can't do anything about it.
Oh, no.
His biggest tool is now gone, and look what happens. They can dive under the turret so easily.
They got Phantom6 all locked up here. Hextech ultimatum onto the Olaf, and Yoshi is the final member that could contribute much of the damage. Noble stays safely behind, but what could he possibly get out of this? Just one kill if will do the trick, and Nyx tries to do as much damage with the auto attacks, finally takes down RH.
Sagi didn't want to flash the wall. She could have gone over. I'm sure Sagi could have gone over there and made like a crazy play. It takes the safe option. I can respect that. S9, no reason to blow a lead that you already have so much of. 8,000, just keep working with what you have. You get to build a stronger lead, and you're just looking to close out the game as quickly as you can here. Now, what we see from Chile, having completed those 3 items critically for the side of S9, they have 3 of those rocket belts. They're looking to try to engage. We saw how much they like playing for the rocket belts in their previous games as well. This is a really big pickup for me for S9, because once seeing this, it just means that they are on the same page. They want to try to initiate, and once they get the Ragnarok away from Eggy, you know, the next few moments are so clear cut. They get to easily pick any fight they want to go for.
That's right. Phantom6 has to challenge on this Drake, and you're only going to be chipping a little bit of health bars off of Becky. Our Hedge does have the ult available, who will try to lock down this Olaf as he steals away the dragon. Egg is pretty low, has to flash away. Hockey will bite the dust eventually, but instead Sagi also gives chase. He flashes forward and he will get the double. She's on the Yumi. Hockey now on the chopping block. It's a quadra kill for Sagi.
One step away from a bet up. I think Sagi is gonna be content with that. You get the quadra on the vein, the debut into the WCS MYSG. Sagi will bring and get S9's second win in the WCS. A great look for Sem9 if they are looking to take this competition by storm.
Here we go. A perfect start for Sem9. Have yet to drop any games at all as they continue on the streak with 4 back-to-back wins, and now against Phantom6. Definitely feels good as they've definitely held that perfect record against them so far in this group stage.
Not even having dropped the game, right? Yeah, they've won all the series, 2 series that they played so far, but haven't even dropped the game at this point, and it is a very good look for Sem9. Phantom6, I feel like, had a pretty decent showing as well. But like I mentioned earlier, this is not a match for them that they have to win. This is a match that they get to go back to and say, these are the things that we've taken away from it. These are our learning points. These are the things that we need to try and rectify. Otherwise, you know, for Phantom6 now, they just need to keep moving forward into the next matches in the group stage and try and pick up the wins there. This is an okay result for them. I think they gave us a pretty good showing, all things considered. That's
right, and considering the amount of unique picks that we've seen so far from Sem9, where we just look from role to role. Sagi yesterday was playing things like Jinx. Didn't really show too much of the cards. Today came up with Morgana and definitely showed up big time on this Vayne, who've just gotten that quarter kill to close off that series. I think that they're definitely stepping up ladder by ladder just to show everyone else, okay, we still got so much more to offer here till they really meet an opponent worthy of a challenge.
I can tell you exactly when that is. By the way, week 2, day 3, last match. That's the match that we're looking forward to see.
Wow, you've already locked the date. I love that.
I know exactly when it is, right? LFO and Sem9 will meet on the last day of the second week of the group stages. Yeah, I mean, it's just such an exciting set for us to watch. These 2 Titans play up against each other. For now, we get to see a little bit of a glimpse of that, right? We see Sem9 pulling off these compositions. We see the Vayne strategy. We get to see the Jack strat. You know, all these options for them. LFO don't want to expose that. SSK said yesterday that Lee Sin is one of his least played champions. That's all they want to try and go for.
Well, I really can't wait for that. But of course, let's have a look at some of the stats here. Of course, the highlight performance was on Sagi when he got himself that quarter kill. But I believe that Chile so far have done a tremendous job heading into some of all these fights with some good opening of a pickup as he gets a few members taunted in some of all these team fights. What do you think about Iggy though? Like, it feels like they really want to get this Olaf activated, but they didn't manage to achieve that.
Yeah, they definitely wanted that, and I don't feel like it's necessarily the fault of like any individual player. There were just so many different factors that needed to be taken into account. I feel like ultimately, as we take a look at it as a whole, you know, they played the early game pretty well. They understood what the problems were going to be if they try to execute for a Ziggs Yumi bot side, and so Momo was very focused on clearing out the ways. But they did lose a little bit of agency, right? And then once we started to see Hockey was unable to keep up with the tempo that was coming across from Sem9. Those were some issues that they couldn't resolve, and ultimately that kind of led to the issues. You know, one of the biggest things is Eggy constantly had to use his right and rock to escape from fights, whereas he wants to save that so that they can take good initiations, good fights for their own. So just a bunch of factors that came into play ultimately that didn't help Phantom6 in any case towards their win conditions.
Exactly, and ideally they really want a smooth sailing in early game and then start to land bigger damage when they can't build up items. But after falling behind, the pokes that's coming from Hockey as well, Momo, is only going to be tickling down some of all these front lines of Sem9, and hence not really being able to achieve much. Though Momo did 17k worth of damage, the highest compared to any other member that was involved in this game itself, he didn't pick up any kills at all.
Yeah, I mean, you have so much poke, and I feel like the reason why P6 were even able to hold on to the game as long as they did was because of Momo being able to clear out those ways, making sure that they have that amount of safety. Just was a really impactful reason why they were able to hold on for as long as they did. But then again, if you're gonna have the Yuumi boost you as well, so like boosting both Momo as well as Iggy, then I would expect that Momo should be able to deal with those waves pretty decently. Ziggs is still going to be a strong pick, I think. It does work pretty decently with the composition they want to try and go for. That single carry, then with like a decent split pusher. Just some minor details I think they need to iron out if they want to really make it work to its maximum efficiency.
Indeed, you know, with this matchup done and dusted, we're going to be also having more matches to come. So I'm honestly excited to see what else is being offered on the table, because we're going to be seeing LFO taking on Upcar Esports, and well, LFO so far have shown some dominant performance yesterday against Phantom6 as well. So I feel like it's a really good showing, though Phantom6 had to go up against such difficult opponents. I think that at least they walk away with something to be learned out of that.
Sure, I think there are a ton of learning points, and I think that the adaptation speed from Phantom6 is amazing. Like, they knew exactly what they want to try and get done before their match against Sem9, because going into this one, like, you saw the preparation work, the bans and the picks that they were trying to go for were very clearly in line to try and deal with Sem9. Even their second game pickup, the choice for the Yuumi, so I felt like it was either going to be between the Yuumi and the Jax. I thought the Jax was more likely, but going for the Yuumi just shows how fast they're able to adapt against their opponent. I think that P6 gained so much from it. They're so quick at learning from their opponents. This has been I think this is a huge power up for them, and so early on in the competition as well. It just looks good for P6.
Yeah, and of course, later on, we'll be speaking to one of the members of Sem9, and well, you know, I guess the first question that we will want to ask will be, of course, about that Yuumi on the first game up of the Baron. But of course, anything more to come. But of course, let's invite our very own also Rebecca here from Sem9 to join us on the table. Oh, we got our Hitch as well. Hey guys, how's it going? Oh, well, of course, we just want to check with you, Becky. Do you have your mic on? We couldn't really hear you for now. Did you mute it yourself?
Hi. Are we back?
Okay, we got you, bro.
That's okay. One of your wishes gone, by the way, Contra. You get like your 3 wishes. One of your wishes is gone. You got scammed.
A little bit. Okay. So,
Okay.
just checking with Becky again. Testing 1, 2. Are you there?
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
All right, we got you, buddy. So,
Okay.
you've got yourself that 2-0 win against Phantom6. Congratulations, first and foremost. And that was against basically your ex-team members. Is there any sort of like a feeling inside of you is like, yeah, I got him right here?
I think my previous bot laner, they played pretty well. Then the other 3, I don't remember who are them. They are news. So we are here to specifically target the bot lane today. And then actually, I have my new teammates here.
The new eagle.
The new teammates here. So the past, they are just exes. The current relationship between me and him, there's some bromance going in the air. A bit haram. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
We absolutely love the bromance that's being displayed, that he had so much trust that he went on the first game to pick up that Yuumi. So, whose idea was it? Was it you, or was it like RH that says, hey, you know what? Yeah, I don't want to do so much. I'm just going to be jumping onto this Jax that does everything else.
Is yesterday, I believe RQ Esila picked this RQ no. They played Esila played Yuumi against RQ. Yeah. Actually, this Yuumi top was always our idea. It's just we are trying to hide. We are trying to hide until later on, but since it's put it out, it's like we have to claim the credit before people start. Oh, that guy he picked Yuumi. No, it was always because we wanted to play this Yuumi, we scream against them. They are the first one we scream them with Yuumi top. And the idea is coming from one and only RH. Please explain why you wanted to play Yuumi top.
I think it's the chat lah. They keep asking me to play Soraka and Yuumi top during my stream. So it started from there lah.
Yeah guys, watch his stream. You will never know next time. Maybe he's playing Soraka top. We will never know. Just keep commenting.
All right, let's just make it happen. Of course, we will also like to check out together the MVP of the match. So, of course, production, just go ahead. And it's you yourself. So, Veki, of course, for our man of the hour.
Yeah, Veki, so nice to see you again, right? One day after we just had a quick interview before. Would love to ask you, so going into this one, we saw P6 actually adapt to your picks really quickly. They tried to go for the Camille Fiora first game, and then they tried to take the Yuumi away from the second game. How did you guys feel seeing that direct provocation there?
I think the changes actually matters because I think what matters more is they actually ban Jarvan because they pick Olaf and Yuumi and wanted a front line, and then they pick Olaf. Sinzao is actually pretty bad against Olaf, but we needed a front line and Sinzao was the only good front line left. So I think the Jarvan ban actually mattered the most out of the draft, and less so about Yuumi because we have played a lot of Yuumi, so we know what we have to do when people pick Yuumi. So yeah.
That's right.
Nice.
And of course, Veki, there's going to be much more games in store for you. We don't really want to keep you hanging out here, but hey, we got a cute kitty cat. Is that the Sem9 mascot? What's his or her name? We need a gray Yuumi skin. Rito, let's make it happen. All right, this is Sem9, ladies and gentlemen. Let's congratulate them on their win. Thank you so much for joining us on this interview, Veki, as well as RH. And of course, pleasant to see you guys here. And we hope to see you win more games to come.
Okay, before we go, please watch IE stream. We need new champion, guys. We don't know what to draft anymore. Please comment in IE stream. Okay, see you guys next time.
All right, see you. Oh man, what a great well, I'm even losing my words. Like
I love the energy.
The
Contra.
energy.
I mean, I just love the energy. My face is cramping from smiling too much. It's getting tired. You know, it's too much. It's too much for me. I feel like we have to go for a break because we have another amazing set. I need to get rested up. I think you do too. Next thing up for you guys, it's gonna be LFO coming in with the second match up against Upcar Esports after this quick little break.
us, we notorious. They care, war with us. Why? Corrida, warriors. We the warriors, we the warriors. We notorious, we notorious. They care war with us, them the warriors. They care war with us, we the warriors.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Welcome back on a Saturday afternoon. This is the WCS MYSG. You're here with me, Contra, as well as Grandin on the desk, as we are bringing you the second series of the day. We're going to be having LFO here performing once again. And who are they going up against this time?
They're up against Upcar Esports, another team that was able to pull away a win on day one of the WCS MYSG, and looking forward to see this one play out. I think it's going to be somewhat similar to what we saw from Phantom6 and Sem9, but Upcar Esports are a little bit more of a blank state for me. You know, there's a couple more question marks to be raised, and I think, you know, they could probably pull something out.
That's right, and when they first formed this roster, it seemed to be pretty promising for those fans who have watched him back in the past season, coming in from different teams, and now some of them, of course, have played for big teams such as Sem9 before, but have yet to really show us that convincing victory. Now going up against another Titan, LFO, we definitely want to see what could they bring to the table. So far as the result stands, if you guys may have missed out the very first series, it was a perfect 2-0 sweep by Sem9 against Phantom6. So we asked you a question beforehand, and we would like to get your answers right now in the chat. As we first asked, what monster can only be seen in front of the dragon and barren waters? Is it A, B, C, or D? The answer is Riv Scuddler.
Well, what happened in the days before, you know, anything was in the river? You know, the river was a sacred place. Nobody messes with that. Now we have like all the fighting in the river. Everyone needs to go there and get that golden EXP. The bygone eras. It's time now. We need to go back to the good old days.
Yeah, you know, I kind of wish there was another alternative answer on that list.
Answer?
Yeah,
It's like a trick question.
Yeah, like a trick question, and you insert E and include a Shen, which is not even released in Wild Rift, by the way. Like
River Shen.
Yes, that resident on that river will be pretty much the guy that you don't want to mess with. So, anyways, now back into what we are here for: LFO versus Upcar Esports. I think that both of them have pretty interesting names, and of course, let's introduce them once again. Let's start off here with looking for Org. Go ahead, introduce them.
Oh, this is a fun little one here for us, Contra. We got an LF Org with Tipper, SSK, CWJ, Raven, and CYH. And a really interesting one, because we actually get to see 2 Thai players come into the region this time around, and making the best use of what they have with the local talent. You know, even with the MYSG, the first season, I think, has been relatively tame. We haven't seen like a huge shift between, and a huge mix between like MY and SG teams. It's still like a pretty, I'd say like, it's still pretty neutral, it's still pretty safe. We still see like a lot of like SG teams, like very similar to what we saw before. I think it's gonna need a little bit of time before we really see that spillover happen.
That's right, and you know, both MYSG is at the center point of Southeast Asia, so to me it's like everything is coming together in place, and it's starting to form up this Premier League of its own. So I'm glad to see Tipper here on board, bringing that wealth of experience that's I've seen him perform internationally. Now, going up against Upcar Esports, let's see how would they drive their way to success. It's time for them to put the pedal to the metal. We've got Zisune, Arashi, Ravens, Coffee, as well as Zafarov to, of course, fight off against LFO. Yesterday, they fought some unorthodox pick like the Leona up mid lane. And I believe that there is going to be a lot more curveballs thrown their way, but then again, they should have more gas in the tank. We saw Zisune as well as Arashi getting a really great game, especially on that best of 3 series on the final matchup where Arashi filled a scary Kazakhs that have been able to assassinate everyone on his tracks.
Yeah, have fun saying Raven and Ravens and trying to distinguish the 2 players later on in the game, Contra. We actually get to see the Ravens match off. Winner gets to keep their name. Loser has to change their name to something else, I think. We get to see them match up really early on. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be in the same lane, but you know what? Maybe Raven can make a lane swap back to the mid lane just to show us what happens, you know, when you take his name.
That's right, and who knows, maybe the Ravens at the back with the S might need to change it to Ravens just to distinct himself from the other one. But then again, of course, that mid lane matchup here is definitely going to be something that's worthy to witness, because we've got our predictions up online first and foremost. Now, today we're basically voting on the same team once more. So we got the dinosaurs here looking for Org, still looking for sponsors, hit them up in the DM so far. So Brandon, I want to hear your take first. LFO.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Here's the first thing. So usually when I've done predictions in the past before, you know, I'm pretty like liberal with it. I'll do whatever I want. You know, sometimes I think like this team's gonna win and I'll just go for it and I'll just say, yeah, you know, a 10% chance, good enough for me. This time around, I'm tryharding. And all you dirty tryhards out here with me, all voting for LFO, where's the faith in Upcar Esports, right? No, you can't fault me because I already said I'm tryharding this, but so where's the faith from all you guys? Why you all just jacking after my answers? Why you all following after my answers when I'm the well, I actually posted my answers last, so you know.
Well,
yeah, but I think LFO have a really good shot here. I mean, they're just looking so strong after that day 1 performance.
Yeah, after taking out Phantom6 on a 2-0 streak, I feel like if we really want to gauge the power level of Upcar Esports, are they as good as Phantom6? Maybe. But it's a big maybe, right? Like, it's still something for Upcar Esports to prove, though they do have a stacked roster. It didn't seem like they have that sort of synergy that we're looking for. A lot of messy fights when we were basically covering the broadcast yesterday when they were taking on PathSeeker. But yet again, there's nothing all too straightforward for them, even though going up against picks that they could possibly win outstandingly. So let's jump into the very first draft here in this best of 3. We got LFO on the blue side, so Tipper does get this first pick. So the question there is what to ban, and of course nobody wants to deal with Coffee's Vayne as he's the top 1 Vayne in the C server.
Yeah, I'm trying to really make his stance here and kind of prove himself as the potentially best marksman in the competition as a whole, right? And you think about like the competition that he has in that space, that could be a really good argument for him to be that. We've definitely seen some pretty good performances so far, but it's also been a little bit on and off. I feel like Momo is also a really good contender for that space, but we've also seen like some not so great performances on his front. So a lot of question marks still left available. I'm surprised that LFO actually gonna ban away the Thresh, because I actually thought that this would fit their playstyle a lot more. But it just seems like they really don't want to give any initiators, anything that could boost up UCE, and just focus on having that on their own end.
Yeah, they're just trying to give the bottom lane a pretty tough time here, especially when Zafarov landed a pretty sick cook yesterday predicting that death sentence. But then again, I feel like there's many more of the options left on the table now that they eliminate plenty of supports. Yeah, there's still things like the Darius as well as Garen that's now being available. So maybe that could establish a Juggernaut composition when you might have that Yuumi coming into play. I'm just saying. So now focusing back into those sort of party picks, we see the Jace once again. So talk me through this. Nerfs onto Jace, but he's still very much viable.
Yeah, so the first thing that happened was the Gragas pickup is really flexible for LFOs, so there's still a lot of options. So you cannot just try and pick for a matchup specifically to deal with the Gragas. You have to go for something that's still quite flexible. The Jace does offer that because the set's banned away. So Jace is the flexible pickup that could go to deal with the Gragas or into a potentially better matchup than, let's say, they want to go for like a counter pick somewhere later down the line. So the Jace does offer that flexibility, and then the Kha'Zix is out here trying to maintain that tempo. I think SSK, while he doesn't play a lot of Lee Sin, does actually play a little bit more Kha'Zix. That seems to fit their composition a little bit better. Now we're starting to see things to go become a little bit clearer, but there's still a tinge of uncertainty because the Mundo could go somewhere else. So it's not so straightforward, it's not so clear cut. And that's for why we don't see like the Garen Darius so early on, is because they're pretty easy to deal with, relatively easy to deal with for the Gragas, or like in the Mundo in this case. So you don't really need to go for that too early on.
Exactly, and I was speaking about Juggernauts, and we're having Tree being displayed, of course, too, going over on the side of LFO. Now, it's also quite telling that this sort of flex pick that they're showing up here may either see that Dr. Mundo over the top side in the jungle, and that Gragas could still be placed out in the mid lane. I would rather see Lee Sin inside the jungle anyways, right? So more bans onto support roles. We are seeing both Senna as well as the Varus being banned off the list, and further doubling down onto the options remaining down on that Dragon lane. So honestly, it's pretty tough for Coffee to choose what to play this one out with, but they opt for that Orianna, something that's going to be pretty steady up in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's assuming the Orianna goes mid lane. I think there's a chance that it does go to the bot side. So I'm thinking between the Jace going to the bot side or the Orianna. I think Orianna might be a little bit more likely considering what we've seen from Coffee, but this does open up Raven. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so there was some unpredictability about where the Mundo and the Gragas is going to be going. So that's it. So we see one of them is going to be down to the bot side. I think likely the Gragas, and this actually opens up the Akali into a slightly more favorable matchup. And to match that, they actually go for the Rakan, who's looking to try and roam around a little bit.
Yeah, and with CYH coming up with the Akali, so far, all the other Akali that was being played out throughout day one hasn't been able to get to a standard where they've managed to pop off with great KDAs. CYH possibly picking this one for Tipper, and Tipper, though he did manage to win against Phantom6, it wasn't to say a crazy pop-off performance from the Akali, but it's something that he's so comfortable playing throughout this course of the years that he's been on Wild Rift.
Okay. Yeah, his Akali game wasn't like absolute pop-off, but did you see his Riven? Did you see his Riven? Because that one was a statement piece. That was a statement piece. So here's the thing that I do like about this. So one, because when in Phantom6's first game, it did feel like the Gragas could have done a little better in the support position, where I would have been able to help out Momo a little bit better. I think NYX could have piloted it a little better to assist them, as opposed to having to be on Haki, who was then kind of restricted by what they could do as the Gragas. This time around, it does seem like that's going to be the case moving into this match with LFO. I think LFO have identified that if we give the Gragas, Kai'Sa, bot lane a little bit of attention, a little bit of kind of care, they'll be able to scale up a lot better and will be able to actually output a huge amount of damage that can help sustain past anything else that we have.
Yeah, I like that you give a little bit more focus onto the bot lane itself, because we're looking at potential of Orianna going down.
Everyone's all looking at the jungle. It's like, yeah, jungle #1, best jungle, SSK, let's go. Where's the love for the bot side? Coffee, Raven, let's go. Let's take a look at these two guys. Play it out. I want to see the impact of the bot lane on this game specifically.
Exactly, and I think that Orianna is still pretty much of a strong champion to utilize into good effect. But the question here is, once those dives set in, once that explosive cast drops in with maybe a Dragon's Rage coming from the jungle as well, how long could Coffee survive all these push and shove? Because honestly, Orianna could possibly blow one flash and then rely on the dissonance to get a little bit more of that movement speed. Other than that, it's quite an easy picking if you really want to see how LFO could just find avenues to dive in.
Yeah, fair enough. I was actually forgot about this one. The Mundo has to go to the bot side. I think the matchup against the Jace was going to be really bad if they want to try and pull Mundo mid, or even at the Akali. So they actually bring Mundo to the bot side unless they do some like lane swap in game or something, which I highly doubt at this point. But yeah, it does seem pretty interesting here in this position. But now this actually changes dynamic a little bit, because it kind of means to me that Raven is no longer going to be that main priority that they want to try and scale up and really watch out for, because they're not even going to commit crowd control to assisting him. You know, he's like, you're on your own, buddy. Everything you need to do is basically by yourself.
A fair point. I guess only time will tell on how well both drafts fare against each other, as we're ready to kick off our first match between both LFO as well as Upcar Esports. You know, like, I've seen that previous logo. It was pretty funny. Like, I kind of wish they maintained that logo, because, like, you see this guy flipping off of that vehicle, but then again, I don't know, maybe it's not something that we would suggest you to drive recklessly. But then again, you know, just looking into how both sides have been playing for their past matchups, I think both came up with massive wins. So somebody's got to take an L here. And, well, I guess our votes on LFO, I think there's still a little bit slight faith in me that Upcar is going to bring one game back. At least one game.
Okay, there we go. That's the faith. That's the kind of copium that we needed to get things underway. Because there were some matches earlier that there's some matches later down the line that are gonna be a little bit more difficult to tell. I think today's ones are a little bit more straightforward. And Omo has said I'm on straight copium, because I actually rated Watermelon really way high up. I actually thought that they were and this is gonna sound a little bit crazy right now, but we'll see. Well, we'll see who's laughing at the end of the competition. I thought that Watermelon had a chance of taking down Sem9, right? So we'll see how things go by the time we come to the end of that all. We get one final look at the picks and bans. And I think something that I didn't really get to touch on too much is the fact that Coffee went for the Orianna as opposed to something like the Caitlyn that we did see from him before, especially after like the Senna ban and everything. You know, there were a number of options they could have tried to go for. Instead, the Orianna was the choice they went with.
Exactly. So we want to see how much of a shockwave he could possibly pull up here in this matchup. And, well, we're ready to start things off. So let us slowly hit right into the rim. And of course, you are currently watching the WCS. Well, it's LFO versus Upcar Esports, and we're having a little bit of a tussle down bot already. CYH receiving a little bit of poke, but Grandin, this is one wordy matchup to talk about.
Yeah, this is there's a lot to unpack if we really want to go into that, because the very first thing that you have to acknowledge is the fact that Rich isn't playing. It's CYH. And CYH himself also has quite a bit of history. He's gone from a bunch of different roles. I don't think support is one of them. So now he's kind of making that debut a little bit. And it seems to be working out okay, because so far the supports that he's been playing have been kind of like non-supports anyway. You know, he's still playing things like the window. It's really just coming down to the fact that he has to work in that 2v2.
Whoa.
Wow, really fast start from Tipper. You was mentioning that you were not so convinced about his Akali performance. I think he's here to prove you wrong.
Oh yeah, especially against this Darius who's supposed to bully early on. Like, Tipper managing to proc his passive multiple times in order to dish that truck ton of damage, and that will hinder Zisune from doing anything at all, but he could slowly recover, especially when he's using fleet footwork into this matchup. So CWJ wants to contest this.
What's going on? They really want to fight this.
They body slam their way through. SSK flashes forward and he gets jumped back. Raven's getting taken down. It's first blood for LFO. SSK couldn't do much more. 1-for-1 trade. Arashi goes down as well. LFO might come up here big time, but Coffee still got the big barrier to last on this battle. Flashes forward. One more tap will do the trick. It's a double kill, and he might have gotten Coffee as well.
Raven flashes over, and oh my goodness, that red buff finishes them off. The plays from LFO. So much I need to unpack that. I really hope that we get a replay somewhere along the line because, oh my goodness, who gets this? I think SSK got it. SSK got it, I'm pretty sure. Okay, here's a replay. So here's the thing you really have to watch out for, right? So SSK walks over, see what he does. He flashes out, and as he reaches his health buff, he walks into the brush. He smites the camp. Both sides smite the blue buff to try and get some HP back, but he goes into the brush to cut vision. Look at the double walls that come across. Like, they needed vision of the brush to fight that one out. If Raven had managed to land his W there, he could have likely got a double kill. And the only reason Coffee survived was because he went for the barrier.
Yes.
So many things in play here. CYH, they kind of expect something going on.
Quite a setup come from Ravens as he will not member back. Raven does survive though, but not for too long. Zafarov will give his life up for it, but not too much damage coming out from CYH, but just about enough to go in for one takedown. It's a 2-for-2 going up over the map, but it's not over just yet. CWJ versus Arashi doesn't have the damage to book out. UCE comes up on top.
Unfortunately, CWJ was just a little too short on damage to finish off those last kills. I will say though, what's interesting is where SSK is right now, trying to counter jungle on the opposite end, trying to take that blue buff, that red buff away. UCE do a great job of rotating over to prevent that from happening. It's really interesting how this early game has been panning out because Ravens and Zafarov were down in the bottom side trying to look for that kill to begin with, and then the moves from Arashi to play towards the bot side. We've kind of tossed out traditional timing windows out the timing was out the window because 10 seconds to the dragon and the Rift Tower will spawn. Neither of these two teams are really well set up for it. It seems like both are going to try and make the play now. Raven actually gets denied his initial recall, so that's going to slow things down even more.
Yeah, and basically it's fights after fights. We're only about 4 minutes in. It's already 10 takedowns in total that we've witnessed. And honestly, like the read coming from LFO over on the bottom brush, as they understand Upcar Esports were already setting up for that dive, but now there's a little focus on Dragon.
It was really interesting that LFO wanted to even fight for that Scout Crown. In the first place, the red team does manage to get to UCE, confirm that Dragon. Sephiroth got it of all people, so that was really close. Honestly, it could have been quite a crazy steal.
Yeah, and LFO almost snatched that one away as well. We didn't really get the full glimpse of what went down inside of the pit, but I think that UCE definitely had that huge amount of damage to quickly melt down the health bars of the Drake. Now, Tipper would easily get this Scuttle Crab, as if you already answered the trivia. You would possibly know who's the resident here that everybody wants to pay a visit on. So now back to the standard laning phase, right? So with majority of all these kills funnel into this Kha'Zix, I think that at least UCE has got a lot to work with here heading to the mid game.
Yeah, just a bunch of really small infractions that are pretty humorous. You wouldn't expect this from a match between Upcar and LFO. Like, just a bunch of like strange little moments that have been going on. LFO have been, I feel like, limit testing to some extent. They're taking fights that maybe they wouldn't take, or risks they wouldn't take otherwise, because they're just really trying for the maximum limit they could.
My goodness, did you see how quick that was? Tipper assassinates him under tower with that perfect execution.
Shuriken flips straight to perfect execution, very nicely timed, gets out straight away, and that actually opens them up for the Rift Tower. I don't think they can take this fight anymore. Ravens an aggressive push forward.
Ravens now chasing in Arashi, only having a little health left. Have to give this Rift Herald up for LFO. no more opportunities for UCE to secure this one. But man, quite a showing coming from LFO, just absolutely dominating from top to the middle of the pack. So I guess that LFO is restabilizing once again.
Yeah, they get to get back a little bit here, but it depends on how you use this Rift Herald. It would have been nice if they actually got the kill on Arashi. A little bit away from that, but still we start to see that power from Ravens and the aggressiveness that we're starting to see. Acadian Rain gets upgraded here, I believe, so LFO are in a pretty good spot looking for an opportunity to capitalize on this peak in power. They actually lose first turret, despite the fact they got Rift Herald because of how late they ended up getting it. So LFO now looking to try and recoup a little bit.
That's right, and currently LFO is sending a lot of members up towards the top as they look to basically walk away with even more gold by just popping the Rift Herald to destroy the structure. But up mid though, Zafarov goes in for a deep leap all the way to find Ravens, but there's nobody to help him out on his pursuit. Arashi now uses it all bit, trying to get away from CWJ, just playing with fire, but he will eventually go down, but he will have jump to get an escape. But here comes Dipper, stabbing it with perfect execution as well, sending it all the way back. He finds Arashi.
Goodness. That's crazy. Went the full distance to get out. Jumps back in now. Gets caught by the shockwave for the shutdown. But they've bought time for SSK to escort the wave across. And that was so scary for a moment because Tipper got interrupted by the charm on the first half of the cast from the perfect execution. The second cast was just barely enough to get him in range for that kill. So many things that Pixel Perfect. It really feels like LFO is limit testing here.
Yeah, they're really pushing whatever boundaries that was set, or if they even have any to begin with. So things are looking to be pretty good, though Upcar Esports have gotten a little bit more of a room to basically maneuver upon as they got themselves that mid lane turret. So priority is still not being established by Upcar Esports to secure the upcoming Drake. Now LFO gets a little bit of a head start into the river.
They do get to go over first, but I'm curious if this actually means very much because I'm not sure UCE really want to try and contest this. I think the Omnivamp isn't that impactful anyway. So in this case, if you're able to pull LFO over to this objective while the rest of your team is farming, it's actually more beneficial for you in the long term. But if you step up like this, you get caught out, it's a big problem.
That's a smooth Dragon's Rage, but not being able to take down Zisune in a blink of an eye. He flashes away, but that is one summoner spell that's going to be pretty vital to secure themselves some picking if they want to commit to this Dragon Dance. Now SSK will start to tickle down the HP bars, but where is this Jace that you need in a fight? He's so far away.
It doesn't really matter so much because Tipper is also really far away, but as Tipper gets closer, you have to start matching this. Ravens needs to get in now. Nice shot with the stop things off.
Here we go. Big explosive cast, dropping it onto Upcar Esports when we have Tipper all the way to the back line, doing some massive damage, but he will get blown up first and foremost. CYH tries to run up, not enough, but will still take down the Dr. Mundo. Arashi, having so little to work with, SSK could still steal it from the back. He just have to time it well. Now he moves in, gets the kick on, and he does get the spike! The Dragon goes over to LFO.
Oh man, Stone Cold Killer just takes away the Dragon, and well, really nice pickup for LFO despite a lot of the things not going in their favor. Raven was caught out by the shockwave, and then we saw Tipper narrowly miss out on the chance for 2 kills at the end there. Even as we take a look back towards what happened, right, it starts off as... oh, this is just the Dragon Steal. Okay, pretty cool. Just walks in, down to 1,000, less than 800, and just smites that one away. It has that 900 damage smite.
Man, that's sufficient enough, and well, SSK just knew what exactly to do at that moment, and even if Arashi wants to get up close and personal against this Lee Sin, he will just get blown up in the blink of an eye with only less than 200 HP left early on. Now, working on to the Rift Herald, quickly secured by Upcar Esports as they are giving chase, but honestly, LFO didn't really have to force the fight anyways.
Do manage to take that one without having to take a fight. LFO do end up trading for that bot side turret, and they actually have a pretty good path into the top side in hip turret, so this could be interesting for them. We've UCE are doing a good job sieging now. I think they are looking for an opportunity to use the Rift Tower, but I think it would be best used just to break open the mid side once the next objectives start to spawn, or if they're looking for some space in the game.
That's right. More and more items being purchased by Arashi. Now that he's going to have a whole lot of mentality to work with, could easily help melt down some of these health bars, especially on that Dr. Mundo. Whether if he pops his ultimate, he still isn't all too tanky. Yes, he will rely on just the Man's Plate as well as the Gargoyle Stone Plate. But so far, CYH not really having the best of time, but then again, it's a Mundo. If you're really drawing everyone's attention, you're doing your job right.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to pull some attention away. He acts as like a sponge, soaking up some damage, especially when they want to try and face check. Moments like this, you know, is when he finds that efficiency. Unfortunately for them, because he needs to do a reset, if he ends up getting caught out of that position, then a lot of things don't go their way.
Quick work coming from SSK. He flashed just in time, getting into safety. Beautiful Dragon Rage early on, but the full members of Upcar Esports wants to commit. CWJ didn't manage to land that body slam, but it's gonna be the rest of the members of Upcar Esports that will get their way out. Interesting enough, Zisune gets pushed off by the ultimate, and well, CWJ, if he lined it up perfectly, it could have been the kill.
Yeah, if he lined it up like absolutely perfectly, I think that's like the story to be told for LFO. You know, if they used every spell perfectly, there's like a good chance they could have probably won a lot of the fights so far. But yeah, still, I think that they are trying to limit test here. So what I think that is likely going to end up happening is they're going to try and delay some of these objectives, right? So how long they can try and delay them for while still being able to maintain a lead and trying to get as much gold as they possibly can onto Raven. I think that would be a really good testament to having Raven act as like a major carry as opposed to trying to go for like a jungle-centric style. You know, if you're able to have Raven with a bit of a proof of concept that this does in fact work, that could be quite heartening for them moving forward.
And they know that Zisune does not have the flash available. That's where the Dragon Rage will kick right in. They try to assassinate him as quickly as he can. Killer's Instinct already being popped up, and this is where Upcar Esports choose to respond, but they've already lost Zisune. They don't really want to further commit more ultimates. Now, it's going to be a little bit of a tough job for them to initiate on the Baron on either side. They've already expended way too much. Maybe they'll look for the Mountain Drake instead.
I mean, it was nice to see they have a good amount of tank strat. We actually see UCE try and time that Rift out. I'm not sure how fast it's going to end up walking, if it's actually going to be impactful for either of these two objectives that are going to be happening, because after Dragon Flight, you're going to go straight over to the Baron anyway, probably going to be able to catch that wave. Raven is just going to hold on to the wave, whereas Ravens is going to reposition into the pit earlier because they do have some good amount of poke. So when you have poke, you actually get to play in pit better, and while LFO start forcing into you, you can get some chip damage down the line.
Upcar Esports trying to push back members of LFO, but the Dragon will be sniped away. And my goodness, Arashi now stuck in between the pit while the fight continues. Arashi gets to burst out SSK, but they trade lives one for another. 3 members out. Well, make it 2 from LFO.
Yeah, two dead on the side of LFO, only 1 dying on UCE. I mean, Arashi did go down, but he went down, taking the dragon with him, and he gets arguably the 2 most impactful dragons in the game, right? You get the Inferno, you get the Mountain Drake. Those 2 offer so many additional stats. Now I think LFO can go and respond to that Rift Herald. Unfortunately for them, I think what they had intended to happen was that Raven was supposed to have more damage at this point in time of the game. Tipper will have an easier time getting in. I think wow, really nice pickup by Tipper. I think that Zafarov has done an amazing job actually denying Tipper. As I say that, you know, he just got that kill. While you have these isolated moments with Raven and Tipper, they're just doing so much work. But when you go into those big team fights, we start to see the issues with their composition shine through.
Yeah, and getting picked off one just like that, it's honestly not a good sight on the side of Upcar Esports. Now, it's basically free estate here by the Baron Pit, as they're just trying to reel more members in. Now, Zafarov gets spotted out. SSK immediately hops in. Dragon's Rage followed up by the Explosive Cast, gets a kill onto the Rakan, while Arashi makes his way for the exit. Not enough, as there's no space for him to run. Great shot coming in from CYH, as well CWJ gets another pickup, and well, I guess LFO could just slowly bleed them dry with this Baron that they're about to secure.
Yeah, no shockwave available, so it's going to be a difficult steal if they want to try and play for the Baron. think they have full vision, and LFO can secure this quite easily. It was so close. Coffee got the shockwave onto Raven, and when Raven went into the hourglass, it was just slightly mistimed. Raven dashed away and just barely got out of distance with the damage to come across, and Coffee missed the chance for that kill. Without Raven, a lot of the DPS for the Baron would have been gone, and maybe would have made things a lot more difficult. As Raven gets his revenge, dives under turret, and takes down Coffee, who did not have summoners this time around.
Speak of the devil, he makes quick work out of that, and well, only 2 members, they couldn't really secure that turret as much as they would like to, but here comes Zafarov already burning his ultimate, not really getting all too much from the quickness, and that's gonna hurt them a whole lot more. Makes it easier for LFO now that they do have the Baron buff to shove up mid.
And it's been kind of imbalanced because LFO have had the side lanes open for a long time, but mid lane has always been tight and closed up. And so now finally opening it up, they get to pick more fights.
Oh, they almost blow up SSK. He has to utilize his status enchantment, but there's something happening up top as well. That turret getting a whole lot more damage, so they will eventually work their way to the Nexus. Now they try to punish Tipper all alone up top, but Tipper's gonna be able to jump off, but not for too long. And they're all clumped up! Perfect for that shockwave to drop right in, and this is the chance for Upcar Esports.
A chance to pull back for Upcar Esports, who have killed off the main damage sources first. Pippa and Raven both died so early on. CWJ to an extent as well. A big damage source for them went down, and now they're looking for teleports to try and end things off. But I think this is a little bit too ambitious. 30 seconds left on the clock. SSK has a good chance to kick them away and clear out the wave. I think CYH has to acknowledge that maybe now he needs to go to the back and try and deny the minion wave from coming in. Yeah, that's the first cannon gone. It's going to be super critical that they get rid of the second one as well. They're actually looking for the teleport and trying to end things right now.
They're rushing right in. There's 10 more seconds on the clock before anyone comes out. And that is the quickness that pulls them back. Upcar Esports with a big reversal. Now it's only CYH left.
Oh
and
my
what
goodness.
an upset. What did I tell you? They'll get 1 game off of LFO to start off this series.
Upcar Esports pull away the win from LFO, and LFO knocking on their door, but they say not today, not at all. We're going straight for your Nexus. They timed that so well. I was thinking with 30 seconds left on the clock, you know, if there was a chance that they could have been cut, but they came in with the teleports, they brought the wave in, escorted it. The next wave timed in perfectly, and they were on the Nexus before we knew it. They closed out that one with a win, and that is the first one in this BO3.
Quite a nail biter, and honestly, I didn't expect such a performance, especially on that Nexus defense. And well, it definitely was that pleasant surprise at the very end of it all, especially what you mentioned, that TP was vital for them to really get everybody into the Nexus and eventually ruptured it across. So, honestly, Upcar Esports, throughout the course of the battle, yeah, they may have looked a little bit sloppy here and there, but when you look at that goal graph, it honestly have been catching up, and it was basically up and down like the current stock markets, but doesn't matter. They got that win.
And a great win for them indeed. We're going to go a quick little break. Upcar Esports with a very nice, cool and collected win over LFO. When we're back, the continuation of this series.
Here we go now. can never have too much fun. You know the night is young, we've just begun. You gotta let loose and drop all your fears. Cause you're the life of the party, and it starts right here. Dancing through the night, ain't no better time than now. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just Here we go now.
Well, we've just got off a roller coaster ride on game one, but we're back in for more. We got LFO as well as Upcar Esports, who pulled off an impressive win with a turnaround of events. So, Grandin, now it makes things even spicier here in this series. So, I honestly think that LFO didn't do much wrong, only up to that one team fight.
I wouldn't say they didn't do much wrong. I feel like as a whole, they were limit testing throughout the game, and they were definitely doing things that were less than ideal, and in trying to figure out like where they could really take things. So I think LFO definitely got punished for taking it as far as they did. I think they underestimated how much Upcar Esports were able to pull back off of all of that. I felt like Coffee had an amazing performance on his Oriana, was in a lot of these situations one of the sole factors why they were able to win it at all. And those shockwaves were massive, killing 3 at the very end there, and then having the express path straight back into the mid lane was extremely critical, especially once they took out the 2 damage sources.
Yeah, and now does it even matter anymore if you really want to ban off his marksman to force him into all these mages, which he have proved to be pretty deadly on as well. But let's take a look back at the results of the past game. It was a series that were almost neck and neck, and it's 14-15. Initially it was LFO that was leading the charge until that final team fight where UCE swept them off their feet.
Yeah, set them off the feet with the shockwave. I felt like Zafarov also had a really good performance. A lot of the moments where Tipper looked like he was going to execute the backline, you know, Zafarov came in. The charm was really effective at stopping the Akali. So a bunch of reasons why I feel like Zafarov actually had an incredible performance in that game. That's not to say that the top half of the map from UCE didn't do their job as well. I feel like they definitely did, but it was the main attention from this bot side from UCE that had really kept them in the game going for so long. And even to the end, the reason why they were able to win the game was because of this bot lane effort. So huge props over to the UCE bot side. Looking forward to more from this duo.
Yeah, I really gotta give credit to Zafarov and majority of all these team fights. Yeah, there was some mistimed ultimates much early on those mid-game battles, but then again, honestly, he have redeemed himself every other fight that he was involved in. And so far, Coffee comboing it well with the Shockwave is definitely bring back so much more of those avenues back into UCE. Arashi definitely started off well with that pretty scuffy team fight up into the early jungle invade, so that worked out pretty well. SSK, he have done quite a whole lot of good, especially with the Dragon Steel early on. So let's take a look at some of all these damage outputs and stuff, and let's see what we could get out of it.
You know what this is? No, you can't praise them because we praised them yesterday, said they had a great game, and then see what happens. They throw the first game in the second day. You know, that's just the way it is. So you can't praise them anymore. LFO now no longer, no more praising. You can only say you have to be Coach Omo mode, right?
Coach
and
Omo.
you have to say bad things. You have to say no. You had a C+, B- kind of performance, right? That's all they get, right? You gotta realign your expectations with this team.
Yeah, if there were to be any sort of C- performance of LFO members, I really want to know about the decision of having that Mundo as a support, because honestly, there's a lot of other better initiator supports up on the list, like a Leona, which we saw yesterday, which wasn't played on the support role. So I felt like that would have possibly given a higher impact as compared to Mundo, which it just serves as a punching bag in most of these battles and just deals, you know, some tickle of damage. But you know what? Let's scrap whatever we had back in game 1 and let's rewrite something here on game 2 as LFO starts off the bat here with the Vayne.
See what happened here, Contra. They were like, oh, CYH, it's not working out for you anymore. We're gonna bring Rich back. Rich is gonna play for us. And then they're gonna try and reverse sweep UCE off this one. Really good Vayne ban, I think, again taking away some of Coffee's options. The Oriana was still a really good one. I think they were able to maintain themselves in lane quite well and roam over as well. So LFO actually wanted to go for something really aggressive early game, invading early on as well. I felt like the Lee Sin definitely did have some of that power, but maybe the Kazakhs could have been well fitted for their needs. Yeah, also going to get rid of the Morgana here.
Well, it seems to be pretty standard bans coming in from Upcar Esports. Now, it didn't seem like they were all too worried about the Lee Sin that was doing some pretty slick moves with Dragon Rages that have definitely caused a little bit of deterrence in some of the team fights. But LFO, they stick to the usual bans and they're not really changing anything at all. So that still leaves Rakan wide up for Zafarov to secure later on. Unless if LFO wants it for themselves.
Yeah, if LFO want to try and go for the Rakan, that could be interesting. I think with this like first pick, there are a number of options they might want to try and go for. I think the Camille is like the most like low-hanging fruit. If it's up, you probably want to get that. Maybe in second rotation, I think first pick is still like there's still a lot you could try and go for. Last game was what, the Gragas? Yeah, so they're actually gonna go for it again. I was gonna say maybe something like the set could fit in for better into their needs if that's what they want to try and go for, something that could flex into a lot of different positions. But it seems like Rag is just an easy, safe option for them.
Yeah, and just looking back at Upcar Esports options on the Baron lane, they can go for things like the Garen or Darius that's been popular on other regions as well. And they opt to go for Jace, which we've seen a couple of times over in mid lane already. Well, Rashi's going to stick to the usual. I think that his performance on Kha'Zix was definitely great, especially on that early game. So I guess they just don't really want to switch up too much from what they've shown.
Yeah, I mean, if it's worked one time before, like why, you know, switch away from it? The Jace is going to look to try and do, get some damage off. It's going to do decently in the side lane. It's going to have some decent control while you're fighting for these objectives. And we saw Arashi was actually in a really good spot with the Kazakhs last game as well. Now with this Lee Sin, again, it's a double down from LFO. They're still looking to try and bring the action over to UCE, especially in that early game. There are a number of reasons why I think this is a pretty decent pick for LFO, mainly because it does also kind of give you some because it's able to keep up to the tempo of the assassin jungler, and your itemization is quite fluid and flexible depending on what UCE want to try and pick for in the later half of this picks and bans.
Whoa, here we go. Finally switching things up here from Upcar Esports. Instead of the Oriana, now they've picked up the Caitlyn for Coffee. So the last time that he played on this Caitlyn, he's managed to deal quite some significant damage and also walk away with close to, if I last remembered, the double-digit scoreline on that kills department. So taking down a set, Lee Sin as well as Gragas will take a whole lot of items in the back of Coffee in order to do so. So they just really want to ensure that Upcar Esports will have a smooth cruise on the bottom side. So Urashi has to double down on the bot lane.
Yeah, but that was the place that we wanted to see pop off anyway, right? So for me, it's a good sign if Coffee's willing to play for the Leona. They might want to try and go for something else anyway. And remember, Raven, you know, your namesake's on the line here. How can you lose out to Ravens? The plural form of the same name. Is that just the better version? We'll have to see.
2 is better than 1, they say. And anyways, back into the bans, we are already seeing Varys, Diana being banned away. And we're going to have Cannon as well as Singe taken off. So they're just basically saying, you know what? I don't want to deal with Cannon that was displayed yesterday. But it's a Yumi. Could it be Yumi top though?
They could maybe want to play for something like that. I'm trying to think with like Zafarov, with his performance on the Rakan last game and how well he was able to kind of intercept some of these intercept the movements from Tipper, was able to kind of get them with the engage off. I don't see that much more value in trying to play for the Yuumi instead. I feel like the Yuumi might detract a little away from where they're strongest really. Raven going to go back straight for his Kaisa, and then we get Tipper on the Riven this time around.
Oh, this is what we've been waiting for. You've raved about his Riven performance. Finally, she shows up on the radar. So this will be the very first game in the WCS MYSG on that Riven. While, of course, this is also the first game for Rich in this season. So Zisune defaults back to what he played best in the past few seasons, where he's just gonna go for those Juggernaut picks. And this is that idea that a lot of pro players had whenever you have that Yuumi available. You just want to ensure that this Garen stays alive to just disrupt everybody.
So I was trying to like figure out how this kind of composition would work out for LFO before. You know, without the set, I think it's actually pretty straightforward. There are a number of things that you probably want to get done. So you have like the Gragas initiation, you have the isolation from the Lee Sin, and then with the Kaisa, you just want to scale up. The Tipper on the Riven is probably going to be able to farm the side lane and then join in for some team fights. Now with the inclusion of this set, it actually kind of boosts up their composition a lot more in certain regards. Stuff like looking for those 2v2 team fights or even playing towards the jungle actually kind of empowers the Lee Sin a lot more. So I could see them trying to rotate, or they might try and play for a dive. A number of options I think are now more likely on the table than they were before. So in this regard, yeah, I'm quite liking the set pickup. The Garen, like you mentioned, you know, you go back for that Juggernaut, you go back for that Bruiser, you just get so tanky, and you have so many stats to pair together with the Yuumi. It's a really nice little addition to work together with.
Yeah, and also I like that you highlighted the set, because the tankier his opponent is, that showstopper is gonna hurt a whole lot more if he gets that perfect slam onto 5. So, of course, that will be ideal. But then again, to have a smooth cruise on that top lane here, it's just gonna be a really annoying lane that will take quite a long time for them to either get a kill from both ends. So yeah. As we go deeper into the late game, I guess LFO definitely have this stable draft, which could still work perfectly well, especially when Raven is falling back onto something that he's comfortable with. We've seen him play Kaisa quite multiple times before, so Tipper is going to be the one that will eventually be the one to hope to secure those kills on both the Kha'Zix as well as Coffee.
So with Rich coming into this game, I think it does change the dynamic quite a bit. So it's not CYH anymore. Rich, I think, is... we have some expectations to what he's likely supposed to get done. And rotating over, trying to match those. We actually saw, really interestingly, LFO rotate down to the bottom side to directly contest the Scuttlecraft from the get-go of the game. Even though they won the top half, they went down to fight the Scuttlecraft, fight in the jungle. I'm not sure if that's going to be a repeated case. I think they do actually have an even stronger early game now because they have the set as opposed to the Mundo. If they want to go for it, UC, I think they have to be wary of something like that happening again.
Strong predictions right there, because I feel that's going to be happen very likely in a matter of minutes from now. As we last saw, both basically punch each other till somebody falls off of the ring itself. And, you know, that early game, we saw, like, what, 10 kills in the span of 3 minutes. Like, that's quite the record to start off there for a series. So maybe here goes round 2. They're going to set a bigger record, especially on what they're going to get here in this series. Now, back to LFO versus Upcar Esports, as Upcar have upsetted LFO in that previous game. And I guess that we're going to have only slight hiccups, and we'll go staring down on not only us, but Choo Choo as well as Fira on the Malay segment. And it's great to also see them for a slight glimpse. I kind of wish that we would one day share a studio together in the future. But yeah, this will possibly be the perfect avenue.
Sometime soon, you know, we're getting there. We're moving there into the future, you know. There are a couple of like things that are happening. I'm sure that in the works right now, and where possible, I think we'll get to work together again. I'm trying to recall, like, have we actually worked? I'm sure we've worked on events together before, but have we worked together in like a physical capacity?
Actually, come to think of it, no, we haven't have done that in the past, and yeah, I honestly look forward to that. So
Nice.
let's see if there's going to be any chance in the near future, of course. So, Brandon, back to what we were here for, right? LFO, the only thing that they possibly failed was that Nexus push early on when Tipper was having his health bars dropping low. So, I guess what's the take here for LFO? Do they really need to play around Tipper as much, or they just gotta channel it onto multiple places? Because Ravens potentially can hot carry this game as well.
So here's what I see LFO trying to go for, right? Tipper coming into the team was supposed to alleviate a lot of the pressure that they were supposed to be facing, because while he was on Evos, I think the intention there was to try and have him carry his team and help them go forward. Now on LFO, I think it's a little bit of a different dynamic. He's kind of given the space to do what he wants to get done because there's the expectation that he will win his matchup anyway. So now they get to focus on something else. I think Raven, like you mentioned, is going to be that focus. I'm not sure if CWJ is up to that task. We saw a great Zed performance from before, but that wasn't necessarily for the best level gameplay. You know, that was a entirely that was a team that we did expect them to beat anyway. So we need to see him go up against the likes of Sem9 and really prove himself for us to be able to understand if he's gonna be kind of at that point that we want to see him at.
That's right. You know, we've asked for round 2. Let's go at it again. Let's hit back into both the matchups once more as we are diving straight in for our game here. But I guess we're just gonna take a while. So yeah, more chitter chatter from us, Brandon. So
Yeah.
how's the weather like in Singapore?
The weather. Yeah. I think it's been it rained last night. It was pretty cold. I did enjoy myself actually.
All
But
right.
it was a really big torrential downpour.
You know, we're gonna shake things up, and just about yesterday we've had a little bit of an earthquake moment here in Malaysia. It's not too drastic after all.
Nothing that crazy. Just an
Yeah.
earthquake, you know.
Just a little bit of a shakiness of the fans, and that's just about it. But man, UCE as well as LFO, they're basically shaking things up in the early game. Zizune gets ignited, flashes early, gets his honey fruit, and he's pretty much safe for now.
This is an Ignite versus Ignite matchup, by the way. Zizune really wants to go for this. So there are some factors that go into play. We're talking about a Riven Garen matchup, and with that kill, plus the shield, Tipper will survive. And first blood over to this aggressive Baron laner. And Raven, he's woken up mad too, alright? They're done playing around. LFO with 2 kills in both the solo lanes.
Man, did you just see how quickly they've done it? Tipper definitely did a whole
maybe?
lot, but here he goes. More kills on the way. Ravens jumped in back and
kills?
dead. He goes down. Arachi flashes forward, but both
Four
of them
kills.
giving themselves up. Make it 4 for LFO.
Alright, they're not playing around. This is it. They're here again. This is the LFO that we were expecting. SSK is going to do a great job of crashing in this wave before the JC is able to get back, so denying a little bit of gold EXP. Wow. 2v2 win in the mid lane. Solo wins in the top lane and in the bottom lane. I mean, it just seems like everything is looking up for LFO right now. And
Right.
now so many options are available for them because UCE have lost a little bit of tempo. See where the jungle path is going to be. They do have an amazing ward on top of the brush by the blue buff, and SSK with the heal for the level up to survive. That's a tilter for Ravens for sure. We do
Very
get some
tilted.
information that the blue buff isn't done yet, so, but that's not going to be worth much at all if you take these handshake fights and lose them.
Yeah, and it's always by a slight bit of health.
Oh,
Now he's being stuck here. Zizune has got no hope left. But, you know, who was hopeful? Ravens.
Poor guy.
Ravens was really hopeful, though. He was hoping to take down SSK, but man, 3-man dive. That's not fair at all.
Poor guy. That was a tiny wave too. Zizune couldn't even clear it because of the nature of his champion. Doesn't have that kind of immediate crowd control. If you had the apprehend, you know you have that second where, the point something second where they can't do anything. Like, he doesn't even have that. So, LFO are reassuring all their fans and any potential organizations that want to pick them up that, hey, that game 1 was just a fluke. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
We are still out. We are still looking for Org. You know, this is our actual water level. Don't be worried.
Right. And it's like, you know what? that scrappy fight in the jungle. Now we're just basically gonna run down the lanes, one after another, and yeah, it worked out much better. Everything's looking clean and crisp, and that's 3 takedowns for SSK. And he came back, bringing out the Yumu's Ghost Blade, and now he's just gonna have a whole lot of fun times. But Arashi is paying a visit to Tipper, but I don't think they could get anything done though.
Yeah, even with the flash on the river, I think it's very difficult for them to actually get this kill confirmed. And in fact, there's a chance I think maybe Tipper could actually turn it around on them anyway. I'll tell you what though, Contra. I might have to wait until after this fight. I don't think they're going to try and commit for it, but we do actually end up seeing 4 rotate up to this top side to maybe try and go for this tank.
Most likely so. Tipper now getting chased upon, and then they could connected a couple of ultimates. Not enough to secure the kill, but here comes SSK. Just landing some signal shots, and first, Arashi just got a little bit more of a covering from the rest of the members. Farming up top, and still yet to receive any kills for UCE.
Sure, nothing too bad here. I think they're just going to be able to respond to this, and I think they will end up trading objectives here perhaps. I'll tell you why here, Contra, though. Before that set of circumstances happened, after that first game, LFO went back into the call and they were like, hey guys, what happens if we lose that game and then our investors no longer want us and the organization no longer wants us? Right. And then they went, oh man, we have to like smash the second game. So now they've woken up and now they're actually playing the game as they should be. I do still think that they are quite limited, or they have limited themselves intentionally away from what they usually want to play for.
Oh, that was
really close. No ignite. Didn't use the ignite there. Was maybe expecting to get an extra rock.
Yeah, with the ignite, he could have possibly popped it off, and basically that was just a hair strand left on Rashi. But it's scary. But they got what they needed. It was just a turret for the side of UCE. And yeah, back to LFO. Any new investors though? I believe that with a 6-0 performance, it hasn't really been the most convincing yet. They gotta make it 20-0. If that's the case.
They gotta make it 20-0 to really make sure that anybody that's looking for a Wild Rift team right now knows the team they need to pick up. They need to go 20-0. I love that.
Yeah.
Let's see how that goes for LFO in this case. I think UCE right now, not all that concerned yet. There is still a lot of opportunities when to try and pull back. There is a little bit of a disparaging gold gap between the two teams, but for UCE, there are a number of things that could go well.
Whoa!
First things first, that's not it.
Quite the kicker coming in from SSK. Ribbons fully commit with the killer instinct. That ignite is just about enough for Ravens to get 1 kill after that.
Okay, so Ravens takes down Raven. Okay, fair enough. So a couple of things, right? Because the isolation damage is ultimately still going to be quite significant once they go into like the middle stages of the game. The Kha'Zix isn't that far behind. You know, it is about an item, but because of the nature of the way that SSK is playing, he's focused more towards utility, trying to initiate for his team. There are going to be some moments where he's looking for a couple of skirmishes, and so maybe between the Lee Sin Kha'Zix matchup might not be most favorable. But in some spots, you know, you could still see Arashi be quite effective, like moments like this, if they were actually able to jump onto Tipper together as opposed to one at a time. You know, Tipper could actually be in some real danger. So not entirely off the game for UCE, but they need to identify some of the problems that they are encountering right now. The resistance they're encountering right now comes from this disjointedness. They don't really have any good crowd control to pair together with Arashi easily.
And here comes SSK once more. They really want the health bars off of Zisune. They will get what they asked for. Now it's a 1v1 between the junglers. One big kick onto Arashi. Not enough time for him to get to the other fruits. That's another kill for Shin Sakai. And Coffee has just arrived at the scene, but could only clear off the wave with the Yumi.
So that's the thing, right? Tipper coming into this position right now has so much crowd control. It's very easy to lay with SSK. It's not like a Renekton where you have the stun into immediate something, but you have quite a bit. You have an actual stun as well, and you also have like the third Q or the third first spell, which is still going to be a knockout and it's still going to be displacement. And that makes it so much easier for SSK to get something done. Whereas Zisune, you need Tipper to want to be taking the fight to you at any given point in time for Arashi to find value. So the 2v2 matchup becomes so much more difficult to execute. We see in this case, they go 2 for 1. LFO comes up a hit there. Not the best value. Same story can be said anywhere else across the map. CWJ has some crowd control for SSK. Ravens doesn't have that. Coffee doesn't have that. Sephiroth does. That's the only champion that you have that makes it easy for Arashi to actually get something done.
Right, and Upcar Esports, they really have to expend a lot of all these big abilities just to get things done, and with Tipper really causing quite the ruckus, they could easily just force a split push and basically secure a lot of all these structures one after another. They don't really seem to have this sort of a solid pick-off potential coming from Upcar Esports. Now with objectives on the line, we're seeing the rest of Upcar Esports investing their time over the bottom lane instead and slowly make their way into Dragon, which can be contested by LFO.
Yeah, I think the Rift Herald intention here is so they use the Rift Herald mid lane so they can go over to the Dragon, and then UCE have to respond to one of them. So you just kind of minimize the potential risk that you might have to go and counter. But if Zisune dies mid lane before anything happens, they can just dive them.
And more to come. Here goes Explosive Cast, sets things up for Ravens to dive in with a Killer Instinct as well. Raven barely survives, he flashes out, but that's where you have the Void Seeker to slowly check them off. So, LFO, so far, playing it clean.
Yeah, very hypey from Ravens there, I think. I think he was trying to tap the hammer form so that he was able to get a little bit more damage off and maybe execute someone and try and flash away after that. But he kind of overestimated his damage or underestimated how much damage LFO were going to be able to output in such a short amount of time. And so he ended up bringing Yuumi in with him, so Sephiroth was in a really bad spot. They do end up losing a turret. I mean, it all starts happening because Zisune, if you get caught while transitioning to the Dragon, then you won't be able to fight for either of those two objectives. And that's the power trying to go for the Rift Herald first, as opposed to just directly fighting for the Dragon or trying to siege up a turret directly. You get the Rift Herald and then you start to restrict the options from the enemy team.
Yeah, and so far things definitely have worked out according to what was planned out by LFO, and you just basically painted perfectly. So now the trouble is this for Ravens is that he's honestly having the toughest time trying to find targets, and here goes Zisune having more troubles lying ahead. SSK tries to beat him down. Here comes Dragon's Rage, pushing him to Tipper instead, and they manage to assassinate him by just dropping the Damascus Justice straight onto that Riven.
Sure, 4 versus 2, they absolutely win those. That nobody has questioned that. The question is now how much LFO can find in compensation for that exchange. They lost 2 players topside. They get 1 turret mid. So far, so good. Now if you get this extra turret, things start to get a little bit dicey. It's not so valuable anymore. What happened, CWJ? How'd you die, buddy?
Oh, here comes the flash, and they're smacking it over the wall with a showstopper. Zisune, he may be a tank, but he will fall flat. Rich gets out of that alive, but of course, Raven give himself for an exchange.
Well, Coffee's damage is really strong right now. Raven went down there without even having the chance to use his ultimate. Wasn't expecting that at all.
Oh, here comes Kipper challenging 1 versus 1 over the wall, and that will be an easy picking against Ravens, forcing him to come back up with an Edge of Night instead. While more happening up top, there is going to be Coffee going against Shinsekai, who's managed to move his way out, but that ace in the hole, barely enough to take him down.
You have to consider like the value of both ultimates. I think it's quite short for SSK right now because of how much cooldown reduction he now has, so it's not so impactful. But you take that into consideration, the fact that he wants to have this as an initiator, as a playmaking tool versus the ultimate from Coffee, which is really just going to be an added bonus. The thing that does matter is that Sephiroth used that ult as well, so it's a 2 ultimate trade. So you kind of want to balance that. I don't think there's all that much that could be found here anyway, but you have to be wary about that moving into the future, because if you're willing to expand that much to try and pick up SSK, you have to think about like what you're gonna find in that exchange anyway, because Coffee is now looking like a very significant damage threat from UCE, and it's gonna be like that turret acting in their background, trying to really output as much as they can. LFO want to try to assassinate that, so how do you keep Coffee up? How do you maintain his main tools as possible to make sure that Coffee remains safe through these fights? It's
really difficult because the Yuumi possibly would have a hard time channeling the ult onto multiple targets. They can only look for picks as such, but here comes Dipper though. Coffee will try to do this alone, but he has backup play for Arashi as well. Ace in the hole. Still has Tipper living once again. So now that the Baron is up and one member being forced back, It is a slight opportunity for Upcar Esports, but once more, investing in all these ultimates, like you said, Coffee now won't be able to actually do much in the upcoming fight by Dragon.
A really good mid game from Upcar, right? Because LFO got an amazing start to the game, and despite that, we still see it quite even. 2,000-3,000 gold difference. The Dragons do give some unspoken benefits, so non-monetary kind of benefits over that don't necessarily reflect in the gold count. Just for cash off.
Well, he gets displays instantly with the Dragon's Rage, but that Showstopper will pull him all the way back. Raven's trying to get out of it alive, but that Ignite is not going to be leaving him off with any health left. Rich coming with the face breaker, while News Upcar Esports solely takes off a few members of LFO. Recommitment coming from Tipper, and they will trade right back. But Coffee, he will go down, and it's Arashi here to have this Yuumi protecting him. But that's not going to be the winning case for them at all. Going right back in.
Why did he come back in?
What's the top process on that? Now it's only the Yuumi left with no mana. I'm baffled, man.
If you wanted the fast reset or something, you should have just done that right away. Because now Rashi, in the process of jumping in, I don't know whether that was like auto aim or something, but because he jumped back in, now look at his death timers. He's 20 seconds off. The rest of LFO are going to come back up immediately. They get to reposition for the Dragon. If they really force for a fight, they could even try and play for the Baron. Of course, if they go for the Baron now, Arashi is just going to switch to the Teleport, so it's too risky. But this Dragon pickup is much more feasible because this jungler is not alive. And so many of these fights have been going poorly because of like a little bit of disjointedness and also a number of really nicely timed spells. Zizune with a really good silence on the CWJ as he dashed in, was looking for the cast onto Coffee to knock him in, but was blocked and was prevented that off the back of the silence. That's Dragon going over the LFO, and they look for a backline flank with Chipper.
Showstopper catching onto 4, but it's all alone. Rich gives his life off, and that's an opening for Arashi. SSK kicks him right back, but it's Tipper on the back! He gets one member off, and that's Coffee. Almost bursting down Arashi as well. Well,
where's the team? Where'd they go? Where did LFO go? Tipper was in the back line. Raven could have walked over. SSK he still had enough HP. It wasn't a lot, but he could have probably sacrificed himself to pick up way more kills. CWJ was still very tanky. I think it was full HP almost. He was just at the wrong spot. He just needed to walk over. But he could have stalled for enough time for CWJ to join to the fight. I mean, it just seems strange that Tipper got that angle flank from the back. It must have been some kind of like deferring comms. Maybe Tipper missed the initial jump, and so like they thought that he couldn't go for the fight anymore. Just so strange.
Right, and going back to your point, when they had that dominant lead, they should have actually used the advantage to basically shove it right at the throats of Upcar Esports whenever they got the chance to, and that fight should belong to LFO, where the setups were good. This follow-up honestly was just mediocre. I just felt like there's just a little bit of V-sync, and that's what they have talked about when there was communication barrier. Now a 1 versus 1 happens between Tipper as well as Zizune. Well, Zizune couldn't last too long. There's just too much damage from Tipper.
I mean, no question that I think Tipper definitely wins that one out. The question is now if UC can actually punish this.
Well, Space Breaker into the explosion, and Rich flashes out of that. Ace in the hole, secure it, but that's going to be needed. Now buying a little bit more time. LFO have got the Yuumi all stuck in between, and this will be the cleanup crew to get that ace for LFO. Well, I guess the show stops here in this series. Well, technically, it's just an equalizer. So LFO finally getting himself a clean win by the end of that fight.
Yeah, we're coming back here. UCE may have won the first game, but LFO decided there's no more playing around this time around. They need to make sure that any organization that's looking to pick them up knows just how good they are, and they will equalize the scoreline 1-1.
Well, it may not be the 20-0 that we've asked for, but 24-13, we'll take it any day. So LFO, they start off well, and some of the fights definitely didn't go the way that we thought it would. So I still feel like there's still opportunities for Upcar Esports to eventually punish them for the lack of cohesiveness that was being displayed in the second game. That early game, though, that lane dominance from all front was something that we haven't seen at all back in day one, and LFO delivers from all ends.
Yeah, they gave us something pretty interesting to think about. What happens if all three of your lanes win at once, and how well they're able to push that advantage. I think the reality was, I don't even think LFO know the answer to that question, right? Like, what happens if all three of your lanes win at once? LFO, I don't think were prepared for that. They were still looking at it and going, okay, that was interesting. How do we make more out of this?
That's right. And we'll come back to some more great action here. And you guys will definitely have to stick around because we're going in to Game 3. It's LFO versus Upcar Esports in the short bit.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thread a slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes. Yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.
Ayaga, yeah.
Welcome back once more, and it's Grandin alongside with me, Contra, as you are currently tuning in to the WCS Malaysia and Singapore. And well, oh well, what a series. We're going into Game 3. LFO pulled it back, and this time they are not holding any punches back. And they've got themselves that victory. Can they close it off, though, with a reversal?
Okay, I know you just said they're not holding any punches back, but I really hope they are, because for a match, for a team that we were hoping to be a lot stronger than they actually are looking right now, I'm really hoping they're holding back a lot of the cards and I'm not willing to show them yet. I know Sem9 had to make a statement piece by showing that they were the ones that pioneered the Yuumi top lane, and it wasn't from the Philippines region. But with the LFO, they don't have any such incentive, so I'm hoping, you know, still keeping everything relatively low-key, not showing all their strats yet.
That's right, and so far it's been looking well for Sem9, and LFO now with just a slight dent to their scoreline. Honestly, doesn't really hurt them all too much, because if you get that 2-0 victory, you're still going to be up there on that list. You ideally just want to finish up top 2 and disregard everything else. But let's take a look back into the scorelines once again. Sorry, I twisted my tongue right there. It's Tipper SSK who's basically doing a lot of great engages and having a whole lot of that tempo being set up over the top side. And we've got Ravens who's being opened up to join into multiple fights to get themselves 7 kills apiece on each of these members.
You know, it's okay, Contra. Your tongue's okay? You want to put some ice on that? You know, when they say you twist an ankle, and you twist like when you twist your tongue, is this like your brain did like an ankle break on you, like a tongue break on you?
Yeah.
It's like pulled you in 2 different ways. You're like, which way do I go? Yeah, looking back at this one, you know, it's interesting the fact that despite the scores looking really good, like 7 kills, 7 kills, 7 kills, then they got the Sad, they got the Lee Sin, the Riven, the Kaisa, you know, despite all of this, you see he actually hold it really well there. Zisune, Ravens, their scorelines are a little bit worse, but we look at Arashi and Coffee, they were able to hold the game really well. Like, I think that there's definitely something working for them there with like the Caitlyn bot side. You look at the damage they were able to do. Clearly, LFO was surprised by how much they were actually able to get done. The damage output was pretty insane for them. So on LFO's side, I think there definitely has to be some reconsolidation on how, despite the fact that individually the performance looks amazing, why that game was as close as it was.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see those sort of interactions, especially Coffee, when he's basically planning his phase first into many of these battles. He's like, I want to fight, I want to challenge Tipper, I want to challenge everybody up there, and he's only having Arashi to back him up in most instances, while I've expected a whole lot more from Ravens heading into this matchup. Sure, he was brickwalled by CWJ in many of all these fronts, managing to get a few sort of exchanges, but he hasn't really shown up big time. He have dealt maybe the least amount of damage done by any carries here on the table, while Zafirov, as much as his Yuumi looked decent, it felt out of place in this composition where you don't really get to rely on a certain unit that could consistently dish out some sort of lethal damage other than Coffee just trying to do his best.
I wouldn't go so far as to say like there wasn't something that could have fit in with the composition, because you still have the Garen, you still have the Kazakhs, like there are options really jump on and like empower and try to make work. The problem with that is your Garen was 1-7, you know, that's not happening, right? Your Kazakhs was doing decently, but the Gragas body slam takes out half his HP, so you need to balance that very fine line between making sure that your tank is tanky and making sure your assassin can assassinate people, while making sure that your bot lane, your marksman isn't whining that support doesn't take care of him, you know, isn't holding your hand, crossing the street, making sure that, you know, no cars hit them along the way. So much needed to be done for Zafirov. It might just be worthwhile for them to go back to the composition that was more reliant on Zafirov being an initiator, being someone that could peel directly, as opposed to a little bit more indirectly, right? Indirectly controlling the space around them. So it might just be that the Rakan fits much better in the playstyle that they have in mind, like their more ideal playstyle. Yuumi seems like something they prepared. Might not be the answer against LFO specifically here.
Yeah, I gotta agree with those points that you've just brought up, and maybe if that Garen gets switched up to a Darius, which essentially could soak in damage as well, but becomes more of a threat, that could possibly be favorable for them. Now, back to the drawing board of the bans, we're seeing consistent bans all across, but this time, UCE doesn't want to deal with a set, so it's gonna be Richard that's gonna be opting for something else on that support role.
I think so far the stats have actually really been in favor of Red Side. Red Side have been able to win more matches by a decent amount, but that might just be by nature of what we've seen so far in the competition. At least with this one, what I will say is that because you're able to get two of the strong picks really early on, you actually get to dictate like what kind of composition you want to go for. I know that's a little bit strange because generally when you look at blue side, red side is the one that decides like how they want to try and play the composition, how they want to try and play out the game in general, and then the red side responds to them having the counter picks or trying to respond by cutting away some of the options that would make their enemy team's composition better. But with red side so far, it's been pretty good to dictate what kind of composition you want to try and go for as well.
Exactly, especially when you have that two opening picks, you could go for those priority pickups. When we have Morgana up on the table, sure, Upcar Esports can have it all. You could put it in the bottom lane. Honestly, if you pass this to Coffee, it will be the most least impactful champion that he could possibly play off. And guess what? Yubi this time gets snatched away, and Tipper opts to go for that Gragas that gives them a really flexible option on either side of the lanes.
I get what you mean, right? Like, you want to see on a main carry, something like the Caitlyn that's able to put out damage and really make things work for the team. But also, the Morgana is just too strong right now, you know, it just does so much. The Black Shield. Leonard was right, actually. It's not Tormented Soul anymore, it's Tormented Shadow. Alright, so you're stepping into Tormented Shadow. It does so well for wave clear and all that. I think LFO are just gonna go back for something that has been pretty consistent with what they want to try and go for. So now we're probably looking at a couple of bans that might make things tricky for their matchup. So we see like the Darius. We could still see the Riven, but I think UCE will probably ban that one away. I think LFO, yeah, the Rakan could be a nice ban out. And then maybe something like getting rid of the Ziggs potentially, so you don't get like a double AP. That might be possible, so that helps them with that wave clear even more. Actually gonna get rid of the army, not bad. Okay.
Yeah, and I like that they've also banned out the Olaf, where you don't want this Olaf to just get free access whenever he has that right route to just jump over the backline. But what's interesting to note is that they've picked up both the Nami as well as Jinx, so it's a decent laning phase for this Jinx to eventually ramp up. But I'm just thinking about the possibilities heading to the late game. I guess both sides really want to take it all the way till 20 minutes.
Yeah, they want to bring it as long as they can. I'm surprised that they actually decided to go for the Jinx. I understand that, you know, he is that carry for them. But then the response out from LFO. Okay, going for the Graves. Yeah, you can deny the Jinx to an extent if you manage to get them in that in the smoke. They won't be able to auto attack and stuff like that, and you can kite the Jax to some extent. So we did see this popularized quite a bit, especially when Jax was heavily in the meta. Graves was kind of that often response. So LFO with an interesting composition. They have the Gragas for some disengage, but it's mostly going to be, I think, on the Fiora to try and hit that split push. I wonder if they're prepared for that, and who's going to be piloting the Fiora, especially up against the Jax on with Arashi.
Yeah, and with this sort of setup, Tipper has a lot to do when it comes down to team fights, because there's not too many opportunities to start off a fight other than having a good explosive cast to really pull some of all the members back to the LFO side, and that's where you will have a good channel of an ultimate coming out from Yuumi, where Kaisa could also dive into back as well when he finds a good avenue to do so. So going back into Upcar Esports, now they do have a Jax, and without that Yuumi that we've seen that has worked out for Sem9, they have a different alternative in the form of Nami to consistently heal him off in some of all these fights that he'll be engaging in, while Jinx hasn't really left me with great remarks on whether does this Jinx really fit perfectly in this current meta. But I guess it's not too bad of an option when you could still shred anybody up front. But you've got Tipper to worry about, who's going to be shoving in from all those side pushes as well. So I guess there's a lot of ways that LFO could choose to end the game.
Interesting. LFO, it looks like this is a Graves, CWJ on the Graves, SSK on the Gragas. I'm not sure if they're going to lane swap or role swap, or if this is going to be just what we kind of are expecting. I mean, it makes sense to me. You know, both of these guys seem like they have been, they've both have some experience on both of those respective champions. It would be very interesting if there was a role swap, but I don't think they should be doing that. On UCE side, like you mentioned earlier, you know, that Jinx, the question really comes like, will they be able to fit this into composition? We saw Sem9 get away with this before, but that's Sem9, and Sem9 can do a lot of things that other teams can't do, so we need to see how that one is.
That's right. Let's get ourselves into our final game between LFO as well as Upcar Esports. Now, getting a full series here, I guess this is a close call. The drafts are interesting, and I just want to see, by the end of the result, do all the casters here on the English panel get it right?
Yeah, well, I tryharded with my predictions, and if I'm still wrong after tryharding, something's clearly wrong.
I guess so. Well, we just have to wait for the game to see if we're really right or wrong on that. So, you tried.
Yeah,
so
don't prove me wrong here. This is not a good look. If I get it wrong right away, I'll be quite sad. So, a couple of interesting things. Start looks pretty standard, but there is that ward by the Raptors that will give a little bit more information over to UCE. LFO didn't even try to attempt to skirt that, so SSK just walked straight there anyway. There was the option to there perhaps, and then you also see that second ward over by the blue buff. I think that will expire before SSK makes its way down over, but at the very least it gives some information that it hasn't been done or hasn't been started, so they've covered both fronts in that case. Well, doesn't mean all that much because SSK, with that information that he's been known, his position has been known, just gonna help shove in the wave against Ravens.
Yeah, and now they're slowly making their way down bottom as well. Arashi moves directly into the lane and immediately jumps right in. Going to be having the counter strike onto Ravens, but now here comes the cavalry. Perfect body slam onto Arashi. Will have his life depleted. Same goes to Zafarov. It's a double for LFO to start things off.
Oh no, Arashi, the man just wanted to assert his dominance. Said, well, okay, you can have SSK walk in mid. I'll do the same in the bot side. Guess what happens? LFO are prepared for that. I was a little bit concerned for a moment because Rich actually tagged off of Raven right before the Counter-Strike went off. So they both got stunned. That took the barrier out from the Kai'Sa. But Raven, not too scared about that, went back for the fight. Now we actually go into the river. Tipper going off against Arashi and Mizune.
Oh, he missed the hook, and it seemed like Zizune will not be able to outlast 3 members of LFO. And you know what? Arashi, I was trying to get the thought process down. Like, the way that he entered the lane looked iffy to me, that he just directly challenged Ravens just like that. He's got Barret, he's got Flash. Maybe he's just trying to do some TikTok, right? Oh, that's a good Black Shield though. Just to negate that explosive cast. But what was getting on? Maybe he wants to go on TikTok and just go helicopter. I don't know. Bubble did not land. Raven gets it out with the flash.
Yeah, needed a barrier there. I think with barrier, maybe Raven could have potentially tried to flash in, but then Coffee would have barrier of his own. So actually good decision making there, not to go for it. SSK looking for a gank in the bottom end, but you can see without the ultimate, it makes things a lot more difficult. Yuumi healing is absolutely insane. Now they get to play for the bot lane.
Oh, Coffee's in deep trouble. Body slam connects, and immediately he goes down. Zafarov's the next one on the chopping block with CWJ. Let me go all the way back now. Ravens get stuck. There's only 1 minute left for LFO. They will have to back away, so Raven remains to be safe.
Oh my goodness, is this Infernal Drake every game? I don't know how to feel about this. LFO will be able to get a reset off here, I believe, and come back just in time, start contesting for this, and actually get so a decent position. As we do see Coffee and Zafarov after their bot lane death will respawn and go to the mid lane instead. Start catching the wave, start clearing that out. Get some control around these 2 objectives. LFO have a decent amount of vision.
Oh, Quinn seems to be the trade favoring Tipper instead. He committed a flash by the very end just to dodge the swing of the axe, and Tipper just outclassed him on this 1v1.
He did this before the River too. I'm not surprised, but man, he makes it look so good. And the other thing is that UCE, despite something similar happening last time around, still managed to pull back decently.
Oh.
See, they do it again.
Arashi finally getting something with a lamppost slap onto Raven. This time, it worked out up in mid, as they've already expended multiple summoners, and Ravens didn't really have too much of an out left on the table. And now, as it stands, 7-1.
Is Rich
Favor
going
still
Ludens?
on
Oh
Alpha.
my goodness, Rich is actually going Ludens first.
Really? Ludens on Yumi.
That's
selfish play, man.
That's a
Like,
power play.
You could go Ardent Censer, Staff of Flowing Water, the standard build path, but this guy says, hey, I want to do damage, and Raven, I'm here to steal your kills, but I guess that's a good attempt.
Damage sought, damage dealt. LFO will walk over. I believe that was a combo from SSK and Rich. The damage for Raven to finish it off, and one more kill to LFO. They will make their way over to the Rift Herald. We're looking decently close perhaps to a perfect game, but I think LFO have missed that opportunity now with Raven's death in the mid lane.
So
Drake is looking pretty tantalizing. I think LFO trying to bait UCE to try and contest for this.
yeah, LFO having members scattered across the map as well, so they're not really going to initiate on the dragon just about yet. Now everyone's going on a slight reset, so UCE could use this advantage just to at least get the dragon into perhaps 50%, but there's just going to be a little bit more priority from LFO to shove the wave for now. So when it comes down to the next fight, Coffee may not have the flash available. Same goes to Arashi. You won't have that sort of extension of range for the Jax to get that picking as they wanted to. So LFO, they will start off with the Drake, and I don't see any challenge yet.
Yeah, I don't think that UCE are gonna be able to do much to contest this. And most give the Black Shield to Arashi. I hope he can jump in and maybe get something done there.
Explosive cast lands on Zafarov, and that damage is good coming out of Ravens, but still not quite yet. Not quite there yet.
You want to know the crazy thing here, Contra? Half the damage dealt to Zafarov there was from Rich. It wasn't even just from Raven. Half the damage, 400 damage, was from Rich.
Really? I honestly thought that was the Kai'Sa doing all the damage out there. What happens if this Yumi has a Rabadon?
Yeah, well, when we get to the point, I'll let you know.
Big kills! Come on, show us something special, Rich. But for now, here comes Shelly, charging up mid. One turret down. Not that it's necessary for them to secure this one.
Escort this mid wave. Escort the Rift Herald.
Push it in. Well, Tipper going for a little bit of an outplay. He does get the Vitals proc. Only a slim health, but it's a killing spree. And Zitsune goes down once again. Here comes Body Slam. And Coffee almost getting deleted. But SSK gets turned around. And Coffee gets activated. But then he runs it all the way down mid. Trying to get the triple, but it's CWJ that saves the Yumi in the nick of time. Zafarov goes down for the double.
CWJ saves the situation. It was going so poorly for so long, and you would think that LFO had learned their lesson. They tried to make the flash play to jump in from Raven, and an amazing double bubble into the tidal wave out from Zafarov will punish the aggression from LFO. But LFO with a very cool and collected CWJ walking back in, drops the blind off with the smoke. They were able to see through it, could not take out Rich. Yeah, it just seems like a nice little movement. I think Ravens was almost in position to try and cut them off. CWJ commits his flash to getting closer as well. So a number of things actually done to get back there. He also used the Ignite just for safe measure.
Yeah, and you know, that was just basically the Yumi's first ability as well as the Body Slam. And you saw 50% of the health bar was it on coffee that just vanished. So I'm starting to get concerned here for Upcar Esports, even though, like we said, they may scale better into the late game. We're only seeing a Triforce established for the Jacks for now, so it's not going to be worth much, especially when you have Zisune, who's already punished, just like how it was last game. Tipper is just having a blast of a time, just controlling top lane by himself.
But I'll tell you what though, Upcar has actually given us a pretty good look into what they're like so far, and I'm pretty bullish. Like, they're looking pretty decent in a lot of these situations. I feel like they have been able to give us a pretty decent showing up against LFO. I think there are some things they have to work on individually. I think Zisune is going to have to buckle down, otherwise if he gets punished so badly by the other Baron laners. But he's up against Tipper, right? Like, he came in with the expectation that he was going to be a star player anyway. Like, they just go for dives like this, you know, under turret. There's no safety anywhere for Zisune. So I don't think that it's necessarily the biggest red flag, but if they want to go further, definitely have to start looking into how to enable a safe matchup for Zisune to keep him relevant throughout the game.
Right, and he didn't look good in any of all these matchups against LFO, and well, will he actually perform better on a Bruiser instead compared to the Juggernauts that he's so comfortable playing? And now he's just getting shoved around. So with another Dragon spawn up, there is just no space for Upcar Esports to create an opportunity for themselves, but they try to invest their effort onto taking down Tipper, who could still dance around them. So there's just so much space here occupied by LFO, and
goodness,
here we go.
Tipper, he's gonna kill Arashi, and this is despite Zisune being there and chasing after as well. It's so insane. Just get the Vital Proc. That's the kill. That's the Rampage for the Fiora. And you know what? Yes, you're absolutely right. He hasn't looked that great up against Tipper. But who really looks good against Tipper? I don't think anybody can really make that claim. At least not here, not yet. Not proven yet. As a fight breaks out mid lane.
Dark Binding almost left connecting, and he turns golden in time. Here comes Yumi, but nobody gets stunned up. They do get the turret. It's just 2 pickoffs for LFO. Walking out safely, and they will continue on their pursuit to shove all these waves. And UCE, they don't really have Ravens contributing to anything at all, and it's really down to if he lands that Dark Binding. And so far, even if he does, Arashi, if he dives in head first, he's also going to get taken down. So Zisune is not in any of these fights either ways.
Here's the thing, right? Here's what I'm gonna say right now. Let's look at the items that are built by at UCE, and look at the composition that LFO have. LFO have Fiora healing constantly, and so this is important for Zisune. Sure, Zisune does definitely need the Bramble Vest. That's good.
Speaking of which,
Zisune is so sad. His body is stuck by the target. He doesn't want to get him the last Vital Proc. That's still so sad. I think
thought it's over though.
Gonna run over and just kill the guy anyway, so that's a bummer. And then you look at the rest that what they have. You have the Yumi healing at any given point of time, so it's so important that they get this Oblivion ult to deal with some of this healing. But that means that Raven has to be around, and the problem is Arashi is not really. And what's this fight again?
Oh boy, Zafarov gets shoved back with an explosive cast, and a flash forward with the body slam, still secures it. It's a double, but he's under the turret. Well, Rashi will trade his life for it just to try to get something back. It's an ace for LFO. Game well secured, 20-4, and Upcar Esports. They had their valiant effort, but again,
I don't think they're gonna end here. I think they're gonna play a little bit safe, because I think like 8 seconds left of the clock. I think the Nexus safety is gonna be a little bit difficult for them to really end it here. But they do get the 2 inhibitors. It does open up the map quite significantly for them.
Right. But then again, 1DK of gold difference. I feel it's over already. Like, maybe I call it too soon. There'll be those waves intact anyways for
sure. I don't blame
LFO.
you, right? It's like it's pretty convincing. It just does feel like having it does feel like LFO have this game in the bag and they just need to close this one out. But UC did also manage to get a really cool win last time around. I just don't feel like the Jinx is necessarily the best pick for them. I felt like the Caitlyn offered a very specific use case, having that range, having that surprisingly high amount of damage. In this case, they're looking for consistent DPS. Which doesn't seem to do that well against LFO's composition, or at least not in its current state. They've been having a difficult time trying to take down Raven, which has been a huge damage source for the team, realistically. So, the game that they won, what happened? They had Coffee on Orianna, they took down Raven, they took down Tipper. Second game they lost, what happened? Raven started having free range, was able to run around, but even then it was close. Why? Because the team was shutting down Raven. Now in this third game, they don't have anything that can shut down Raven at all. So at least one of the two carries needs to be addressed. On the side of LFO, UC have neither.
Yeah, and
hello?
it makes it...
Nice
okay, nice flash.
Wants to kill.
Yeah, but Tipper though, 1 versus 4, let's get it! Rashi, 50% gone from the health bars, and that's only the damage coming from minions as well as Tipper. With the Baron buff, they can end the game if they want to, but they're looking for the kills. Killer Instinct into the base, Coffee gets blown up. Same goes to Ravens as well. And as the health bars of the Nexus gets tickled down, they will shut down the rest of Upcar Esports and take the series with the reverse sweep.
Reinvigorating LFO's mission to find an organization. Who knows if they'll find one by the end of this competition. But at the very least, making sure that they bring back some assurance to teams and organizations that are maybe perhaps thinking about picking them up. They have a safer option here again, as they will get this 2-1 victory on day 2 of the group stage.
Yeah, and you know, so far for day 1 in both of the series that we've gotten, the Yumis have been played out. So my question to you is, whose Yumi looked better? Was it Arhedge's Yumi? Was it Rich's Yumi? Because both were very different in terms of their approach, but Richer so far boasting a full AP approach just to ensure that this Kaisa will have such a good time.
I think different playstyle. I mean, we're looking at Arhedge's Yumi. I think that is really interesting, right? The way that you're able to play and execute it topside. I don't think that will be done by LFO because of the nature of how they've done it, right? They brought in an incredibly powerful Baron laner. There's no reason to relegate him into a more supportive enabler position. So different playstyles, different intentions there. That being said, Luden's Yumi looks pretty cool.
Yeah, I feel like trying it out already. I mean, everybody who's currently watching possibly will have plenty more ideas of how to play Yumi out. So it's up to you. Just please don't show up in the jungle. Oh, god damn it. I've just gave them another idea.
A new idea.
Well, of course, let's get to the post-game stats, as we've already covered the entirety of the series here. Zisune had a no showing throughout the series, and I like the fact that you also pointed out that there's so much healing, so much lifesteal going on for LFO, and we're not really seeing all too much being built to counter that. Yes, you may have that Thornmill that came up very late into the game for Zisune. Everyone else basically just minding their own business. Arashi did try to go for a few attempts down in the bottom lane. Didn't work out.
I mean, here's the thing. When you're half the gold of your opponent, there's a limit to what you can do, right? Yes, it's a feels bad situation for Zisune, but there's only so much you can do when he's literally half the economy of Tipper, man. The Bramble Vest, the Thornmill were a little bit late for sure, I think, but the expectation is that you want to try and win lane anyway, right? You want to try and play to win your lane. It'd be a different story if this was like a 3rd, 4th item, but he literally went for his 2nd. It's just that he has no money. He has literally no money for anything else. And the only thing he's good for at that point was to be an engaged bot, so he gets the rocket belt so he can jump in and get the pull onto somebody early on. But it's just a case of having no economy to actually make impactful decisions.
Newsflash. Rich does more damage than both Ravens as well as Sephiroth combined. Heck, even Zisune has done less. Oh, man. What did you make out of it?
That's a nice one.
Okay, to be fair, CWJ have just about decent output into this game as well. But then again, he wasn't really the core of LFO's composition right here. So when we take a look at how things have played out, SSK have shown us that no, it's not all about those in-your-face aggressive junglers like Lee and Kha'Zix. He could also play Gragas absolutely well. Many of all these initiations coming in from not only his body slam flashes as well as his ultimate have already gotten them so many free pickings, and I just felt that LFO is definitely set for success.
So we actually have SSK again after yesterday's one. So we had Zorvaki yesterday, we had SSK yesterday. We're bringing them back, continuing on with that trend to hear a little bit about their win up against Upcar Esports.
Oh, hello.
First, welcome back, SSK. It's great to have you here. And first and foremost, of course, that was a 3-game series that you guys have got yourself into. Game 1, you guys were looking absolutely dominant. So was that a shocker to you guys on how Upcar Esports have performed throughout the series?
Honestly, we wanted more screen time, so we decided to throw the first game so we can get to play 2 more games. So yeah, that was the thought process.
Right. So I think that has worked out in favor of the team, so that you guys could display a reverse sweep to impress a potential investor. So yeah, good going.
Yep.
Brandon, any questions?
Yeah, so when you guys were playing in that series and you've been trying to get Raven as like a bit of a hyper carry as opposed to like the jungle pickup, was that like intentional? Was it intentional so you guys can remove some of the pressure from Tipper and just focus on building up Raven instead and let Tipper do his own thing?
Not really. It's more like depends whether during the pick ban phase what we feel like on the day itself. So today Yumi was up and Raven and Reed said, "Oh, I want to play Yumi." So I said, "Okay, fine. You can just play whatever you want. I will just play a more supportive role." And yeah, that's how like our pick bans went. Yep. So it's not really about like.
That's interesting.
Yep. It's not really about helping Tipper take off some stress because he always want to fight. We all know that. So just let him fight and we just draft around a comp that we still feel comfortable around it. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's have worked in favor of you guys in many of all these instances. So far the drafts definitely look pretty good for a majority of all these matches, and what we see that you guys were also coming up with a lot of all these target bans, and initially we see a lot of all these marksmen being removed. What do you think of Coffee's performance as you guys were also going up against him?
I think currently, how would I put it? It's more like it's like the Vayne and the Trash is their best champion. So like why make the game harder for ourselves when we can just ban it out, you know? So like for example, Coffee, I'm pretty sure he put like few hundred hours on Vayne, but for me, I just press one button and the 100 hours is gone, you know? So it's very advantageous for us in this situation when a player just one tricks a certain champion. This is why I do not like this is why I like heavily against players or that want to make into the competitive scene to like play like maybe 60% or 70% of their games on one certain champions because I can just ban it out easily. Yep.
Right.
But I think he still did. I think he still did fine on the other champions. Yeah. Yeah, that's all.
And of course, well, yesterday you had shoutouts for LFO, and any more today to perhaps specific someone?
Yeah. So yesterday I think I did a mistake because we ended our games too early. So our screen time was lesser to show our like our skills to the sponsors, to any potential organizers. So today we make it 3 games instead so that we can showcase the most we can, you know, the more screen time we can get. So we are still looking for Org. Anybody that's interested, please feel free to drop me a message on Facebook, SSK Walreef. Yep.
All right, and of course, thank you so much, Shinsekai. SSK here definitely delivered a massive performance. We look forward to more games, and maybe you might want to push it to more game trees in the future.
Yep. Thank you too for the interview.
All right, that's all for now. Of course, do take care.
Yep. Thank you.
Well, oh well. I just love the words and the confidence coming out from SSK. It's like, yeah, why go for 2-0 when you could possibly just have more fun and bring in more money?
I'm not sure how that's how it works, but we also have our MVP from that last match. Raven will be the MVP. Well deserved, I'd say. You know, he was a pretty big damage source, pretty good carry overall. I think it was a tough call, right, between Tipper and Raven.
Yeah.
Could go either way.
Honestly, I felt like game 1 was more on the Tipper, where he definitely showcased a really great Akali performance. It's only up to that point of that team fight that, of course, got them taken off, having that deficit. Game 2, Tipper was performing as well, but Raven was basically the most consistent player throughout all 3 games that they have played out, and of course, that have gotten them that successful series on their hands. So, up next, we will have 2 more sets of games. Watermelon will be playing, I believe, against Reach the Peak, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And of course, that will be all from the 2 of us, Grandin as well as Contra. But we will have Omo as well as Husky to be joining along for you guys to be entertained throughout the WCS MYSG. Remember to follow us on all the social media platforms if you're currently tuning to Twitch or even through YouTube. Just go ahead, follow Wild Rift Esports as well as WCS MYSG. And words from you, Grandin, before we wrap up?
No, I'm good. I'm done. I'm ready.
All right, if that's the case, we hope you guys have a beautiful weekend, and we will carry on with our upcoming matchups. See you in the next one.
action. We give you pure satisfaction. And yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey yo. Hey yo. You don't know, we the pros. Take over every town and city we go. It's the final show. Here we go. Lights, camera, action, we playing the role. Watch the story unfold. Truth be told, we coming out and know we big and we bold. From we young and we old, we bad and we bold. From we heart to we soul, we conquer these goals, yeah. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Go crazy. Warriors, notorious, war with us, war with us. We the warriors, we notorious, they the warriors, we the warriors, we the warriors, we notorious, they can war with us, we the warriors. They can war with us. They can war with us. We the warriors. We the warriors. When we step up on the battlefield, we on defense 'cause you know it's real. Right in my hand is my battle shield, because soon it will be revealed. So when we step up on the battleground, 'cause we the toughest all around. Right now we taking all the crown, 'cause we the best pound for pound. We the warriors, 'cause we notorious. They care, war with us. Why? 'Cause we the warriors. We the warriors, we the warriors, we notorious, we notorious. They can war with us, them the warriors. They can war with us, we the warriors. The war is on.
Here we go now.
And we are back with the WCS MYSG. It's me, Omo. With me here is Husky. We've kicked out Grandin, we've kicked out Contra, and we're here to bring you guys some more exciting games for the day. Of course, we're going to start out with Watermelon against Reach the Peak. How are you feeling about that one, Husky?
I'm feeling great, you know, like Grandin and Contra, they both look a bit too serious. We came in with hoodies, we're chilling, we're relaxing, you know, we're just here to have some fun and enjoy the games. I'm excited. I'm excited to see Watermelon take on Reach the Peak, because yesterday we saw how Watermelon performed in their games. First one was pretty slow against TODAK, but once they turned up the gear, oh my god, they just went full ham.
Yeah, honestly, I completely agree, and that's why I love to watch Watermelon play as well, because I don't want to swear, but like they really don't give a crap. They just go for the fights, they mechanics check you, and it tends to work out very well because their mechanics, like we heard them say yesterday, they don't practice, they don't really scrim, but their mechanics are crisp, it's clean, and they're ready to go.
Yeah, we got to talk to Smurf yesterday, and he said that they are just here to have fun, and that really helps them to play more freely, right? I think when TODAK played against Watermelon, it's less of a macro check and more of a Souls-like game, right? They were just getting shoved around left, right, and center, and I hope that Reach the Peak don't get that treatment. I'm expecting a closer game today.
Yeah, speaking of TODAK and the fact that they were playing Elden Ring yesterday, later on today they're going to be playing against PathSeeker, so that's going to be our last match of the day. I'm going to be frank with you here, Husky. I'm not expecting the highest quality caliber gameplay from that one, but I think it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath.
Yeah, I mean, they're going against PSK, so PathSeeker, we saw them yesterday when they went up against Upcar. They gave us a pretty good game 1. We thought that PathSeekers had a great chance, and then game 2 happened, and I threw my expectations out the window. So I think the condition for today is that as long as PathSeeker don't really grief the draft, we would probably have a better quality game.
Grief the draft and grief the gameplay as well, to be honest. There was a point where it looked like they could have won that last game with the Jax jungle getting so fed as well, but it just seemed like the team wasn't really on the same page. They were going for plays all over the board. Hopefully today, if they show up their issues a little bit, we'll have a pretty close, pretty exciting series against TODAK. But I think the big thing is both of those teams are coming in with a chip on their shoulder with something to prove. But before we talk too much about the last match, let's focus on the match ahead of us here. Team Watermelon, let's take a look at them. Cuties.
Just incredible players, you know. They are the big bosses. Elden Ring just got released, was it yesterday or 2 days ago?
Yeah, a couple days ago, 1 or 2 days ago.
I actually plan to get my hands on that, but you know, watching the gameplay so far, I think Watermelon is suffice for now. You know, watching them equivalent to that. You know, we have Jinkai with Vendetta, our major, Scarlet Petal, Smurf. These guys don't need no introduction.
Yeah, definitely. And I was talking a little bit to Vendetta yesterday as well, because you guys were mentioning the fact that they were one of the few teams that was playing with a sub, using El Major instead of, I think it's Chaewon. So I actually asked Vendetta, what's going on over there? And he said that basically El Major would more or less be the starting player from now on. And these two guys, they actually met playing campus games together. So they have a history together playing the campus league, and they won that together. So mid-jungle synergy gonna be a big thing to look out here for this team. Of course, the rest of the roster is stacked too.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw yesterday, right? Vendetta and El Major, they had a lot of moments where they worked together as a unit, and they had individual moments where they just completely, you know, blow out their opponents. Yeah. It does give me a bit of concern when we talk about Reach the Peak, but speaking about RTP, let's take a look at what they are bringing into the table today.
Well, another very interesting roster we have here, a bit of a mix of players. We've got some Singaporeans, I think we've got a Malaysian, but more interesting is we have 2 Chinese players in here as well, Husky.
Yeah, and I think when we were doing our narrative prep regarding Reach the Peak, we had a lot of expectations coming in, right? We were talking a lot about, oh, Reach the Peak, they are coming in and they haven't unleashed their full potential yet. That's what a guard said. They are here to unlock themselves. But yesterday's game against Sem9, Reach the Peak kind of got the series handed to them in not a good way. I mean, Sem9 gave them a big beating. So.
Not in a good way, yeah. And like you guys have been saying, I mean, I'm gonna make this joke until it's done to death, but they are here, they're trying to reach the peak, they're trying to learn the secrets of the Fusro Da, but one step at a time. Let's take it one step at a time. They had a very, very tough game yesterday going up against Sem9, who, honestly, the way things have been looking, I would say, without a doubt, Sem9 is the best team we have in the league right now. So starting off your match against the best team in the league, it's not really how you want to get things going. Now against Watermelon, who are a pretty strong team as well, maybe they have a better chance. But let's look at our predictions here.
I'm excited. I actually don't really remember who I voted for.
Yeah.
But
We don't
here-
think
there
they
you
have a
go.
better chance.
We all think that Watermelon is going to take the cake, and I can see why, right? Watermelon demonstrated just a bit more of a solid gameplay yesterday, albeit a bit slow, but sometimes you know what they say, slow and steady wins the race.
Slow and steady does win the race, and I think Watermelon as well has reached the peak. What I think they had in common in both their games as well yesterday was that when team fights started to look weird, they would still take the team fights, they would still go for the mechanics check. It worked out a lot better for Watermelon than it did for Reach the Peak, but there's a lot to be said about quality of opponents as well. This time around, with both of these teams having a messy, scrappy gameplay style, I think we're in for an exciting one.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that statement, right? When Reach the Peak took on Sem9 and they kept charging into a brick wall, Sem9 is a wall that retaliates. They actually fight back. Todak is less of a brick wall. It's spike wall, right? Todak is they're like a concrete wall, and Team Watermelon just hits them repeatedly like with a hammer, and eventually you will break. So I think that's the difference. So hopefully Reach the Peak kind of brings a bit more composure in those team fights or in those skirmishes, because we see them really commit to their choices. And I love a guy with a commitment, but you gotta commit to the right thing, you know. You can't just run in and expect things to go well.
You've got to recognize the red flags, and I think in the Reach the Peak game yesterday, there were a lot of red flags in a lot of their engagements. They were all over the place. They were trying to go for plays not as a unit. I think the big ones we were looking out for, we constantly pointed out, their mid jungle, Delphi and CLB. These guys had to work in tandem. They did so in the laning phase. But once we got to mid game, once we got to team fighting, it was so desynced. They were just doing their own thing. And I feel like if they want to win here today, they really got to change that up.
Yeah, and I think it all starts with CLB, right? We call them 谢老板, so
Mr.
you
Krabs,
gotta be a
yeah.
good boss, right? You gotta bring the company together. Maybe yesterday there were some things going on, you gotta get the internal stuff sorted. But you know, it's all just speculations. Hopefully today is gonna be a bit different. If you're on the opposing side, no one likes a bossy character. So obviously for Watermelon, they want to take out Reach the Peak. But today, I expect something a bit more different. We saw, I think, Xin Zhao being picked up by Reach the Peak yesterday. They had pretty decent early game. They were going for invades against a team like Sem9. So I think if they keep that up and polish their coordination a bit more, maybe Team Watermelon will be caught off guard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be real with you here. I'm gonna leak some information. I think Team Watermelon will be caught off guard regardless. Because I was speaking to Vendetta earlier today. I asked him, "What's your plans for this series?" And he said, "Actually, we don't even know what they play. We don't know anything. We didn't do prep. We're just here. We're chilling." So that's what I kind of love about Watermelon as well. They are like a grassroots friend team. They have great mechanics, but like they're not super try hard. They're here to have fun. They're here to learn. They're here to grow. And well, we'll see if it's good enough to take down a team like Reach the Peak, who, to be honest, is pretty decent. And I want to point out God as well. You said the boss leading the team, CLB. God is another one that we need to look out for to captain this team to greater heights, to greater successes as well.
And I think the just to add on about the personality from the members of Team Watermelon, I just love it, right? When you play freely, and I think what makes it even more impressive is that they are so confident in their capabilities. Now they know that whatever they play, they can perform, and they come in with such a free-minded character, personality. It just allows them to perform at the highest quality. And I hope that is maintained moving forward. At some point, they have to get serious. But if this is them when they're not serious, God knows how it's gonna be like.
Yeah, and it's kind of my mantra as well, right? When you talk to younger players, when you talk to newer players, I tend to tell them play freely, enjoy it, have a good time. And that's basically what Watermelon are doing. So like you said, we love to see it. It's always fun to see. Like you said though, at some point they'll have to get serious. I have my doubts about that one. I think they're gonna fun it all the way, but we'll see. Hopefully they do, like maybe in playoffs or something. That would be very nice to see, because I think this team has a lot of potential, and well, they need to show it one step at a time, right? They had a great showing against TODAK, but I think most of the analysts, most of the casters, we kind of expected TODAK to be one of the lower ranked teams here. Reach the Peak though, we had more expectations for these guys, so it should be a tougher fight.
Yeah, I mean, what matters against TODAK is more of how much TODAK can do, and Reach the Peak against Sem9, it's kind of the same thing, right? How much Reach the Peak can do against Sem9, and now you pit these two together. I think that the difference in how these two teams draft also is a good indicator of how the match is going to be. Team Watermelon yesterday, they brought out a variety of champions. We started game 1 with Gragas, Ziggs, and Alistar, and game 2 they even brought up the Irelia, and it was the first Irelia pick in the entire group stage. So perhaps these kind of unorthodox selections from the side of Watermelon might give Reach the Peak a bit of a run for their money.
Yeah, and it's not just the fact that it's the first Irelia, it was an Irelia jungle. I mean, if we were watching Vendetta since C Championships when he was playing on Watermelon with most of the same players, he was still pulling out champions like this. Irelia, he got a Kha'Zix pentakill at C Championships as well, so these are champions that he's known for, but seeing him just be willing to revisit it, to pull it out again under the pressure, knowing that he's going to be able to perform, going to be able to be the carry, I think it's great to see. And also, calling back to the interview we had with Smurf yesterday, we were saying as well, RTP, what are you going to do? How are you going to draft against them? I don't think RTP knows, because I don't think Watermelon themselves know.
And this is my favorite quote from the famous I'm a cutie pie. If you don't know what you're doing, your enemies won't know what you're doing. Yeah. So I think we're going to get a good series today. I want to go game 3. That just based off of that, I think game 3 is a possibility.
I mean, I would like to see a game 3, but I've kind of got dinner plans, so like, I don't have to wash my hand right now, but you know, the point stands. So I'm hoping for a fast tour for Watermelon. I feel like this team needs to come in, needs to make statements, show that, you know, we don't even need to try and we're like a top few team. And I feel like this is the best stage to do it on against a team like RTP.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And RTP well, it feels like we're putting a lot of pressure on RTP themselves, right? It kind of stems from they have, you know, players from not just from Singapore and Malaysia, they have players from China themselves, and there's kind of like a team that plays way more serious than Team Watermelon, considering Watermelon is basically the most chill team. So any team that is playing here is more serious than them. Then if you lose to like I wouldn't say a ragtag team, but a bunch of friends, then it does hurt a bit inside.
Yeah. Definitely, and I want to go a little bit into the background, into the history of Watermelon as well, since I think we have a bit of time. While we know them as the friend team, while we know them as like the for fun team, these guys actually have quite a bit of experience playing together. Well, maybe not all of them, but the core unit, I would say Jinkai, Vendetta, as well as Smurf, really, they go way back. Like, they played a TLC season together, Husky. Like, I think that was back in like 2018, 2017. The Legend Circuit, that's a bit of a throwback.
Yeah. That was so long ago. I came in 2017, so that was TLC summer. Yeah. And at that point of time, these guys are already there, so they have the combined of like almost a decade of experience.
Combined, yeah, definitely. And I would say the main younger players we're looking out for, it's crazy that we're saying Scarlet Petal is a younger player, but I guess he's about the same era as them. I would say the main one is El Major. And I think that coming into the games yesterday, he had a pretty standout series, considering that this was his debut in a professional circuit, in a professional league. And I want to keep eyes on him here today to see if he can deliver that around the more experienced players surrounding him, if they can set him up for success, or if he can set up Vendetta for success.
Yeah, and I think he has done both, right? He has set his team up for success. Both games that he played against TODAK, he picked Gragas mid, and there are times where he was the one, you know, displacing the members of TODAK, and there were times where he was like, you know what, I want the spotlight for myself. He goes in and he just blows out the carry. And so I would say he's in a good place. A heck of a debut for Armajor, considering how Team Watermelon already were dominating the series overall. You know, he was able to get himself, you know, a crack and slip into the limelight. We're going to take a look at the draft though, and I'm excited to see what these teams have to bring to the table.
Yeah, one more thing we're going to consider is El Major has a tall task ahead of him because he's playing against the import players. He's playing against the Chinese players, Tenmo and CLB. We saw what these guys did against Chile yesterday in the Sem9 series. They didn't manage to win the game, but they managed to, you know, put a lot of pressure on Chile. They managed to get first blood. Sure, props to the veteran. He managed to stabilize. But El Major, this guy is a rookie. If you put that kind of pressure on him, can he survive? Can he stabilize? Questions that we need to answer in this series.
Yeah, and I'm seeing if RTP would go for Gragas ban, because that's what Armajor played in both of his games yesterday. We start with the Corki and the Zed. I think Zed, one of the most popular bans so far in WCS. We've only gone past like 6 series, but Zed has been in all of them.
Yeah, I've been very vocal about this, and I've been vocal about being vocal about this. That is broken! Ban it or first pick it, and RTP are doing exactly that. Don't try to counterpick Zed. I've seen your counterpicks to Zed, like Garen, Renekton. It doesn't work. Just ban it or pick it. Simple.
I saw Leona counterpick. Yeah. I'm not sure if that was a counterpick, but yeah, they don't know. PathSeeker, the AP Leona.
That's true. I mean, I feel like... How much do I want to say about that? I feel like we're never seeing that pick again, and I feel like he counterpicked his own team more than anything. But you know, some ideas there, some considerations. Maybe just play a tank.
Yeah, maybe just play it. And Contra was complaining like, why not pick a Galio, right? But Galio is out. We get Jax for Team Watermelon, and the set gets picked up for Reach the Peak. So pretty standard openers for both teams.
Yeah, and the Jax I think is especially interesting for Watermelon because it's likely going to Vendetta, right? Because we know this guy. He's a great jungle carry player. But I believe we've also seen Kai2 play Jax top. And he's one of the few players that's willing to pull it out because frankly, the pick is not great at the Baron lane. But if he's willing to play it against a matchup like Jace, it could be interesting.
Yeah, I definitely would want to see that, right? Because I think Jace also has some ways to knock this Jax away if he try to leap strikes onto him with the counter strike. But we get the Gragas onto Watermelon again, a very common flex pick. But from what we saw yesterday, I think Armor Jaw is gonna have his hands on that.
Poor guy's on Gragas duty every single game.
You gotta ban it. Someone has to ban it,
Yeah, ban it. I feel like at this point, El Major is praying that the opponent team ban it. It's like, please, I don't want to play Gragas again today. Let me play something else. But no, it's gonna be, I think this is going over the Scarlet Petal. It's a pick he's played a lot of utility on his hands.
I think what we saw yesterday as well, like when Watermelon played against TODAK, other than the fact that they were in the lead the entire series, they also relied on Smurf to frontline. Everyone else just builds damage and pokes their enemies to death before the fight even starts, right? So I think Reach the Peak probably identified that. They have Set and Olaf who can be a bit more beefier before the fight starts to kind of soak up the damage from Watermelon. Hopefully that's the case, because if not, then we would probably see a repeat of yesterday.
And I'm gonna be honest with you here, this Olaf pick from the side of RTP, I think that's a game winner. If you look at the 3 picks that you have from Watermelon's side, Jax, Gragas, Morgana, Olaf dumpsters all of them. He does not care about Counter-Strike. He does not care about Gragas' crowd control. He just runs the fat man down. And he ignores Morgana. Black Shield does nothing against him. He's running at Mac 10. I feel like Watermelon, you have to ban the Yuumi. They didn't ban the Yuumi. If the Yuumi gets picked up here, it doesn't really fit God's champion pool. But if you go Olaf Yuumi here, I feel like you just run the show.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? You try to soul shackle him, and he's gonna be like, I'm not shackled with you. You're shackled with me. And Yuumi comes out. There we go. We have it. Yuumi Olaf.
I think this is just a big draft blunder. I mean, I understand wanting to ban the Ziggs, broken champion as well. But if you give Olaf, who's already so good into your team comp, a Yuumi to ride on top of him as well, I think it's just game over.
We're gonna hold you accountable to that. Yeah. We'll see how the game goes.
We're gonna hold CLB accountable to that.
Right, the players, right? The players dictate how the game goes. All right. I can go with that.
They love to prove me wrong. I'll always say like this game is over in draft, and then they'll go and throw the game. So like, it's what it is. Wow, what's this?
Garen brand for Watermelon. First brand pick that we see. How do you feel about this brand?
It's likely a support brand, right? So we're likely gonna be seeing a lane like Morgana brand. You've got a lot of magic damage down there, but I'm curious about it. I don't know if it's the best brand pick. Brand is good against Set, it's good against Olaf because they're short range melees, they want to run into you, and Brand will just set you ablaze. So it's possibly a saving grace here for the side of Watermelon, and you have the Garen to be a beefy frontline to try to soak up the Olaf damage as well. I don't know if it's enough, but I think their last 2 picks do salvage the draft a little bit.
We saw the Orianna being picked up, so you have a Yuumi on top of the Olaf, and now you have a ball delivery system, right? He can just run in with the shockwave. So I think RTP, they are setting up their own brand of delivery services. Hopefully, Watermelon is going to be the guinea pig. We'll see how effective that's going to be.
We'll see indeed. But I do like the draft coming in from Reach the Peak. I think Olaf, Orianna, Olaf, Yuumi, it's just such a strong combo that completely negates 3 out of 5 of the champions that you have on the side of Watermelon. It really comes down to this brand pick, which I think is going to be played by Smurf. We'll see on your screens in a couple of seconds if that's indeed going to be the case. I feel like it has to be, right? Where else could he go?
Yeah. It looks pretty in your face as well, right? I mean, the draft of Reach the Peak is all about getting up front, up close and personal, and just clobbering you to death with whatever weapons that they have in their hands. And maybe that's where the brand pick comes into handy. You have the pyroclasm that bounces around everyone who want to clump up together. But it's the direct solution, but I also feel like that Team Watermelon realizes that, now the Yuumi is with the Olaf, they have a freight train on Reach the Peak, we need some band-aid to kind of cover things up.
Yeah, it's a good identification of what's going wrong in draft and how we fix it, but I just think it's a little bit too little too late. Now the big question for me is, we raised the point, can El Major survive the onslaught coming in from the mid-jungle Chinese players on the side of RTP? With an Orianna pickup, I think he's breathing a sigh of relief. He's saying there's so much less pressure on me in the mid lane now.
Yeah, good wave clear, has a shield, has utility, so I think that Team Watermelon, well, at least for the side of RTP, Team Watermelon, excuse me, does have some ways to, well, he can regen health with the passive, the happy hour. We actually get a Scarlet Petal brand, so Smurf gets himself the Morgana, Vendetta on the Jax, Jinkai on Garen, and everything else on the side of Reach the Peak is pretty normal. In fact, it's a Yue guard bot lane.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I actually didn't realize that it's going to be an Orianna marksman. Yeah, that makes more sense, right? Orianna bot lane and then Jace mid. So you're still going to have a decent amount of pressure for the Gragas, but he can survive that lane with the Happy Hour passive and ability to farm from range. But what I do like about the swap ups here is that we see we see Bran go to the carry position. That means he gets more farm, that means he gets more gold, that means when Set and Olaf try to run into your team, you burn them alive that much quicker.
I mean, the Leandris is going to be so much deadlier on the side of Team Watermelon. He's going to get that item so fast that I think RTP might need to consider, right? Does this change how RTP approach the game? Do they have to play like way much faster because of the brand is in the Dragon Lane row?
I think there's a lot of things for us to consider here, but I also want to look out for one other big point before we head into the game, and that's the Jax Morgana combo. Let's look at the bumper.
You know what, Omo? I am super excited to see if Reach the Peak can break a piece off of Team Watermelon, right? Because yesterday TODAK failed to do so, and they are swordfishes. I expect the nose of swordfishes to be a bit more sharper, but unfortunately that did not happen. So, draft-wise, I feel like Reach the Peak, I mean, again, I'm gonna hold you partially accountable to your words. You say that Reach the Peak has a way better draft, and even though Team Watermelon put a band-aid on it, I think Reach the Peak probably has a better chance if they play it right.
Yeah, I think they do. This Dragon Lane, it's not what you would typically expect, right? Two mages up against the Orianna Yumi combo. It's something a bit out of the ordinary, but a lot of scaling, a lot of wave clear, a lot of utility for both sides. No one's gonna be the big carry, but they all have. What?
Okay, I mean, well, that's the way to start the game. We get Sea Blue First Blood, completely just, and Jinkai even used the Ignite. Sea Blue didn't have to use anything.
Yeah, that was a bit odd there. I feel like he didn't respect the timings from the set. Having the Conqueror as well, no aftershock this time around. He's gonna do so much more damage. And Jinkai 2 not respecting, gets taken down. Big lead, 500 gold for Sea Blue.
I think we're seeing Reach the Peak just trying to kind of bring the pressure to Watermelon, right? They have CLB already showing up in the middle lane, and alongside Vendetta, they feel like the pressure is suddenly going over to Watermelon a bit more, and Tenmo and CLB, they will just have to back off. Smurf even comes in to provide some backup, and that's going to be the bottom Scuttle Crab going over to Team Watermelon.
Yeah, this comes back down to how the bottom lane matchup was played. You're basically playing a 1v2 because Yuumi is riding Orianna. I can understand why. If he gets hit by a Dark Binding, he loses half his health. But as a Yuumi, you need to come off sometimes. You need to contest the wave. You need to auto-attack the creeps to make sure you can help with the push. That's the big thing to keep in mind here. If you don't do so, what just happened on your screen is going to happen over and over again. Because Watermelon has two people hitting the waves, and then they'll get pyro, and then smoke will roam, and then your team is going to suffer. But right now, it looks like Watermelon, they're the ones suffering the raining phase.
Whoever is watching this broadcast, oh no, Sea Blue, this time he uses his Ignite. I bet Jinkai didn't expect that. That's 2 times that a solo queue has happened in this Baron lane, and Sea Blue is just having a great time.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Sea Blue yesterday did not have a great time against Ahedge. Today, playing against Jinkai 2, who we think is a pretty solid player as well. His Garen, not off to the best start though. Sea Blue having a solid performance here. Let's see what happens. He just puts him back. Yeah, that's it. The damage with the Conqueror, man.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he haymakers in like true damage and just one knuckle down. Well, sometimes the fists are better than the blade. At least Garen's blade at least.
This Garen's blade is a pretty huge one as well, so
yeah.
These are some pretty impressive fists coming out from the side of Sea Blue. But yeah, he's showing what you can do with the Conqueror. And the thing about Seth that's so annoying as well is he just zones you off the mini wave. If you don't respect it, he will chomp you so hard. Well, he just doesn't care what he's trying to do. He thinks he can one-shot?
Okay, he actually goes for the showstopper, and Haymaker true damage actually brings Jinkai pretty low. Even though it's not a kill, but Sea Blue is really laying it on Jinkai. There's no honey food for him. Jinkai forced to play so far behind the turret, and Seablue, it feels like he's getting a bit angsty about it, and yeah, CLB showing up, so they are gonna put some pressure in the top lane. Seablue, another face breaker. There is the Black Shield coming in from Smurf, and another Haymaker to keep himself alive, but that Haymaker's gonna run up pretty soon. Flash from CLB over the wall. Ragnarok's gonna expire. Heal from Scarlet Petal to buy a bit more time. There's another Dark Binding, but Smurf, he's trying to run it out, but CLB is on his tail. One last undertow.
Oh, nice.
Good job, but the Black Shield prevents the slow. He's gonna pick it up and throw it a second time, so the kill goes over to CLB.
CLB is gonna die for his efforts though.
A couple more members coming in from Team Watermelon. That's gonna be it.
Wow. Smurf honestly played that so extremely well, sidestepping so many of the spells, Black Shielding to dodge the undertow slow, but now it looks like the fight's not gonna stop.
Seablue showing up again, another good face breaker to bring Vendetta back. It's gonna leap strike away to Scarlet Petal. Even Pyroclasm was thrown out.
Yeah, it was one-man Pyroclasm, it didn't get the bounce off, so that's a big team fight tool missing for Watermelon. Of course, Shockwave is down as well, but neither team wants to give up this objective. Ragnarok is almost up. I feel like Watermelon cannot fight this.
They certainly cannot. No, they identified that they backed off the team. So reach the peak, they will get a free Rift Herald as LBB shows up. There'll be 4 members of RTP manhandling Shelly.
El Major needed to keep pushing the Dragon Lane. You're calling to give up this objective. You need to be getting plates. You need to be getting more farm on the other side of the map. El Major crashed away and recalled. We talk about the fact that he's a rookie. He's new to playing professionally. He's new to understanding his role in the situations where you lane swap, where you rotate. And clearly it showed right there because he needed to keep pushing. He went home, he didn't finish his Ludens, so what's the point?
And you know, most of the time when we see a team take Rift Herald, the other team will try to trade Dragon, right? But in this scenario, Watermelon got nothing out of it. Reached the peak, got to reset, and I think Seablue is fighting Jinkai again. Oh, the Haymaker's charging down, so Jinkai has to be careful. Goes for the ultimate and Showstopper.
Oh!
Haymaker doesn't come out, and Jinkai wins that one.
How? This is just insane to me. We talked about this, Husky. We talked about this in the pregame. Both of these teams will just keep taking the fights. They do not care. They do not give a crap. And we just see it happening yet again. Seablue kills him twice, but Jinkai answers right back. Solo bolo. Aplenty in this Baron lane.
Third time's a charm. Jinkai proved that,
It
right?
is, yeah.
They get the
Hey, but they
Inferno
get the
Drake.
Dragon. Yeah.
Yeah. Watermelon.
That's cool.
They actually have the gold advantage as well, which is pretty surprising, right? Considering how Seablue gave Jinkai a beating. And I think the best part is now Jinkai has more network than Seablue.
Yeah. Considering how this early game went, I think it's actually ridiculous that Watermelon are somehow even ahead. Jinkai is ahead. It just doesn't make sense in my head, but somehow Watermelon, they are making it work. Like we talked about, a lot of that comes back down to Dragon Lane. The fact that Scarlet Petal and Smurf keep getting push leads. The fact that Smurf is able to roam the map. Keep in mind, what has he done so far on the map? He's secured bot Scuttle for the Jackson, which traditionally in this matchup should be losing. He's secured a 2v2 play for Jinkai in the Baron lane as well. He's just doing so much on the map, and this is just a great play from him and his team.
Shelly being called upon in the Baron lane. Recently they won the structure. Jinkai is putting in a lot of damage. Final chapter out from the Yuumi, and this will be a showstopper as well. Smurf just engaged that with the Black Shield. Haymaker out from Seablue, but he is pretty low. And the rest of RTP, they're gonna back off. Flash comes up from both Seablue and Jinkai. The turret does go down, and reach the peak. I don't think they can fight this.
Yeah, a little bit mismanaged there. The Garen's Demacian Justice was thrown into the set shield, so that was poor use of that spell. It was a bit unfortunate, it's a bit of a timing thing as well, but at the end of the day, Garen...
Okay,
is the fight still going on?
It seems like you're absolutely right? Chaotic fight, and now Vendetta joins in. Good 3-person counter strike, and CLB, he has no way out. Guard's gonna fall as well. The Haymaker is not gonna do too much. Double kill for Vendetta, and Team Watermelon picks up 3.
That's a game-winning play right there. Giving the kills over like that to Jax, who has a Black Shield on him later on, that's a game-winning play. Now, I want to point out a bit of a dichotomy in these two team comps as well. Jax and Olaf, they actually fulfill very similar roles here. They're meant to be the raid bosses for their team. Olaf has inbuilt CC immunity. He has the tankiness, the shielding, the buffing coming from the Yuumi as he goes into team fights. Jax, he doesn't have inbuilt CC immunity, but he has Black Shield, and he's already a beefy, high damage champion. Where it differs, however, is Jax heavily outscales. Olaf is king in the early game, Jax is king in the late game. The way the game is going right now, Olaf's early game, it's gonna be gone soon. And Jax, I think, just takes over.
Yeah, CLB even died twice. I think the first time was in the blue jungle, right? Tried to chase for Smurf and ends up going down. And that kill went over to Vendetta. Dark Mining from Smurf. We'll find out CLB again. Vendetta just gonna force him away.
What I do want to point out is going well for RTP, a bit of our speed. So wait, what's this? More fighting?
Again?
These two BT boys don't care.
They actually don't, but there's a fight going on somewhere else, and Vendetta picks up CLB again. Yeah, this is Olive is having a terrible game so far. I believe we saw, the barrel from Alpha just to push everyone back. Smurf missing a point blank finding, not that it matters too much. We have the Pillar of Flame. They get the exhaust on Smurf, but see, he's getting gone by Almajor. He's completely forced away, and now the fight is absolutely scattered. The Haymaker into a showstopper from Cebu to get something in return, and that will be Vendetta going down.
Vendetta goes down, and RTP, they managed to pick up a consolation prize, but it's not quite enough. This is a bit of an inverse of yesterday's game as well. CLB, he had a great showing yesterday against Sem9 relative to the rest of his team, while Tenmo was suffering. This time around, Tenmo is doing much better, picking up bomb, exerting side lane pressure, taking the turret down in the dragon lane as well while there's action going on. But CLB, he's having a disastrous game.
Super unlucky for Yue. He did not have the shockwave in that fight. That would have made so much difference at the choke point. I mean, we're 10 minutes in and Watermelon have kind of recovered from an abysmal early game and switching fight. He is so confident right now.
Yeah, and if you look at the net worth, somehow, after getting soloed twice in 2 minutes, Zinkai has, I'm tripping off my words because I don't believe what I'm seeing. Zinkai has the highest net worth in the game, Husky.
Splitting up those tank items. Bramble Vest, Sterex Gauge coming up soon. But Cebu has his Death Dance and the Gargoyles don't play enchantment. Second Rift Herald being started by RTP. Team Watermelon poking and falling that hit. Vendetta has the Black Hue on, so he jumps straight onto guard. That's Yumi who was able to lash onto his teammate. They grab Vendetta away. Shockwave completely goes away from Yue, and the fight just goes absolutely south for RTP. The final chapter will not do much. Team Watermelon just brute force their way into RTP's lines and destroys them. An early ace, 10.5 minutes in for Watermelon.
Yeah, this is just insane to me. Suddenly, 5-0, and this comes back down to two things. The dichotomy of these two teams, the duality of man. Watermelon team fighting, it's messy, but they have good target selection. They know what their roles are. RTP, their team fighting is also messy, but they don't understand what their target selection should be. They are not on the same page, and that was in full display in that match as well. CLB, he runs in alone, but somehow, some reason why God is riding on Cebu, who has no damage, trying to solo Vendetta, who just jumps away. Shockwave as well was used to try to kill Vendetta, but it just whiffed. The team fight was just all over the place. They don't know who they should be aiming. They don't know what their individual roles are, and they get punished by Watermelon.
Yeah, complete disaster. I actually am surprised that they committed so much resources to kill Vendetta. Zebu grabs it away from the team, and now, two-man counter-strike. This kitty cat is dead. There's nowhere out for guard. CLB pops the Ragnarok. He might not be immune to crowd control, but certainly not immune to damage. And the explosive cast to finish the job onto guard. Zebu has a great haymaker, but that's pretty much it. Hail Mary attempt doesn't work out. 4 more for Watermelon.
Husky, it's insane to me. There's 4 kills that RTP have picked up this game. 2 of them were 2 solo kills in 2 minutes by Cebu. And suddenly the game is just a complete stomp for Watermelon. If you take a screenshot of 5 minutes in game, and you take a screenshot of now, I would tell you it's not the same game. It's impossible to be the same game. For Watermelon, they've made it work.
What went wrong, Omo? Try to help me understand.
I don't know. Yeah. Like, I couldn't tell you. I think like a million things went wrong. It's crazy.
This is so chaotic and very satisfying to watch.
It is. It's fun to watch for sure.
And
I don't think it's fun for RTP.
A couple of minutes ago, you were even saying that, RTP got the Rift Herald, Watermelon, they need to shove the Dragon Lane, Armorjaw, he made a, kind of a crucial mistake, like game-losing mistake, but wow, that didn't happen.
Yeah, I tell you, man, these teams just love to prove me wrong. Team fighting from Watermelon, I gotta give them props for that. It's just every time they take a team fight, if they're ahead, if they're even if they're behind, they just make it look easy. And I'm quite curious to see how this is going to work, because if you look at the top 2 teams that we have in our league, Sem9, as well as looking for organization, these 2 guys have really good team fighting as well. It's the mark of being a good team. Are you able to recover from deficits in a team fight? I'm quite curious to see what Watermelon's team fighting will look like against them, because I feel like these guys, they can actually stack up in team fighting against the top 2 teams.
We, few minutes ago, the gold lead was just 1-2,000, but now we are looking at a 12k gold lead for Watermelon.
Yeah.
13 minutes in.
It's crazy.
They're stacking up around this Baron pit. I don't think RTP has any idea. There's no vision in their jungle. They probably have an inkling since that Watermelon didn't show up on the map, and CLB is going to run straight. That's to be Smurf catching him, and everyone will show up from the brushes. There's nowhere else for CLB. Neither does Guard. RTP loses a jungler, and this could be Watermelon's chance.
Yeah, Smurf snuck himself into a very cheeky position. Watermelon, this is their chance. Not in the Baron. You want more kills. They want to punish you. Don't you dare face check out Baron.
Pretty interesting that RTP decided to go back for round 2. The map was completely dark, right? The only one that they had was the one they dropped at the Raptors when CLB got caught. So right now, Watermelon will just walk away with 3 Baron, RTP. There's no chance that they can contest this.
It was a desperation play. They felt helpless. They felt like they needed to do something. It's honestly just one of those situations where you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You check it, you lose. You don't check it, you lose. What are you gonna do, right? It's not an enviable situation, and RTP, they flipped the coin, they rolled the dice, didn't work out in their favor. But I feel like this is not the moment of the game where they say, okay, what are we doing? So they need to go back 10 minutes. They need to reassess. Early game, we got 2 solo kills. How are we losing? They need to figure that out. And the answers, I think, are very clear. We just need to identify it correctly.
And I think Watermelon also did the same thing, right, to add on to your point, where reached the peak, they didn't capitalize on the set lead, but when they decided to do so, Watermelon just brings the entire team there and really slowed down the momentum. The explosive cast was out, but it was traded for a flash from CLB.
Well, we take those for sure. Like, if you're in a situation where you're Olaf, with the Yumi, with an Orianna shield, flashing away from Dragon's cast, the game is more or less over. And I want to point out real quick, Zinkai's KDA, 8, 2, and 12. 2 of those deaths, his only 2 deaths, were solo kills and lanes. After 3 minutes in game, he did not die a single time. He's 8-0 and 12 seconds.
Oh no, the shockwave only lands on the siege speed, and I think this is it, Omo.
That's it.
That's it, that's gonna be the game. They will go for a Hail Mary attempt, but I don't think they can even get a kill. Final chapter activated, but this is the final chapter for game number 1. Team Watermelon will just waltz towards the Nexus, while Vendetta was in front of the Fountain to pick up a couple more kills. They want a pet cat, and they will kidnap Guard and send him back to the Fountain for 40 seconds. And knowing Team Watermelon, they just want to make it clean, crisp, and dominant. No one goes down. Game 1 for Team Watermelon.
Husky, I don't know what to tell you, man. That game was just crazy because Watermelon, they were dominant, they were in full control. But if you go back to 2 minutes in game, Set had 1,000 gold lead on Garen at 2 minutes, and they just threw it all away.
Yeah, the game started. We were looking at the Dragon lane, and 1 minute in, Cebu got a solo kill.
Yeah.
And then we fast forward another minute, he got another solo kill.
Yeah.
And Jinkai just runs into him and kills him for the 3rd time. I do not understand.
I gotta give a lot of props to the bottom lane, to the Dragon lane. Scarlet Petal as well as Smurf. These guys found the avenue to push their waves to help their team, and it paid off in spades. It saved the bleeding from Zinkai's lane, it snowballed Vendetta, and at the end of the day, that was what won them the game. Though I think we're starting to see cracks, see chinks in the armor of the side of Watermelon. El Major, inexperienced in the lane swaps. When you throw your mid lane down to the bottom lane, what does he do? Where does he need to push until? What can he do? These are questions that they need to answer, as well as the fact that overall the team stopped getting soloed in lane. I think that would help a lot.
Yeah, but thankfully they were able to cover up that little bit of cracks with their prowess, right? Those team fights were perfect.
Amazing,
from Team
yeah.
Watermelon. It felt like a performance that they just completely outclassed what Reach the Peak has. And I'm just super excited to see how Reach the Peak is going to do in Game 2. But before we go into Game 2, we're going to throw to a short break, and we will come back for more breakdown about the first game.
Here we go now.
And we're back for Series 3, Game 2 here of WCS MYSG. It's getting a bit jumbled up in my head, so many acronyms. We've got more acronyms for you. WTM against RTP. A bit of a roller coaster there, Husky, but it's one of those roller coasters that barely climbs and then it just plummets all the way down. It looked good for RTP for 2 minutes and then it just went out the window.
Yeah, well, you can say that they reached the peak 5 minutes in and they just went straight
Yes.
to the bottom.
Yeah. I'm looking forward. We should have a counter. At the end of the season, I want to see how many puns and how many jokes we can make off Reach the Peak's name. I think that would be fun. We'll start that somewhere.
Okay, we'll so
Production,
far we
know
have
what to
like,
do.
we started at 10, right? I assume that we already have 10 going on.
I've made like 8 already, so...
So I contributed a bit. So that's number 9. Okay, so that happened. I think I still am trying to wrap my head around what went wrong. You said there were a million things, but if there's one thing that you can point out, like what was the main issue?
Man! I don't think I could. I could maybe do like 3 things. So we break down the first 5-6 minutes of the game. I would say a couple of those things break down to the fact that 1, Yuumi gave up lane pressure entirely. God needed to be contesting, needed to be playing a little bit more riskily to try to get some lane pressure down. And 2, they needed to pick their team fights around Olaf. They needed to recognize he's the carry. If your Olaf is your carry in this team composition, he ends the game 1-7. That's not a situation that you should be looking at. And look at the contrasting scorelines of both Baron laners. Xingkai 2 got soloed twice in lane, ended the game 10-14. RTP, Sea Blue, 2 solo kills, ended the game 3-7. Clearly something went wrong there.
That's a chat move from Jinkai, right? You beat him up twice. It's like when he's young in school, he probably got bullied, and then he grows up, he works out for like 5 years straight. Now he comes back a big man. He's a big man.
Yeah. High school reunion, he comes back, Giga Chat, Ton Mill, Starex in his backpack, ready to go. Find Sea Blue. Dude, you remember when you bullied me in high school? Oh my god, what a comeback.
I have a bunch of friends now. I have Vendetta, I have Almajor, I have Smurf.
I got a Black Shield from Smurf.
I mean, this game 1 definitely was we talked about how chaotic it's going to be, but I feel like maybe just for me personally, I didn't see as much chaos as I would have liked.
Yeah.
Maybe because of how dominant Watermelon got, right, in 10 minutes in.
It seemed chaotic, but it just got one-sided too quickly.
Yeah, hopefully that changes for game 2. And again, I'm looking at Watermelon to bring out a completely different draft just because of what we saw yesterday. I mean, the numbers say everything. Right? Jinkai even dealt the most damage.
Okay, I actually didn't realize that. That's kind of crazy that this Garen, highest damage in the game. I thought it would be Vendetta. He was just dishing out the damage numbers. In a closer game, it's almost always the Brand. Because when Brand team fights, he's just gonna burn your whole team, set everyone's health bar ablaze. But this game was just too one-sided. Brand didn't even need to do anything because his 2 beefy boys were just running the game with Black Shield. Now going into game 2, RTP, they need to reassess the situation completely. To be frank, I think this might have been the worst game they've played so far on the big stage. If not this, then game 2 against Sem9. And I would say you look at the trends. What's going wrong for them? What do they need to fix? What works? What doesn't? 1. Biggest number factor, I think you need to put God on an initiator where he has initiated in the game.
Yeah, I think you need to hit the nail on the head, right? Because if Olaf and Seth couldn't really get the job done, I think then someone else has to take over the role. What we saw from players like Shanks, players like Trash, what we saw from Smurf yesterday on champions like Alistar. Maybe Guard should also consider someone that can just hard engage, start fight, and just alleviate the pressure for his team. Maybe RTP will bring in that sort of draft for game number 2, and I hope to see that because clearly this one didn't work out, right? We talk about the jungle gap, the jungle comparison, Vendetta and CLB, and clearly Vendetta is the better jungler in game 1.
Look, I'll be honest with you, Vendetta is cracked. Like, mechanically, this guy can always cut it against the big dogs. We saw at Sea Champs, he was no slouch, he could fight against the big dogs. He did not individually or mechanically lose out against almost anyone. Throw back to the PC days as well. Back in the days when Singapore League of Legends was actually a thing, and he was playing against the big dogs like Raven, Arcalic, Kralik, names like that. Even when he was a rookie, he was never a slouch. Mechanically, he could always cut it. Here again, I think it's clear. His jungling is not gonna lose to anyone in SGMY. We saw him against CLB, an import player. We're gonna see him against SSK. Years of experience on this pocket. We're gonna see him against Azura Vaki in the jungle position. One of the greatest players that Malaysia has ever produced. And I don't think Vendetta's gonna lose to any of them.
Judging by how his performance is so far, I can agree with that. I feel like maybe Vendetta is going to be the guy that reaches the top. No, as an individual player, right, in the jungle, reaches the peak.
Yeah.
Yes, we hit the double digit.
Oh, 10,
this deserves a celebration. Yes, we did it.
We did it. I think by the end of this whole stream, we've got a couple weeks ahead of us. Maybe by some crazy situation, reach the peak, they find their form, they reach playoffs. I think we can hit triple digits. I think it's not impossible.
Yeah, if they hit playoffs, then that means that they are getting closer, right? And if they win the whole thing, then they have truly reached the peak.
Let's count down.
We're going a bit too far with this.
We're Team Sem9. We're Team Sem9 all the way. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I cannot deny that. I cannot go against that. I feel like anyone that says on live stream that any team other than Sem9 is gonna win is going to get killed. You know, like someone is going to like go after them in real life.
I got a secret for you. Gamenism put Watermelon above Sem9.
Oh, right. Yeah, right. I remember.
We just gotta
leave it
pitchfork his house. Well, with that in mind, I do think, yes, Sem9, definitely the best team so far. Definitely the best team that we've seen. We're not going to see them anymore today, but tomorrow, let's take a quick run through the schedule right now. Later on today, we're going to see PathSeeker against TODAK.
Yeah.
For my sake, I wanted to look at the schedule, and I'm glad I did, because tomorrow, guess who Watermelon is playing against?
I think Watermelon Sem9, yeah.
Sem9. Let's go, baby. That's going to be a fun one.
I'm going to represent us as a duo because I'm doing it with Grandin, so I can rub it in his face. Yeah, I'm doing it with Grandin.
I'm broken. But yeah, if Sem9 beat Watermelon tomorrow, and it's very likely they will, you know what you gotta do, Husky?
Yeah, I know what I gotta do. We'll work this out after this.
You gotta rub it in his smug colorcaster face. That guy thinks he can become the colorcaster, throw him back to play-by-play.
I will do my best. I will do my best. I might not have the prowess of someone like a Vendetta or Veki, but I'll do. I'm more of a, let's see, I'm more of a guard, you know. I'm a Yumi guy.
Still pretty good. Still pretty cracked, actually. Yeah. Well, talking about the players, talking about doing our best, I feel like Reach the Peak. Is this their best? Definitely not, right? They look so much more shaky than yesterday.
I feel that way as well. I don't know if because they feel a bit more compelled to fight, or if they feel like they're more obligated to take these fights against Watermelon just to keep things going. But it felt like they didn't stop, right? Watermelon were winning fight after fight after fight, and Reach the Peak just kept on going, and someone has to crash, and unfortunately Reach the Peak just ran out of gas earlier.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. I don't think there was a single fight that Reach the Peak won. Even in the series against Sem9 yesterday, there were some fights that looked close. Even Veki said in game 1, that game was actually much harder than it looked. The fights were actually closer than it looked. But the thing is today, it just doesn't look close at all. They got laning leads, and then it just evaporated. Every fight was just a disaster. And with some time to let that game 1 sink in, with some time to process what really happened in that game, it's kind of an execrable performance here from the side of Reach the Peak. We'll need to see if they can redeem themselves as we go into picks and bans for game 2.
Yeah, we had the win lane lose game 1 for Reach the Peak. So let's see. I hopefully game 2 is going to be a bit different, right? Again, I don't know if you share the same sentiment with me, but I want the Gragas gone.
Yes. I think Elmajaw has definitely demonstrated his proficiency on Gragas, and I feel like group stages right now, you want to feel out the teams a little bit, get rid of the Gragas, see what he has to back that up. And I feel like you'll be doing Sem9 a favor as well. If you get rid of the Gragas, Elmajaw looks a lot more shaky, Sem9 immediately know tomorrow what they need to target.
Yeah, just everything lining up for Sem9. I'm pretty sure they're watching this game closely. Morgana remove, and Corki will go as well, so I think this is pretty straightforward. But Reach the Peak, they don't want to deal with Morgana. Smurf with the Black Shield just makes life so much harder, right? You think you say like, oh, the Black Shield probably is not going to do too much against like the Olaf because he just ignores it, but it did wonders for Vendetta when he got a hit.
Yeah, Vendetta was just a raid boss with that Black Shield on him, and I think conceptually, getting rid of a spell like Black Shield for a player like Vendetta, it makes a lot of sense as well. And one more thing you gotta point out, when you pick up a champion like Morgana on red side, if you want to pick Morgana, you can flex it all the way down to 5th pick, and that causes so many headaches and drafts as well. Watermelon something a bit curious. They're banning away the Jax. In game 1, they banned away the Kazakhs. These are two key picks in Vendetta's wheelhouse, and they're just banning it away because I think they don't want CLLB to get his hands on it as well. So still showing respect for that Chinese jungler there.
Ziggs getting banned out again. So
Okay.
no surprise right there. I mean, reach the peak this time is gonna be, they will be on blue side, so we get a switch of sides for both teams, which I do want to see how reach the peak deal with this draft, since they have the initiative in terms of draft, and they will get the Zed. It makes it through the draft.
I like this a lot. Even if you pick the Gragas into it, Zed is still very happy with that matchup. It might be a little bit hard to solo kill the Gragas, but you should have a free lane where you can push, where you can roam, where you can do whatever you want. And having 10 more on a pick like Zed, I think this was one of the picks that he actually did the best on in qualifiers. I have an idea here. Are we gonna see Set into Zed mid?
I hope so.
I hope so, yeah.
Don't think
That'll
we've
be
seen it
fun.
before, but that would be fun, yeah. That would be really
I think
fun.
Elmajar hopes so as well. He's like, please don't pick me Gragas again, man.
Do you think they have a say in drafting phase? The fact
Well,
that they
you
came
guys
in.
interviewed Smurf yesterday, right? And he was saying, we just kind of pick whatever we want, right?
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
Going by that statement, it means that Almajo just wants to play Gragas. You know, like
that's
no
true.
one is forcing him to play Gragas. He's like, yeah,
Yeah,
Gragas
that's
is
true.
open. I just want to be happy.
With that in mind, maybe Vendetta is a bit of a dictator as well in the mid jungle. He's like, I want to carry. You just play Gragas. I'm gonna carry you, kid. You know, something like that. We don't really know. Maybe.
It could be. We get the Jace, we get the Camille out.
Okay.
So
nice.
just heavy lockdown for Reach the Peak. I think this Camille is going to. It feels like a sea blue champion, but with the
Yes.
Darius picked up, I think this Camille might be in the jungle, right?
Alright, I like this a lot. Having the Camille Zed duo for your mid jungle. We talked about we need these guys to excel. We need these guys to pop off, have a performance, show us what you're made of. Yesterday they played Sin Zhao Ari. It looked good at a point and then just fell off a cliff. Zed Camille, surely you guys can pull this off. That's pretty broken. And I think Jace is gonna have a hard time. I think any marksman, any mage that you're gonna pick up from here on out for Watermelon is gonna have a very hard time into these two champions as well. So you gotta think very closely. What do you want here?
Yeah, and I think the Watermelon very obviously stumped. They pick up the brand first.
Okay.
And we saw Scarlet Petal play the brand in the last game, and you also say that it can go into the support role for Smurf. So
Yeah.
they haven't really revealed too much just yet.
So the way this draft is shaking out right now, the way I see it in my head, it's gonna be a Jace against Darius. It's gonna be a set mid, or maybe even a set support. But I think set mid looks really good into Zed Camille because you can just tank all their damage and you're a beefy boy with Aftershock. They probably can't even one-shot you, which is crazy. And Brand is probably going down to the bot lane, somewhere there. AD or support. I like that they're banning away Lee Sin because none of these champions look like a Vendetta jungle champion. So you want to target his champion pool now, and I think that makes a lot of sense.
And Varus and Galio banned by Team Watermelon, and I
Yep.
think they've kind of also
That's good.
identified, right? If you get the Varus Galio in that bottom lane, that gives them so much lockdown in team fight. Rengar removed by Reach the Peak as well. It really narrows
That's
down the champion pool for Team Watermelon. But Vendetta yesterday did play, I think, the Irelia, it did play the Kazakhs. But first we will see the Alistar for
Nice.
Smurf.
This is good. You're saving your last pick here for Vendetta. You're letting him have his pick of the litter, whatever he wants to play. The bans are very good for both sides as well. You want to remove the Rengar so that he can't threaten your side lane later on with Camille Zed. Other than that, I don't see any real issues in the ban. I think it's pretty clean. Both of these teams doing exactly what they need to. You remove Camille Galio combo. You remove Varus as a role player, utility player. Orianna Braum. I think the Braum pick is good here. It's good into Alistar.
Yeah.
But
So
what does Vendetta play? That's the big question right now.
we're gonna see the big reveal. It's gonna be a Gragas, so are we seeing
Elmajar is playing Gragas again! It's a sad jungle! Man, the poor guy, dude. He can't
Gragas
catch a
is so
break.
yeah, someone has to ban Gragas, right? So unfortunately, if Sem9, if you guys are watching, which I'm sure you are, no info for Almajor. It's Gragas all the way. You gotta ban Gragas in game 1 to find out.
I had some hope, you know. I was like, you're saving the pick down to 5 pick. Either you're counter picking mid, or you're giving set mid and you're counter picking something crazy for Vendetta. And at the end of the day, their 5th pick is still El Major Gragas. I'm a bit let down, man.
I mean, there's still a chance that Gragas goes into the jungle, right? And El Major gets to play something like a set. Which you did mention early on, it's pretty good against Camille and Zed.
Really good,
Camille ultimatum, he just grabs her and throws her out with the showstopper.
But I think the argument makes sense as well for jungle, right? If you play a mid, you play a jungle, it serves the same purpose. You're kind of the brick wall to stop the crazy plays coming in from the Zed Camille, and having a Gragas mid who's kind of pseudo beefy, has the happy hour, has the damage reduction, has mobility, has the cast to stop engages. I think having this as a mid jungle, regardless of where you put them, is a relatively acceptable answer into the Zed Camille. With that said though, I think Zed Camille is just too strong as like a duo, as like individual champions, that these 2 picks should just excel. But also Husky, every time I said that RTP are gonna pop off with their picks, they've just gone and shat the bed.
Yeah. But you also had your own defense, right? The picks theoretically will pop off, but it comes down to the players.
It's never my fault, I'm never wrong. It's the players, they're bad, not me, okay?
The theory is correct, but when it comes to the practical application, then yes, it's up to the players. So if you guys are looking for someone to blame, Mr. Players. But please do not go after the players.
Yes.
We will see.
Oh, look at that.
Major Gragas. We get a Vendetta Jace jungle, so that's something special.
Oh! Yeah, I didn't even notice that. Wait, that's really curious to me, because wouldn't you rather have the Jace against the Darius? I feel like Set is a worse matchup against the Darius.
Yeah, I would have the Jace against Darius, right? I think Set jungle, Gragas jungle makes a bit more sense. But while they're confident with it, I think Vendetta used it. Well, we had this discussion a few days ago, in Vendetta, he is that carry jungler player, so I guess Zed fits into that repertoire. Jace, excuse me.
Yes.
But still feels a bit special though from Watermelon.
Well, we know this guy loves to play his special picks. He used to be a mid laner. He wants to play Jace. He wants to play Irelia. Let's see if he can make it work. I feel like the rationale behind not putting Jace in a solo lane here is Jace solo lane gets very picked on by Camille Zed. Once they start roaming, once they link up together, they can really focus the Jace down. So I guess that's the rationale here, but still, I feel like they're just playing what they want.
Yep. That's the motto of Team Watermelon, and indeed their slogan is winnable. So every single game is winnable. I remember seeing this quote. I don't know who said it, but now it's so widespread that if you're good enough, anything works.
Yes. And that is indeed the case. Let's see if Watermelon is good enough here in game 2 to make anything work. Because frankly, their draft, this Jace jungle, they're really just pulling out the stops. Hey Aski, I want to ask you something. So years back in Singapore, we used to have this soft drink, I guess, that came in cans. And then the names was anything and whatever. And then you don't know what you're gonna get. There were like a variety of flavors that you could possibly get in each can. Did you guys have that in Malaysia?
No, we don't.
Okay, well, it was terrible. It was just like a novelty thing. I just like want to bring it up for some reason.
We did not have that. I think we did not have any novelty drinks here. It's all pretty standard.
Look at this though, heavy trading in the Baron lane already. Who's gonna get the solo bolo this time?
So Ceeblue did it in game 1. Jinkai now giving a taste of Set, hitting level 2 first, face breaker backwards. Of course the damage isn't there, but Ceeblue is getting a taste of his own medicine.
Ceeblue is indeed getting a taste of his own medicine. Both of these guys can pick up the honey fruit. I think that's extra effective for Watermelon, because they've got the red from juicy watermelons waiting for them. El Major just chilling. I mean, the game state right now is pretty standard. I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy. I do like that we're seeing content here.
Minus the solo kill, it's probably not going to implode until like 4 or 5 minutes, right? But they do have a ward from the side of RTP. They see Vendetta very clearly going to the middle lane. So trying to shove the wave and make some moves for El Major. It's just very good early wards from, I believe Tenmo was the one who did it.
Yeah, I think Tenmo is the one who did it. He shoved his lane, he got a timing, and he went to drop the ward. Now we do see a bit of a learning journey here from the members of Watermelon, picking up the bot side Scuttle Crab. This is really big because they're gonna get double Scuttle. Sure, the gold value has been nerfed, but still picking up the double Scuttle, it sends a message, you know, and it also gives your jungler a bit of tempo, a bit of space on the map. You get the vision. It's always nice to have for a champion like Jace, who needs to be ahead, who needs to have gold, especially since he won't be laning, he won't be getting that extra bit of gold. Every bit of money that you can put in his pocket is better than me.
So they secured the river lane, and they also had a ward near the Raptors pit, so they actually saw CLD and they put another ward in the loop up. So this jungler on the side of Reach the Peak is getting tracked every single way. Jinkai, he is just laying it onto Ceeblue.
Okay, I just figured something out, Husky. I just figured out why Jinkai is playing Set. He said, you did it wrong last game. I'm gonna teach you how to do it. Give me set. I'll show you. Aftershock. Let's go.
Big chat energy.
Big chat energy.
Whoa. Well, Watermelon. Approaching the mid lane. Tenmo
Wait,
getting
he's
chunked
dead,
down.
by the way.
Death Mark goes to Elmajor. But there is the heal from Smurf. It's not like Elmajor's gonna go down. He is a happy man.
Oh, Elmajor misplayed. So when Zed outs you, he will always end up behind you. So all you need to do in that instance is to immediately body slam behind you and you chain CC him with explosive cast. Vendetta kills him 100%. Look at his items! Oh, okay. He saw that. He bought double serrated though.
Well, lucky for Tenmo, right? That could have been a disaster for him. He needed a way out, and he was able to get out of that. But Elmajor also expended
gotta learn
explosive
these things,
cast.
man. Experience, you see, that's the key difference. Experience really pays off.
Give me some time, you know.
Yeah, he's learning.
He's learning. It's only week 1. He has plenty of time. It's definitely a slower game for us this time, you know, compared to game 1 where we get like 2 solo kills and like some very messy fights around objectives. Well, the objectives are gonna spawn in 30 seconds. Maybe that's where we will see the first big clash. But I wonder how this is gonna be, especially from the side of Reach the Peak.
Oh man, it's a tough one for sure. I feel like at the early stages of the game, Watermelon looks very strong. Their team comp doesn't really need too many items to succeed to pop off. But if you get the Black Cleaver for the Zed, if you get the Triforce for the Camille, and you come into the team fights, you find a good angle, it could very easily be a big win for RTP. The problem, however, comes from the fact that we see Watermelon's team fighting sick. RTP's team fighting a little bit all over the place, a little bit disjointed. If they can shore up these issues, if they can fix it, if they can get on the same page, I feel like it's winnable here for us.
I definitely agree with that. It's winnable. You know, for Watermelon, it's always winnable. Now Showstopper gonna bring Shibu back, overrides headbutt, and he's exhausted. So that axe is blunt. First blood goes over to Vendetta, but RTP, they're not done yet. Comes in with the poke shot. CLB leads the charge, but he will be guarded with that shield. Getting pulled back by the Facebreaker, and he is just chain CC to death. Double kill for Vendetta.
But why are you going back in after the fight's already over, after you already lost C-Blue? Also, C-Blue, big mistake. You need to recognize these timings. You need to realize 3:30 to 4-minute mark. That's the timing that they're gonna try to go to get a window to access objectives. He didn't recognize, he didn't respect, and he pays the price. Then CLB goes in as well, gets got killed. RTP, I mean, these guys are just looking extremely disjointed.
Guard even has the heal and the ultimate, didn't get to use any of those abilities. Pretty disastrous one from Reach the Peak. They don't even have control of the dragon pit. Now the Rip Harrow is going to be dropped in the middle lane. Watermelon, they just go to the dragon pit.
Watermelon, they're gonna get the Herald, they're gonna get the Dragon, and you're asking yourselves, why are they dropping Herald mid when no one is pushing with it? I think it's not really necessary, but in this specific instance, but one of the rationales behind that is if I drop Rift Herald mid, even if I don't get your turret, even if I don't escort it, you're forced to stay mid to defend it, and you get the Dragon for free. That's the rationale of the thought process, but I just didn't think they needed it in this case. They're so far ahead, they're so much more set up.
Still waiting for CLB and Tenmo to work together with this Camille Zed, right? You give them busted champions, but if they don't utilize it properly, it's nothing more than just a champion.
It's not been going well, and Vendetta is rolled up right now. It's not like that. Oh, that's
And C-Blue might just walk away with this. Has the ghost.
Oh
yeah,
no.
Smurf.
No,
Proto
they
Belt.
botched it.
Yeah, they definitely botched it. It looked pretty fancy.
Yeah, they weren't on the same page, right? Jinkai, perfect setup, perfect engage, but I think Smurf wasn't expecting C-Blue to get thrown back, so he went in for the headbutt pow combo, but C-Blue was already gone. Jinkai had lifted him all the way back. I think he tapped the WQ headbutt pow there as well, so that's a little bit of a miscommunication for Watermelon, but they're fine with that. Look at the rotations. They're bringing everybody here to secure this.
This doesn't look good for C-Blue. I am slightly worried for him. He is playing pretty up front, but it seems like they found guard in the jungle. So Reach the Peak, they gotta get out. Yeah, forced to burn his flash, and even though he gets a shockwave, not that Vendetta cares too much.
Husky, they blow 2 flashes. C-Blue tried for the solo bolo, but I love what Smurf is doing. Right place, right time. Oh.
Exhaust onto CLB. Camille still has the ultimatum, but finds no avenue to use it. I mean, Watermelon, they are just running around the map. They're getting whatever they want, and they are just walking out of fights. This is a show of force from Watermelon.
Show of force indeed from Watermelon, but now he's so great this makes an unfortunate recall mistake, a little bit greedy there, gets hooked out by C-Blue. I can already hear what they're saying in comms. Why is he here, man? Why is he looking for me here? This makes no sense.
I'm 100% sure that Smurf was looking at the shop because he was a bit slow to react.
Oh,
Good
tries
catch.
for the solo bolo, but
Oh, Almajor whiffing that. Yeah, he deserved death. Tenmo gets a
I'm
free
not
one.
looking. I didn't see anything. Sorry, what happened? Oh, they got a solo kill on CLB. That's all.
I'm
Wait,
gonna
what's
have
going
the
on
same
here?
defense. I mean, top lane. People are dying. Guard, what? Well, not that he has a way out, but... Well, I guess that's good for Watermelon. We can look away what happened to Almajor, you know? He gave him some time. Give him some more time.
He tried. It
He
was
tried,
cool.
he
Red
tried.
team lost a turret.
I mean, I think he didn't sync his cooldowns there. There's some weird reason he didn't body slam right after the explosive cast. If he did, there's no way for Zed to react, no way for Zed to dodge. With that said, I think he just missed. Other than that, Vendetta, man, this guy is just showing off his chops. No mercy, no reprieve. 4-0 now on the Jace. Look at the gold on CLB. 4,000 gold, 3,000 down. One trifle. What's he doing? So behind.
Almost and just played for Jace. Oh, they do execute Scarlet Petal and Zebu getting knocked back into the turret by the headbutt. Pearl Belt flash pulverized. Smurf can do no wrong, and Vendetta picks up another kill.
Smurf is playing extremely well for his team. Heavy roam out. He's making it work together with the Vendetta. He just needs to set up this game. Nice comp.
Yeah, and this one is gonna ensure Yue goes down. No chance for him to get away. And Team Watermelon are just running down the game at this point. So I was talking to Contra yesterday, where we were discussing about the question, the trivia, how many lanes are there on Summon's Rift, and I said that it depends on the state of the game. It depends on your state of mind. If you want to run it down, there's only one lane. You know, if you're a jungler, there's 2 lanes. If you're playing normal game, there's 3 lanes. And if you consider river lane, then we have 4 lanes.
This question was much deeper than I think it should have ever been. And I feel like Brendan's the person to discuss this with, because in my books, there's only one lane. You gotta run it down there.
JLB is going to be sent back. Special delivery service from Almajor. There's no way out. I mean, Smurf, he is deep in enemy lines, but he has the unbreakable will. They get a good glacial fissure, pyroclasm Trona, and he's bouncing around all of his members from side for DP. Exhaust for Cebu, he's gonna pull about in. A shockwave comes out, and now Tenmo finally joins the fight. Denmark onto Vendetta, who will knock him back with the hammer, but Tenmo's gonna flash up with the wall. Vendetta responds with his own flash. Smurf somehow walks away from that fight.
So 2 sides of the coin to consider here. Darius into Alistair. You're really happy with that because Alistair is a big, beefy, low damage target, so you can stack up, you have to stack up. That's what Sea Blue tried to do. Stack on Ellie, flash in, reset. The problem is, Ram is great against Darius. Ram is great against these short range melee champions. He set him on fire, half HP, before he could even flash forward. Sea Blue tried for the reset, too much CC, too much damage, in his pop-off moment, he can roll it.
Does that fight look a bit better compared to what we saw previously, even though it didn't go exactly what
It's hard to look worse.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, I was trying to be optimistic, you know.
Well, I mean, it did look a little bit better, but the thing is, still right now, what we're seeing from RTP is individual plays. They're not looking like a very cohesive team just yet. Hopefully that's something they can fix though.
Well, Contra just told me that we actually had the novelty drink from Singapore, so I'm the uncultured one. I actually never saw that before, maybe because of... It wasn't in the city, right? I came from the suburbs. Well, not the suburbs, like I came from a small town. So we didn't have
you're
that.
not missing out on much. It's not that great. It's pretty bad. It was just like a for fun thing.
Is it Dr. Pepper bad?
I feel that way, but I also feel like if we say Dr. Pepper is bad, a lot of people will be angry. I don't know why, for some reason they like that drink.
Some people say it tastes like, I don't know, toothpaste or something. I don't like. I never had it.
It's not, but it's not. This late, this far, it's not meant. Why are you here?
Yeah, I just godlike for Vendetta. This time Cebu didn't even have a chance to get solo kills. I mean, Jinkai is 1-0-4, but he was able to completely dumpster the lane. So.
Yeah, I mean,
Cebu even has a ghost.
A lot of pressure exerted for sure.
Yeah, even with the ghost, he's using the ghost to run away more than he's fighting, and Guard now gets caught out.
Yeah,
a bit more
this game, it's just full control right now for Watermelon. It's not as much of a bloodbath as the last game, but I don't really know what Watermelon can do.
Okay, CLB finds out Major, but it's a Gragas.
Nope. Yeah, he tries to go in, but he misses the hook shot, so...
Yeah, there's no chance. I mean, I feel like RTP have more pressing issues to attend to. The bottom lane is under siege. Tenmo is getting chunked down by Jinkai, and out of nowhere, Vendetta is letting the Rob is out of the picture, and we get the ultimatum onto Vendetta that really want him gone. But Vendetta responds with a triple kill, and Reach the Peak have gone straight down into the depths. Quadra kill for Vendetta, and Team Watermelon makes a big statement.
No.
Looks for the Shock Blast Penta, but doesn't find it. Tenmo doesn't want to give it.
He nearly does. He nearly tried to read it, but Tenmo playing it very safe. He doesn't want to make the risk of giving Vendetta the pentakill, so backs away.
Blue team lost a turret.
And this is where we want to see the flash body set. Oh no, never mind. They're backing off.
You need to set him up for success. You need to give him the pentakill. He's 11-0-1. This guy is a serial pentakiller, by the way. I mean, that doesn't really make much sense, but he got a pentakill on Kha'Zix and C-Champs. He's ready to get pentakills on Irelia. He nearly got one yesterday, I believe. Now on Jace as well. Nearly another pentakill.
Nothing feels more satisfying as the losing team than to deny your enemies the penta. That's the least you can do.
It's the least you can do. It really is. Just deny them that much satisfaction. And I can tell you, from experience, from playing with Vendetta, that's impossible to chaos with this guy. He just knows the right damage. You can't kill steal from him.
So in a way, he's slightly better at securing pentakills than Faker, because Faker has his stolen.
But that comes down to really good damage understanding as well.
Yeah. You know, I mean, Watermelon again setting up that Death Brush. They did it around the Baron pit in game 1 while they were on the blue side. Now they are a bit more assertive, and Smurfy is looking for an avenue in. Again, Proto Bell, headbutt, polarized splash, body slam. Outmajor does it after 13 minutes in, but the cast saves Yue. Only the Proto Bell from Sifu. He's trying to get away, has to decimate, and Gar has too many targets. Good Glacial Fader to buy some time. He will give his life up, but at least the rest of his team survive.
Giving his life up there to block the Shock Blast. Not his intent, but that's how it worked out. Watermelon yet again setting up another death run.
And CLB just walks in, did not expect Watermelon to hang around for so long, and it will be Vendetta with his, I believe, 12th kill of this game.
Just insane damage right now coming out from this game. Vendetta is showing, like you said, Husky, it doesn't matter. Hey, if you're good enough, you can make it work. Vendetta did that on Irelia yesterday, he's doing that on Jace today. What's he gonna do tomorrow?
I think it's super scary to play against a team like Team Watermelon, who are so far ahead, but yet they play such a controlled game. Like you know that the end is coming, but you just don't know when they're gonna do the death blow.
Exactly, that's exactly the case. I can tell you though, the death blow, it's coming very, very soon. Give it 2 minutes, give or take. I think the big question, and this hypes it up so much for me, these are the only two teams right now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Watermelon, as well as Sem9, they are the only two teams that are still undefeated, have not dropped a single game. Even LFO dropped the game earlier today. Watermelon have not, Sem9 have not, and they face off in the first match tomorrow.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. These two teams so far have had a clean slate. No speck of dust at all. They are keeping it crisp, and CLB is going to run into... Well, Smurf is going to run into CLB. They are just going to control him. Goes golden mid-air. What a spectacle. But no, it's a pretty good spectacle before death. Now they put the exhaust on Tenmo, who really wants Scarlet Petal dead, but the timing is there for Jinkai. And there's no way out. Tenmo, he will use his shadow to get away, but runs into the rest of Team Watermelon. The Glacial Fader is good, but the cast is better. The body slam from Vendetta, now they just power on to reach the peak and slam them down 6 feet under. Legendary for Vendetta. This game is over almost.
Just completely brutal there from Watermelon. I would say this is the most convincing win they've had yet against an opponent like RTP. Now keep in mind, both Sem9 and Watermelon have taken 2-0 wins over Reach the Peak. But the difference is, Reach the Peak, I think they are looking worse and worse every single game. The mistakes, the errors that they need to fix in their play, they're not recognizing it, they're not identifying and fixing it. Watermelon though, they look better and better. We heard them say yesterday, we don't scrim. So if you don't scrim, this is all the scrim time you get. You're really making it worthwhile, you're really making it look easy.
Yeah, they are scrimming in an official league and they're winning 2-0 in a convincing manner. That's another show of force from Team Watermelon. But I agree with you, Reach the Peak, yesterday there was still some instances where we can pin our hopes on a certain player or play, but today it just felt like there was no hope at all. Watermelon just took it all away.
Yeah, just a disaster. It's honestly unfortunate to see. I hope Reach the Peak can sort this out because I feel like their team, it's not that bad. They have some potential there, but they really need to quickly fix what's going wrong. Now, I want to go back to the initial point we brought up, Husky. Watermelon against Sem9. Game 1 tomorrow. I know we still have another match coming up.
Yeah.
But that's the big one for me.
that is, I think, one of the most exciting one before Sem9 versus LFO. So Watermelon, I think the top three right now, just based off of what we've seen so far, is Sem9, Watermelon, and LFO, right? Any arguments against that?
No, I think
Any
that's
objection?
definitely the case. But honestly, from what we've seen, I might even put Watermelon above LFO. Maybe.
Oh, really? Yeah, that could be a possibility, right? I mean, LFO, they did look a bit shaky in their game against Upcar. They lost game 1. And just to add a bit of context for Reach the Peak, tomorrow they're playing against PathSeeker. So we are kind of turning it down a notch for Reach the Peak. No, theoretically, PathSeeker should have a harder game, but after today, I'm not that sure, honestly.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that one plays out. I mean, the big question to me is, can Reach the Peak sort out their errors? We've seen so many times before. Sometimes you get a win, sometimes you get 2 wins, and then things start to look better. You start to string it together. If they get the win against PathSeeker tomorrow, maybe we see a different side of Reach the Peak. If they lose, I could see them just completely going off the rails.
Yeah, and hopefully that doesn't happen. But right now, let's talk about the elephant in the room, the winners from that series. Let's talk to Scarlet. Let's talk to the look at the stats. I'm way too excited for the interview. But yes, let's look at the stats first. This is what we got. Nothing much needs to be said. Completely, just jungle gap.
Look at what Zinkai 2 was building. What does that build into, Husky? I couldn't tell you, because I've never built those items. But Vendetta, 14-0-3. Smurf as well, by the way, 16 kill participation. Vendetta with 17 out of the total 21 here. These two guys, they have been instrumental in leading the charge, leading the pace of the game for Watermelon. Now tomorrow, they'll be going up against Azura, Veki, and Winter. Two very, I would say, high initiative players as well, who lead the tempo of the map for their own team, Sem9. I think that's going to be exciting.
I think that's going to be the match to watch. The series that you need to keep your eyes on to kind of give ourselves a better idea about who is at the top, right? Who is the better team at this point of time. I mean, yesterday, even against TODAK, Smurf was everywhere around the map. There was no point of time where you can catch a break when you go up against the Alistar. Just so darn annoying.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he's playing Alistar, it doesn't matter if he's playing Morgana. Yesterday we saw him play Rakan. He's all over the map. And I think against bottom lane like Sagi and Winter, who have demonstrated their class, their laning prowess, I think he's going to have a harder time finding the space to move. But we'll see how that plays out tomorrow against Sem9. Now, we have an interview coming up with Scarlet Pato very shortly from the side of Watermelon. A lot of things we have to ask him. And keep in mind, after this, we have one final match. PathSeeker against TODAK. Both of these teams, I believe, yet to pick up a win, right, Husky?
Yeah, they have yet to pick up a win, but if we want to count the little things, PathSeeker won 1 game at least. They lost the series, but they won 1 game. TODAK blew both of them against Team Watermelon. And I do have some things I want to find out from Scarlet Petal. I just want to understand a bit more, right? The mentality yesterday that we got from Smurf was that they came into this to have fun, just to play as a bunch of friends. But is that all to it? I feel like there's a bit more that they're not telling us.
I think that's honestly like 80% of it. They're just that good, which is kind of crazy when you think about it in perspective. Like, how are you guys just playing for fun and this cracked? Experience, I think, plays a big part. Just class of players, but like you said, right? A lot of things we need to ask from Scarlet Petal. Got to pick his brains a little bit.
Yeah, and I also want to kind of find out how excited is he for tomorrow's matchup. I think. Yeah. A lot of emphasis is going to be onto that. We will overshadow PathSeeker against TODAK for a while until we get past this interview. But I think one more good point from Team Watermelon is that they are showing so much control, but at the same time, it feels like you don't learn much about them despite them playing such a good game.
That is true. I mean, they have a very standard template, a very standard formula that they follow. Where Vendetta farms up and Storm, gets to the late game, he's a menace. Smurf is there to secure the early game with his roams. But that's enough from us. We're going to hear what Scarlet Petal's take on this is.
Hello.
Hey, hello.
So,
hello,
how are you
hear
feeling? 2-0. Yep, yeah, we can. Hear you loud and clear. You look great.
I'll sort that out. You talk to him first.
Right. So while Omo fixes this audio, you look great. Guys, another 2-0. Yesterday we talked to Smurf. Today we get to talk to you. And I just want to ask again, is this still the Team Watermelon that is coming together, playing for fun, and stomping other teams?
I would say we're still Based on what Smurf said yesterday, we are for fun team, and I think it's still true. I think all these games are just a reflection of us. Just with our long-term experience. That's why even though we're just playing for fun, we're still able to do quite decently well against these teams that we've fought so far.
Right. And well, I'm almost say that he had some questions to ask you, so Omo.
Yeah, so a follow-up
Right.
to the point you brought up about experience, right? You played
Okay.
Marksman on PC for many years. Now you come to Wild Rift,
Yes.
most of the games you played on the pro stage, majors, right? Would you say it's mostly because of the meta? Would you say it's mostly because of your teammates? Can we expect to see like some Kai'Sa, some Vayne from you soon?
It's mostly because of the meta, I feel. And our team is very comfortable with me on majors. But we have definitely thought about perhaps picking some Kai'Sa, those traditional ADs, if the situation ever calls for it. It's not something we're not thinking of yet.
Cool. Well, I'm excited to see that. And something else I'm excited to see, tomorrow you have a match against Sem9. Both of you guys are the only two teams to not drop a game so far this entire circuit. What are your thoughts on that one? Are you excited?
We're definitely excited for sure. I think they're a pretty strong team, and honestly, I'm not sure how it's gonna go. But we'll just give it our all, no matter what.
You think you can win?
It's gonna be a tough
Gotta
game,
answer,
but
man.
it's definitely winnable. Yeah, it's a tough game, but I think it's winnable.
Okay. Nice.
Just like the slogan says, right? Yeah, it's as the slogan said, it's always winnable. And now, before we let you go, I just want to ask, do you have anything to say to Sem9, right? Just to hype it up a bit. Do you have any fighting words you want to let Sem9 hear? Because I'm sure that they're watching.
That's a tough question. Just gonna have fun lah. I'm not a toxic person. I'm not gonna shit on anything. just good luck tomorrow.
It's okay.
Just have fun.
Yeah. Having fun is the mindset. It's your guys' motto. Just do you. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have a good series. Thank you very much for being here with the Scarlet Petal. Wish you a good day. Congratulations on your second win.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Humble
Have fun.
guy.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun. That's actually the most menacing sentence you can, the phrase you can say, right? Yeah. As I think, like as the genre evolved, GLHF went from being friendly to just, I'm going to kick you. I'm going to kick your backside and beat you.
But at the same time, he's so nice and friendly and smiling when he said that. I just can't really read into it that way. He just seems like such a nice guy. He is such a nice guy.
Yeah, these are the scariest people to go up against, right? I mean, compare that demeanor to his performance. I would keep my guard up, but we will take a look at the Smash MVP, well, the series MVP. Do you have one? Well,
no one
there
surprise.
We go. No surprise, Vendetta.
Yeah,
of course.
I mean, I think there's an argument to be made for Smurf as MVP. His roams were very instrumental to the tempo of Watermelon throughout that game. But with that in mind, Vendetta popped off a little bit too hard. That I think it's like without a doubt we have to give it to him.
Yeah, this man needs to calm down. He is playing this like it's the playoffs, like he is actually not giving any ground, which is something I think like we like to see every once in a while. So some teams, they use the group stage to test out some dark magic, but for Vendetta, he just plays whatever he wants and he performs on it.
Yeah, and look at his pose. He's chilling. He's doing the esports pose, but he's a stone cold killer as well. Now, we'll leave that in the dust for now. We have to keep in mind tomorrow, big match of the day, of course, between Watermelon and Sem9. But coming up after the break, we're going to bring you guys PathSeeker against TODAK. What do you think about that one, Husky?
I think that it's going to be super interesting, right? Because we said that PathSeeker and TODAK is going to be more of a closer match. It's more of a slugfest, right? Because PathSeeker yesterday, they didn't play the cleanest match ever. They kind of griefed their series. TODAK completely lost against Watermelon, but that was more of a skill gap. So I think if PathSeeker want to be creative, they have to also consider how this affects the rest of the game. Because yesterday, I felt like they were pretty much unhinged and it kind of backfired against them.
Yeah, this game definitely looks like a much more closely matched series. We'll see if it actually plays out that way. But what I'm excited about is both of these teams yet to pick up a win, chip on their shoulder coming into this match. We'll go for a short break, and when we come back, we'll see who picks up their first win here in the WCS.
Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me.
Here we go now.
Hoodie gang, hoodie gang, hoodie gang, hoodie gang. That is our new theme song. I am Husky. Alongside me is Omo. Welcome back to the WCS Southeast Asia for Malaysia and Singapore. We have one more best of 3 coming up. PathSeeker takes on TODAK. I'm super excited and I hope that my song was good.
It was great. It was better than anything I've ever heard Grandin do. But I'm
Thank you.
excited as well for this match. But I think for all the wrong reasons, it's not a great matchup. Both of these teams yet to find a win here to prove something. But we expect it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. It's going to be messy. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, and I think this would be a good series to use as a case study for any aspiring players to look at what is done right and what could be done better in games, because we saw TODAK and PathSeeker yesterday. They had a lot of instances where they basically were making very basic mistakes, and it kind of costed their games for them respectively.
That's exactly the case. Let's take a look at PathSeeker and let's talk a bit about the game that they played yesterday afterward.
PathSeeker still trying to find their way to success. Emotion, LXY, Kevin, Swift, and Evolution will make up the main lineup. So I suppose that suppose that from what we saw yesterday, Kevin, he is definitely pulling his weight. There were some instances where I felt like the downfall of PathSeeker still kind of goes back to how they rely on the mid and solo lane to win. The Emotion just running, head in and try to brick wall everything. But let's hope that changes today against TODAK.
Yeah, they need to diversify their win conditions. We saw yesterday Alex Y on that Jax managing to find an avenue of, I would say, almost success for his team, but them not being on the same page. Evolution on that Rakan dashing in, a key pain point on the side of PathSeeker. I feel like hopefully if they can sort that out today, maybe they find new win conditions, maybe split pushing, side laning, map pressure. These crazy concepts appear to them, and that's something they can use to pull their way to success. I want to point out one of the other players we didn't quite touch on, Swift. He actually played, I think, with Banana as C-Champs as their marksman as well. So hopefully we see a bit more from them today.
Yeah, hopefully that's the case. But let us introduce their opponents first for this best of 3. It is none other than TODAK.
TODAK on your screens right now. We saw some pretty good things from some of their players. Crown, Newgate, Skylo especially, Shanks at some points had good performances, Wild Rabbit as well. But ultimately, tough match for them yesterday, Husky.
Yeah, it was pretty tough, and I think Contra called it accurately. He said that after yesterday, it was Akuya who was playing for the Dragon Lane, right? And he had a pretty abysmal performance, 0 impact in the series. So Contra said that maybe today they will bring in Wild Rabbit, and that's exactly who we are seeing right now for the Dragon Lane. And Wild Rabbit is actually listed as a sub in TODAK, but it's good to see him back on the Rift because he has a plethora of experience from last year's Icon series. So hopefully that is going to help TODAK play a bit more solid in the series. But we're going to take a look at the prediction and see what everyone thinks about this series. I know that PathSeeker is going to be a unanimous decision, so no one believes in TODAK. Well, in terms of their win possibility.
TODAK believe in TODAK, I'm sure.
TODAK believe in TODAK.
But on our hand, it's tough to root for TODAK after the slacking that they got yesterday from Watermelon. After we saw Watermelon's performance today, I think it makes it a little bit more understandable. They just look really damn good. But PathSeeker, I feel like they do have more avenues to success here. And hopefully with the roster changes that we see coming in from TODAK, we see a new side from them here today. But Husky, before we go any further with gameplay points, I have a couple of questions for you.
Right.
So recently we casted the VCT, right? And there was a lot of like hooyah over how to pronounce TODAK. Can I get a professional final answer on this? How do you pronounce TODAK?
Exactly how you pronounce this. TODAK.
There we go.
That's it.
There we go. It's not
Mystery
two
solved.
ducks, it's TODAK. We got
TODAK. Yes. We got it right.
Follow-up question. Do they actually have a gaming house? Is that actually like, are they a professional team with house and everything?
Yes, they actually do. Their team manager is actually Ikuto on the BM broadcast.
Ah.
Yeah, the more you
He's
know.
like a really cool dude. I've never spoken to him, but he looks like a badass.
Oh, he is. He is a cool dude. He cosplays. He's known for his Darius cosplay, the Dunkmaster Darius. So you would see him walking around with a prop of a basketball hoop or something.
I think we actually saw Crown play Dunkmaster Darius yesterday.
Yeah, he actually did. I mean, I think this draft is going to give us a good idea on how TODAK wants to approach this, right? I don't really want to look at PathSeeker too much because I think that they probably would go a bit unleash and go creative, which I hope that comes under control. Lee Sin, Galio, Zed ban out. But TODAK bringing in Wild Rabbit is a direct solution to Kuya's performance yesterday, and maybe that is the key for TODAK to at least have a better Dragon Lane.
Let's see. Hopefully that's going to be the case. I believe... Well, I didn't watch the entire game yesterday, but I heard you and Contra mentioning as well that Kuya, it seemed like at certain points, was dealing with a bit of mental boom. He was just dying a lot. He was making individual mistakes. Hopefully Wild Rabbit, like you said, is the solution to that. Trash banned away as well. Some respect going over to the side of Kaido. Jax being removed from Alex Y. That was a pick that he nearly popped off on yesterday. Let's see what the first pick is.
Oh, I'm surprised that Shanks isn't playing because I think that he provided a lot for the team. And yesterday, we talked about how the win condition is going to be Newgate Skylo, and Shanks actually pulled his weight. So seeing Kaido and Wild Rabbit is a bit of a surprise, but perhaps that's just how the bot lane synergy works, right? Wild Rabbit has to be with Kaido. Gragas picked up for PathSeeker, and Olaf goes over to TODAK.
Yeah, I think it's one of those cases where you would train almost exclusively with your dual laner and you would play ranked games together, you would play scrims together, so maybe it's a kind of a package deal situation. But we mentioned as well, these guys, professional gamers, live in a gaming house, close proximity to each other, you can debrief from the games. Hopefully they figured out what went wrong with yesterday's games, and right off the bat, I like what we see from their draft already. Olaf, like we mentioned, great pickup into Gragas. It's a brutal matchup with a Rakan to support you, to be with you and be the initiative, to be the crowd control for you. That's a great combo as well. But Alex Y, on their Kha'Zix, this could put a bit of a spanner in it.
Yeah, I think they were definitely watching the game just now, right? We talked about how the Jax is going to eventually outscore the Olaf. TODAK eliminates that threat, and PathSeeker will pick the Diana for themselves as well. So this is most likely going to be a Kevin Diana. I have no problem with it. It really feels like a PathSeeker draft so far.
Yeah, and this is my main concern as well. You already see the Olaf, and you opt to pick up the Diana. That's another pick which is just going to run you down completely. In the earlier series today between Watermelon and... I keep forgetting team names. Watermelon and Reach the Peak.
Yeah.
Olaf looked so great, but PSK... they are counterpicking themselves into the Olaf this time around. It's not a situation of Olaf countering you, it's you countering yourself. Renekton being picked up here too. Darius banned away after that. It looks like they're setting Crown up for success in the Baron lane.
Hopefully that's the case, right? It's the first Renekton pick that we've seen. Darius and Senna ban. Ziggs also being removed. I would say that, no, you say that PathSeeker counterpicked themselves, but TODAK also had a tendency to do that. Yesterday when they played against Team Watermelon, they picked an Akali into like a Morgana set Rakan draft, which completely got dumpstered. Wild Rabbit brings out the Draven. Oh, this is interesting.
He's going for it.
It's going for it.
He's in the chat. His first game on the big stage pulls out Draven into 2 assassins and a Gragas cask. Doesn't care.
And Varus goes over to Swift. There's so many ways to lock down this Draven. I mean, for PathSeeker, they look to wipe the smirk off of Draven's face. Jace being the last champion being picked up by PathSeeker.
So there's 2 ways that they can shut down these Jace. Draven rather. Oh my god, my brain. This Draven in this game. two situations, two ways to counter him. One, you get right on top of him and you kill him. That gets a little bit harder when he has double shielding from Rakan or Orianna, he has Bloodthirster, and he has the tools to get people off him as well. Other answer is you poke him, you outrange him. And PSK, PathSeeker, they have both answers. Varus Jace to poke you out from long range, you can't auto-attack us. When we get you low enough, Diana, Kha'Zix, boom, we get on top of you. Gragas displaces your backup, and we just look to one-shot Wild Rabbit. That's the name of the game here. Whether they can execute on it is another question.
Yeah, I'm slightly worried for Todak just based off of the draft. It feels like there's a lot of weight on the jungler's shoulder, right? The Olaf has to be the one that opens up the map, that has to get those early ganks off and work alongside this Renekton. Something that we do expect from Todak. The main synergy is always Skylo and Newgate, jungle and mid, but maybe this time we will be looking at the jungle Baron lane.
Yeah, jungle Baron lane, and I think especially jungle support synergy. In the earlier series, we talked about how Reach the Peak needed to do that as well, and it's much simpler for them. Olaf, Yuumi, just put your Yuumi on top of the Olaf. This time around, a lot of pressure. Rakan, can you recognize where you need to be, when you need to be? Smurf is one of the players that have done that so well. Support timing rotations. We need to see that here from Rakan. Can he pull that off for Todak? If the answer is yes, it's going to look a lot better here for them.
And they also need to buy a lot of time for Wild Rabbit. I think cashing in on the Adoration is the least of his concern. He has to figure out how to survive this. But looking at the jungle matchup, I want to touch a bit on LXY versus Newgate, because yesterday me and Contra talked about this, that Newgate and Skylo, they are kind of the gatekeeper for, you know, tier 2, tier 3 tournaments competitively in 2021, but on the big stage they haven't really shown us what they're really capable of. They haven't really made a good impression, and now Newgate has to go up against LXY, who actually popped off yesterday, if not for the loss of the series.
Yeah, it was a close one, right? They nearly won that game. It's one of those situations where you were winning up until you lost. Hopefully they managed to figure that out today though. I mean, LXY, he's on his Kha'Zix. It's one of his preferred picks to my understanding. It's not the Jax, it can't split push, but maybe he can team fight better, and damn is it a good pick into Olaf.
Yeah, and I do hope that, you know, at least Newgate can hold his own, because if LXY and Motion are going, well, if Newgate and Crown are going to work together, you know that LXY and Emotion are going to do the same as well, especially when Emotion is that one guy that kind of has the personality of Tipper, I guess, just wants to fight and just wants to win the lane on his own. That's Emotion in a nutshell. Maybe not as cracked as Tipper, but he does have that personality. So we'll see how he goes up against Crown on this on this Renekton.
Yeah, and I want to look out for Crown as well, because they banned to protect him. They got rid of the Darius, they made sure his lane is stable, but they forgot about Jace. Jace is another great counter pick into Renekton, and I feel like this is another one of those games where we're going to see both junglers end up on opposing sides of the map here. Very clearly, Newgate wants to play for Draven. Wild Rabbit is your win condition this game. I mean, Newgate is also kind of a win condition in himself, but Wild Rabbit, he's the big one. On the other side, PSK, Swift, he's happy to do his own thing. We saw him do this all throughout C Champs. Varus was one of his preferred picks. Wave clear, utility, be safe. You want to play for Emotion. You want to make sure LXY and Emotion can pop off on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and I love the Gragas support, right? Kaido can't really engage as freely as he wants to. There's always a body slam to deny that follow-up and just kind of break the tempo from the side of Todak. So loving what PathSeeker is bringing to the table with this draft. Just forget about all the shenanigans, play a normal draft, play a normal game, and just demonstrate how they actually function in the series. Because I think yesterday was not really like a benchmark for us to look at PathSeeker and determine how good they are. This one is going to be the real test for them.
Yeah, I'm trying to look through the schedule right now. Yesterday, PathSeeker, they played against Upcar Esports, who we saw earlier today. Take a game off LFO. So it's clear that Upcar, they've got some oomph behind their team. So maybe PathSeeker, maybe they're not that bad. Maybe they've got some things going for them. They just had a hard matchup yesterday. Hopefully today against Todak, they can show what they're made of. We said both of these teams, chip on their shoulder. They want their first win. Someone's going to get it. Who's your pick, Husky, after the draft?
I still think that PathSeeker has a better chance, and just based off of the draft and based off of their performance, after today, PathSeeker would take on Reach the Peak tomorrow, and Todak will have to face LFO, right? So a big contrast in terms of the opponents they will be going up against. So Todak, they need to at least show some sign of life today, or it will be a tragedy going into play day number 3.
Yeah, it's a very real possibility that Todak ends the first week 0-3, so they really need to find something here today, if not a series win. at least a game win. At least have some sort of consolation prize that you can look back on and say, here's what worked in this game. If that's not the case, it's going to be difficult for sure, but they have a team house, they have the players, they have the subs, they have the manager. Hopefully they can sort it out. It's a storied organization. We would love to see more from them. On the other side though, PathSeeker, can they find the right path to their first win? And like you said, tomorrow they play against Reach the Peak. Very winnable match for them. It's likely that they end week 1 2-1. That would be great for them. Great for morale.
And to add on top of that, there is actually a fun fact about TODAK. It's more of a thematic, right? I think TODAK has the reputation of starting very slow and kind of like losing most of the games, but in a league setting, they always would kind of make a comeback. You know, they always come back strong later on, but that's not really something that you want to see consistently, right? You want to at least have some way to hold yourself early on so that you don't get bullied. But we'll only find out in a bit. There is some technical issues, so we will go for a short break and we will come back to get the series rolling.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. Hit my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Cause this is my moment. My moment. Cause this is my moment.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Oh, na na na. Here we go now.
Welcome back to the WCS Malaysia Singapore play day number 2. It is just the first week, but it felt like we have seen so many incredible games. And just now during the break screen, I can't get this song out of my head. The artist was asking, na 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 na, what's next? TODAK against PathSeeker, that's what's coming up. I'm Husky, and alongside me is Omo. Caught you off guard again, and I hope you enjoy my singing for the second time.
I'm a little bit red here. I mean, I'm blushing a little bit, to be honest, but it's not bad. It's pretty good, genuinely. Not bad, not bad.
Thank you.
We have to figure out time to hit up the karaoke when that is it open in Malaysia?
It is open in Malaysia.
It's closed here in Singapore. That's heartbreaking. Gotta make a trip over. We gotta make a trip over, maybe for playoffs. I'll see you around. That's a promise. But what's also a promise here is PathSeeker against TODAK is gonna be happening very shortly. We were waiting a little bit too long for that one. We were waiting for it to start the pop-off. What do you think is gonna happen here? I mean, we saw a pretty exciting draft pop-off. It's a very real possibility.
Good thing comes to those who wait, you know. So I'm expecting PathSeeker to win a better game, but before that, I'm gonna roll a bumper before the match starts. These guys can dance on TODAK. Oh my goodness, I love it. I love the rave, I love the shake, and whatever that is in between. They all look good.
Both of these teams as well, man. They've got the moves now. Let's see if they have the moves here in game as well. I love that early watch from Shanks and Wild Rabbit, making sure they can spot any potential. Oh wait, it's Shanks. Okay.
Oh,
cool.
it is Shanks. Okay, so it's Shanks and not Kyle. Yeah, we get him back. Either way, I mean, he had such a stellar performance yesterday, even in a losing series. So it would be too much of a curveball to knock him out, well, to replace him, right?
Yeah.
It's an early poke onto Evolution. That's a flash out from the Gragas.
I mean, this is one of the same things that we saw yesterday from the side of Aligo as well. You have to trash Draven. This time you have to trash, you have to on Draven. Both times, you get the CP landed, you're gonna do a bunch of damage, you're gonna force them out of the lane. That's exactly what we see here. No flash.
Oh, that's huge. Evolution picks up the honeyfoot in time just to regenerate some of that health, and Swift finds himself head-to-head, face-to-face against Wild Rabbit. No, nothing out of that. So, I mean, Shanks, he's gonna make it out.
Yep, I mean, really good performance here from Wild Rabbit and Shanks so far. They nearly got the solo kill. They might find it.
Oh, he's gonna go back in. Shanks just leads the charge, and first blood. Wild Rabbit cashes that out. Swift, oh, he's gonna go down. Wild Rabbit flashes for that kill. A double for TODAK in the Dragon lane.
Disaster strikes for Swift and Evolution. It seems like this Draven pickup, it's a bit too brutal to deal with. Can't help but feel like Evolution as well, constantly getting cocked out by the Rakan. Knock up, that's a bit of a mistake from him. I don't think you can dive Crown here. He has the barrier. He knows his role very well. He's gonna back off. No trade for PathSeeker. They just lose their bot laner. No reprieve there. Very brutal.
I mean, Shanks being the enabler really, made the life of Wild Rabbit so much easier. Vampiric Scepter and 2 long swords back into the lane. Things are only gonna get harder for PathSeeker in the Dragon lane.
It's not going to get any easier, but what's the good news is that they just need to survive for another minute, and then they can stop the mid lane, and it's relatively easy.
Being on top lane, another dive comes in, and guess who is there? It's Shanks again! But this time, at least there is some kills for LXY. Emotion trying to stay alive. Crown will finally cut him in half, but LXY retrieves a double kill.
Okay, that's a good sign. That's some signs of life here for PSK. Emotion survived long enough. He didn't get one-shotted, bought LXY time to come in. And while all this is going on, that's time that Wild Rabbit is not pressuring the bottom lane. So space given back to Swift, space given back to Evolution. We breathe a sigh of relief here. Just another minute, just another 30 seconds. They get to swap to mid lane, and the worst of their struggles are over. That roam actually hurt TODAK quite a bit. PSK now, they have more space in the game.
And that early Protobell pickup, it was a good initiative, right? Wanting to get some space created for Crown, and that's what we kind of touched on a bit, but unfortunately LXY was just at the right place at the right time. So would you say that kind of nullified whatever pressure that Shanks had in the bottom lane early on?
Definitely. Shanks as well as Wild Rabbit, this entire time they were not able to pressure. Here we go again, they try to go, but they're not going to find anything. This is really good from Newgate, being a bit cheeky here. Good timing to go for this play as well. After the Cannon Creep dies, that's their timing to go. The bad side is that they have to spend quite a bit of time. It's a hefty investment, but I feel like they should commit to it.
Newgate, he's just gonna pull the trigger. Emotion knocked him back, but here comes Ragnarok. Emotion tries to run away. The undertow will get the job done. A bit sloppy for Newgate, but the job is still completed.
It could have been a very realistic trade for that for Emotion. If he used Ignite and full combo, he would at least trade 1-for-1, if not survive. Big misplay from Newgate. Why he didn't Ragnarok early enough. You need to immediate Ragnarok after your first X to make sure that Jace cannot knock you back. That actually really hurt. But still, they pick up the kill, they pick up the reset. PathSeeker, they start the objective.
Could have been disastrous for Newgate. He will make it in time to the Rift Herald. Without the Ragnarok though, and CSK, they will just walk away with this objective.
Yeah, Emotion's getting picked on a little bit right now, but it doesn't matter because Alex Y, he is making it work. He's picking up the scraps left behind. You see Wild Rabbit and Shank. I love what Shank is doing. This is exactly how you play it.
No. Here he goes, instant engage Emotion, caught off guard, and Wild Rabbit cashes in on a killing spree.
Yes.
We have bottom lane, I think Crown is also taking some damage from Kevin, but nothing there. PSK, they will take the dragon with them.
Yeah, you lose the dragon, but that's fine. TODAK, you need to play tempo. They recognize this is when they're strong. They don't even need to use the Rift Herald. Sorry, my mistake. PathSeeker have the Rift Herald. They will use a bot to trade, but the first turret goes to TODAK who don't have the Rift Herald. It's really good for them. They know what exactly they should be doing, and I want to praise Shank specifically. He's playing Rakan so well. Most people make the mistake of stepping up as the Rakan, but you shouldn't. You should hide. That's exactly what you should be doing because you have two jumps. First jump goes to your teammate who steps up for you. No one expects your grand entrance. Second jump repositions you to get out of the fight. He played that picture perfect. He's been doing that the entire lane phase as well. Shanks is doing a very good job. I'm happy to see him on the Rift.
Yeah, he is so impactful for the team, and it really alleviates so much pressure for the rest of TODAK, right? They can play it, play a normal laning phase. They don't really have to get too much ahead because Shanks is going to be there. Kevin smells something going on, and yeah, he's right. Shanks is hiding in the brush.
Shanks is hiding in the brush. He finds that. I want to point out really quickly. Wild Rabbit. Bloodthirster picked up already. This is going to serve a dual purpose here. The shield is great to have against the double assassins, Alex Y and Kevin, who will be diving you. It's also great to have against Swift and Emotion, who are trying to poke you out. They use their combo on you, you lifesteal off a wave, and you're back to full health. It's going to be a great spot for Wild Rabbit. He's going to be happy with the way this game is progressing. Try to go on Crown though.
Crown does have a dominance, but go for the flash first, and now pops the dominance. Well, nothing for PSK. Bottom lane though, the result is a bit different. TODAK actually gets their gank off, and that's going to be a kill to Kevin. Swift comes in with the piercing arrow, but finds no kill.
Okay, let's break down the last set of events there. Wild Rabbit firstly did not get the shutdown, or rather did not get the cash in adoration stack. Skylo picked that one up. On the other side of the map, not sure why Crown had the flash. Where was his slicing die? He must have misplayed and used that earlier. But TODAK always one step ahead to play. Crown knows his job. He is playing defense, and he's doing such a great job at it. But Newgate and Skylo, I think they stayed a little bit too long there.
Newgate will lose his life. Skylo blew the flash just to keep himself alive, and now perhaps because they rotate into the lane. No explosive cast, and Wild Rabbit, he's going to be safe. Oh no, the flash body slam a bit off, and stand aside for Draven because Wild Rabbit is going to town. Now he uses his own flash to get away. The disengage is perfect from TODAK, and PSK won't find anything.
Wild Rabbit and Shanks are putting on a clinic this game. This is exactly how you snowball your lead. They're doing the right things as a bottom lane duo. Wild Rabbit using the Draven E to knock aside the Gragas body slam. Flash, it wasn't just a body slam. There was a flash there as well. But Wild Rabbit just on top of the play did not get knocked back into the opponent team. That would have been a disaster. And Shanks doing his best to try to cover up as well. If they were a little bit more on the ball there on the side of TODAK, they might have even been able to trade some kills back. With that said, they're happy to keep the Draven alive. That's all.
It's a minor goal advantage for TODAK, and perhaps they're scrambling to find some semblance of life in this game. But I guess the bright side is that they got the Mountain Drake, they got the Rift Herald, so they traded the bottom tier one. The game pace is going to slow down a bit.
Okay. I got another heart attack. We saw the same thing. Double Seeker arm got bought by Kevin. Luckily, that's
and here we go. It's going to be the first big skirmish. Will be Shanks going in for the charm, but Chain of Corruption just a bit short. Doesn't connect onto anyone, and Shanks is just on point, just guarding every member of his team. TODAK makes it out of their lives. Ricardo responds.
That looked like potentially a big fight angle, but Skylo was unable to sync the CC timing. They were unable to get the Grand Entrance knock-up combo into the Shockwave. The ball delivery system, as we call it, wasn't in play right there. Two big ultimates used, both the Chains of Corruption as well as the Grand Entrance. Those are going to be missing from the next fight, but are we seeing some action here? No, both teams just going to back away.
Shanks making sure that Crown is safe, but Toda has a ward in the Rift Arrow pit, so PathSeeker can't really sneak that away as sneakily as they did.
You can't do this.
There's Newgate. Chung Newgate down, Ragnarok pop. Newgate is pretty low, gets the spike to get himself a health back, but there is a good counter engage from the side of PSK. This is the fight that they're looking for, and they clean up 3 members of Toda. Kraus suddenly finds himself isolated, and isolation is the best circumstances for LXY. A double kill and a rampage for this Kha'Zix.
Big misplay there from the side of Newgate. You have to recognize, if I'm an Olaf, what happens when I Ragnarok? I take increased damage. If I'm already half health, and I'm running into double assassins, plus a poke comp, through a choke point, what do you think is gonna happen? Do your math, 1+1, I am going to die. Newgate needed to give up that objective to make the call for trade for Dragon. They failed to recognize that. That's going to be a bunch of kills. That's going to be Rip Arrow, Infernal Dragon going over to PSK, and all of a sudden, 3k gold lead.
Yes, Lovely is supposed to cast Wave Evolution. I think he knocked 3 members, or 2 or 3 members of Todak into the wall. Shanks couldn't get a counter engage off, was scrambling to keep everyone alive, and a disastrous fight for Todak. PSK now wrestling the lead back, and they're in a more comfortable position compared to how they were a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, definitely much more comfortable position. This Draven as well. If you ever take your feet off the throttle, off the gas pedal as a Draven team composition, there's a very good chance your Draven suffers for it. Look at Shanks. Lovely position.
Oh, it's an ambush setup. They're gonna show up in motion. Suddenly gets caught off guard. They want the adoration stacks, but Evolution will not give it to Wild Rabbit, so Newgate will claim it.
Okay, this is also why you always just use your Ignite. Just secure the kill there. That way Newgate doesn't have to flash if Shanks just ignites it.
Yeah, that could be a possibility. Probably thinking that they can finish off Emotion before he got away. But that's at least some sort of trait that PathSeeker can be happy with.
Well, look at PathSeeker right now. They are controlling the bottom side of the map. Emotion, he's been left to the wolves, so to speak. Left to the swordfish, more literally, on the side of Todak. And they're focusing around the other side of the map. They're focusing around Kevin. I get it, Kevin is strong right now, but your Jace cannot be left on an island. You have to protect him. Todak identifying that well. PSK could do a little better on that front.
And that's what we saw pretty frequently on a team that has Emotion in the Baron lane. They just leave him no matter how the game goes.
Yet again.
And Easy is going to do his work. And Proto Belt, the Grand Entrance, a bit wide, but Shanks, is he going to commit? No. Not much spell, does not have the quickness to follow up. Summon the bottom lane, but Emotion. Oh my buddy! Buddy, what are you doing? Wild Rabbit cashes out!
Well then, that works. Wild Rabbit. Oh, look at that. Shanks took the bullet for his teammate and he's still alive.
Well, oh yeah, they're gonna commit for him. That took so much out of PathSeeker just for Wild Rabbit.
Man, they get Wild Rabbit, but what do they lose on the other side of the map? Nothing. They gain on the other side of the map. They get the tier 2 bot turret as well. Interesting stuff. PathSeeker rather winning across the map.
Yeah, somehow it's working out, right? Despite looking very scrappy, they were able to gain more out of that. Now Crown and Shanks, they're going to be the bodyguard to protect this turret. They will succeed in doing their job. But surprisingly, you look at the map, Todak, they are slowly losing ground.
Yeah, Todak, it looked good for them in the early stages of the game. 4-0 Draven. They weren't able to capitalize on that. Little mistakes around the objectives. They tried to play front to back. They didn't have to set up for the wombo combo. Sometimes you need to know when to cut your losses. And that's a recurring trend for some of these lower tier teams in the league here, Husky. They need to recognize this team fight. It's not looking great. Let's just back off. We don't have to lose the game here. We don't have to throw away our lead here. Todak unable to identify that means that they just give up control of the game to PathSeeker. We now have a 5,000 gold lead.
I mean, losing that Rift Arrow isn't going to end the game. It just means that the enemy has a Rift Arrow. Todak now, it feels like they're a bit more angsty, wanting to look for some sort of fight in motion. He is very, very isolated from the rest of his team. Yugi is going to run into him. The Chain of Corruption goes wide.
Yeah, that's no sense. You should have ran him down.
Yeah, a bit weird, you know, from both teams. This is just a tug of war of. Do I want to go in? I don't feel like I should do it, but let me poke it with my ultimate. Yeah, word interaction.
I kind of get the rationale as well. They're a little bit afraid after making mistakes. Newgate especially, he yeeted it in for the Rift Herald. He paid for it with his life. He's now a little bit more cautious. But this is something you gotta learn. You gotta know when you can go, when you can't go. And now, TODAK for the first time has set up on this dragon.
Trying to sneak the dragon away on the side of PSK, but Evolution gets caught pretty taggy on the Gragas though. The Shaman, the quickness, the fingertip off. Evolution goes down. A shockwave is there. Double kill for Skylo. He flashes to safety, but the backline has been infiltrated. They want to protect Skylo. He will still go down in the hands of Swift, but Shanks was able to get away with the hectic polar bear while Rabbit flashes forward for the pickup. And this is the fight that TODAK has been looking for. 4 kills for them.
And they say, we don't care about the dragon anymore. We want Baron Nashor, and they can do it. Olaf, Bloodthirst the Draven, they have more than enough to take this. It's only Alex Y left alive. He's gonna take the consolation prize. He's gonna cut his losses. He's gonna get the Cloud Dragon. That's gonna be okay for him because there's still sole win condition for PathSeeker. TODAK, they pulled themselves back in the game. But Husky, look at the goal. They don't even have a lead yet.
Yeah, they actually don't. PathSeeker is still keeping this under control. But now they will have to kind of draw out the Baron buff, which is something that TODAK desperately needs to find a footing in the game. Again, great engage from Shanks. They finally get the ball delivered right to the doorstep of PathSeeker. They should feel a bit more comfortable, while Rabbit getting that GA is going to be huge.
Wild Rabbit is going to be huge with that GA. We need to look out for that one. We talked about this earlier on, right? You have a solution to the poke that's coming in. Bloodthirst the lifesteal. You have a solution to the dive that's coming in. Bloodthirst the shield. Now you have an extra solution when they try to dive you. You have Totobell to dodge out spells, especially the Moonfall being a key one. And now you have the GA. How are they going to kill you? Wild Rabbit, he needs to be the star here. He needs to pop off. He needs to dish out the damage. And he has the tools to do it.
Look at them putting everything on Shanks. He is the best delivery man for the side of TODAK.
Yeah.
Deserves the medal for that. They are trying to siege down this mid tier 1, and PSK, they're positioning to take a fight, and again Shanks goes in for the engage. They do have the shockwave. Not going to use this just yet. Skylar won't forward. So far, nothing going the way of TODAK. They might actually just botch this. Kevin goes stasis, but 3 members of TODAK have gone down. A complete disaster for TODAK. The Swordfishers have been reeled up onto dry land, and they will be left for dead.
We need to see a replay of that, Husky. Clear misplay there coming out from the side of TODAK. Individually, I think Shanks, we praised his early game Rakan play, but when he goes for the big grand entrance combos, he's been whipping. I feel like he's been hacking with W skill, because there's no way you should be overshooting by that much. We need to watch a replay of that one, but this is all of a sudden PathSeeker just back in full control yet again.
Emotion even swaps to the TP. They will show up in all the lanes and take out 2 inhibitor turrets. TODAK, they just got a lead, but now everything has gone down the drain. Shanks doing his utter best to try to keep it alive, and now the whirling that comes through. A moonfall from Kevin. He flashes away, but he is in enemy territory, and Wild Rabbit somehow gets the Adoration cash out.
And that's something that we've talked about as well. Diana is heavily countered by Exhaust. The reason I don't value this champion highly is because I think her entire kit is shut down by 1 spell Exhaust. But in the last team fight, Skylo didn't manage to exhaust him in time. Now take a look at this. Firstly, Shanks overshoots on his combo. Secondly, Wild Rabbit half health before the fight starts. Didn't get the lifesteal. GA popped before the fight even starts. Now look at Skylo. He exhausts the Diana, but much too late. Entire combo already used. So what's left of the fight? It's an overdive. It's a desynced dive. They didn't use their spells in the right order. They didn't use their CC. And most importantly, Shanks was the
Evolution doing God's work, just blowing up the GA with the explosive cast. I think TODAK, they got a bit too impatient. A bit too overzealous. They had the lead, they want to push it, but it is not the right time. The PathSeeker getting control back. This game has already gone back into PathSeeker's grasp. They do know that the rip are being taken, and Shanks is going to go in with the quickness. Oh, the Edge of Night just completely negates that.
Just throw your Q in first, man. I can get it. You're playing in Fog of War. It's a little bit scary, but just throw your Q in if you think it's causing there. Now, no grand entrance. There are tools to start a team fight. Greatly reduced. You needed the combo. Shockwave grand entrance. That's the combo. Unable to find it this entire game, really. And now they don't have it again for their final defense. PathSeeker, they just need to play it patient. They have the poke. They have the disengage tools. Most importantly, they have the super minions marching into the bottom. Play it slow, play it patient, you've won the game already.
I mean, either you use the grand entrance or the trick to check, but they're going to do it again, and now there's going to be a flank from Crown, doing it well. Burning Death comes through, they want to go for Swift, but the backline is exposed. Skylo gets the exhaust onto Kevin. The shockwave comes on as well. A fragmented fight, but PSK actually got the Baron buff. Now they need to get out. Wild Rabbit is searching for some victims, but the flash from Evolution keeps him alive. They did lose LXY. Shanks and Crown, they will be sacrificed to keep the rest of Todak alive. And now Skylo running away from Emotion. And Emotion don't really want to take this. GA will be popped by Skylo, and Skylo is hanging around. I don't think he has enough damage though. The Shock Blast not empowered by the acceleration skill. At least Todak were able to make it out. But Kevin will dive in. Stasis coming out from the side of Skylo. Wild Rabbit wants to keep him alive, but the piercing arrow cuts through. And PSK, they are looking for blood. And this might just be the end. Todak might not be able to defend this.
Yeah, that should be it. Baron buff, super limited in every single lane. What can you do?
And nothing. Moonfall blows both GAs. And PSK are going to wait for them to come back to right to rub it in. The smirk off of Wild Rabbit's face, and Newgate watches the Nexus blow up. PathSeeker takes game 1.
And Husky, how many comeback wins have we seen today? These teams able to find leads, able to find early game players, unable to convert. And at the end of the day, better team fighting comp makes it... Well, I see that, but it's not even really better team fighting comp. I think they just took better team fights. Todak misplayed execution on a bunch of them. And at the end of the day, PathSeeker come up on top of game 1.
Yeah, I agree with that. I resonate with it 100%. Yeah, sure, we talked about how PathSeeker has a decent draft, but it's more of them capitalizing on the mistakes from Todak. And Shanks went from the playmaker to be the guy that completely botches the important fights, and it's a feels bad moment for Todak for sure.
He had the tempo, he had the momentum, but he unfortunately was unable to execute when push came to shove. As well as Newgate, I think you have to recognize when you need to cut your losses. That's the key improvement points I hope to see from them going to game 2. We're going for a bit of a quick break, and when we come back, match point for PathSeeker.
Here we go now.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff.
Here we go now.
Everybody is hustling to win, and what's the win without a comeback? Welcome back to WCS Malaysia and Singapore Playday number 2. I'm Husky alongside Omo. We're about to bring you guys game number 2 between TODAK and PathSeeker, and I'm looking for a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, when we came into this series, we said we're not expecting the cleanest series. We're not expecting the best gameplay, the best Wild Rift we've seen. But we expected fun, exciting, close games, and that's exactly what we saw. The comeback from PathSeeker, punishing the individual team fight mistakes coming out from side of TODAK, who frankly had a fantastic early game. They just messed up somewhere along the line.
Yeah, I mean, 1 minute in, we saw Wild Rabbit get a double kill, and we were like, alright, this game is 50% over for PathSeeker. And then TODAK took a bad fight at Rift Herald, and then they took a couple more bad engages, and suddenly things turned around. PathSeeker with one Baron buff stormed down the lanes and completely shut out TODAK from game number 1.
Yeah, just absolutely very well played there from PathSeeker to punish the errors from TODAK. Now let's take a look at the post-game stats to really just refresh our memory of what happened there. Of course, you gotta keep in mind, Swift and Evolution, they were racked down in the bot lane by Wild Rabbit and Shanks, but once we got out of the laning phase, I think a lot of the key win factors really just came down to team fighting. You look at the score, it's not that different. You look at the gold, it's not that different. It's just team fighting wins meant so much more for PSK.
Yeah, and just TODAK with some errors in judgment, trying to go for objectives that they probably emphasize on too much. The importance isn't really as significant, but they pay for it, right? LXY himself was able to keep the team in the game when bottom lane was bleeding out. LXY was able to get a early double kill onto, I believe, Newgate and onto both Crown and Shanks. That really made sure that PSK at least still has some threats on the map.
That's indeed the case here. Now going to game 2, I need to see some adaptations, some evolutions from TODAK. Good signs from them in game 1. They looked a lot better, I think, than they did yesterday. But they still need to do that a little bit more to cross the finish line. I don't think draft was an error. I think decision making, shot calling might have been a little bit mistaken there. The key fight that stands out in my mind, Husky, the Rift Herald fight when Newgate half health tries to run in, just gets one-shotted. Sometimes you need to know when you need to cut your losses, and if you're playing team fight wombo combos like Orianna, Rakan, make sure you execute on it. PSK is so much better at team fight execution.
Yeah, and when the draft was completed, you know, we both agreed that Wild Rabbit is going to not have the best of game because there are so many ways to kill him off. And he proved us wrong early on, right? He got such a huge lead, came out into the lane like 4 minutes in with the Bloodthirster, and that was the point where Wild Rabbit was so strong. And he was actually enabled to run WoW, but I think you summarized everything perfectly. Just bad mistakes from the side of TODAK. I want to see some changes. I know you want to see some changes as well. We'll see how the second game is going to be.
And changes start from pick and bans. I don't think they did anything wrong in draft, but let's see if they want to make any adaptations in draft. I'm not sure if we're actually seeing Kaido or if that's another spectator bug. We'll have to wait until the game starts to see.
Yeah, and if it's Kaido, then that's going to be his debut. But if it's Shanks, then hopefully he polishes up on what went wrong in game number 1. You can have the best game, but it's just the small errors that kind of cost you all the efforts that you put in. Lee Sin Zed banned out, Galio also removed by PSK.
Okay, getting rid of the Lee Sin from Newgate. He's confident in taking on anything else. Kha'Zix's performance very solid in that last game. Zed, Camille being removed. These bans all make a lot of sense. It's all very high priority champions, but nothing out of the ordinary just yet. Let's wait and see how it develops. I mean, my big question is, are we going to see Draven again? I don't think the Draven was the problem in that game, but maybe an easier to execute on marksman might have paid off more.
Yeah, that could be the case, right? Respect ban onto Todak, they ban out the Thresh. Jack's taken out respect from Todak onto LSY. Now Emotion, he likes to play bruisers. I wonder if the Darius or the set will be picked up, but judging by how these two champions are ranked, a set would be great for PSK.
It really will. Set, Jace, a lot of high prio champions still up. Gragas has shown a lot of prominence here in the SGMY League. There we go, that one's just gonna pick up. I think teams value it very highly for its flex potential, but I still favor something along the lines of the set, of the Jace maybe even.
And Todak now has a chance to pick. They have 2 picks coming up, and they have a lot of room to work with. In game 1, it was Crown on the Renekton. Not necessarily the flashes of champions, but does have decent lane dominance. We saw him in those team fights. He was able to kind of be that mid-shift for his team. But for once, Ziggs makes it through and Todak picks that up. They give Newgate the Olaf once more.
Newgate gets the Olaf again. He picks it into the Gragas yet again, and likely this Ziggs will go over to Wild Rabbit. There's a chance it goes to Skylo. I don't like the synergy of that mid-jungle duo, so I hope it goes to Wild Rabbit. But once again, AlexY re-answers Kha'Zix into Olaf. This worked out well for him last game. I see no reason he should deviate from this strategy. And Newgate, let's see if you have something better prepared. Diana yet again. I think Newgate's happy with this draft so far. He wants to prove that he can come back from what happened in game 1.
Yeah, it's the same draft so far. All 3 champions were seen in game 1. The Gragas was in Evolution's hand on the support role. Now Jace for Todak.
Jace being picked up here for Todak is a little bit interesting to me. It's still a flex, could go top, could go mid. But I don't know if a Jace angle is really it here. You have a double assassins to contend with. That's always going to be a bit of a headache for you to deal with. You need to get a lead. Good news is Olaf can help you get a lead. With his early game, his ability to skirmish duo, he can secure your laning phase. I like what we're seeing from PSK. Ban away to Rakan. He did mess up at times. I think it's Shanks still. I'm just going to assume that's a visual bug and it's not Kaido. But Shanks' Rakan made some mistakes, but still had a lot of bright spots.
Yeah, and Todak, they banned out the Varus, which wasn't really the main issue, but come late game, Swift was able to put out a truck ton of damage, and they also removed the set. Would have loved to see that, but we won't be Lulu taken out by PSK, and Todak, they get themselves the Nami.
Okay, that's a 180 from what we saw last game. Going from the chat, Draven, Rakan over to the Ziggs Nami here, a lot safer. They're gonna put the burden of carrying the game in the hands of Skylo. I like this adaptation for PSK. I think it's one of the first, if not the first, Senna Gragas bot lanes we've seen so far, but this is a really good combination with the setup that they have. Now, Akali functions extremely well into Jace since the PC League days. Why? Because you can survive his early game bullying with your Shroud, your ability to farm from range with your 5-point strike, and once you hit level 5, once you get access to your ultimate, you can constantly threaten solo kill pressure on him. I think what we're going to see here is a cocky Ziggs flex. I don't know where it's going, but with the draft played out, I really like what PSK have.
Yeah, and early on you said that the synergy for Olaf Ziggs isn't that good. We'll see where Todak wants to put this Ziggs into. The Corki was played yesterday on Todak's side, but instead of Wild Rabbit, it was Kuya, and didn't have the best game, was making very poor individual decisions that led to his death. And there were times he tried to make heroic plays to kind of pull the game back, but against a team like Team Watermelon, it just doesn't function that way.
Yeah, a lot of things don't work against Team Watermelon just because of their individual and their team fighting prowess. But now, Todak's draft, similar but not quite to last game. They had a lot more support for the Olaf in last game, but this time around, I feel like they kind of left Newgate out to dry. Ziggs cocky want to poke. What's Olaf supposed to do while you're poking? Throw axes?
He's probably gonna eat the damage, right? But
yeah, maybe.
And they have the Nami, not the fastest champion to initiate fights. The bubble and the tidal wave, they all have travel time. It's easier to predict if you're on the side of PathSeeker. So I agree, who facilitates Newgate, right, when he wants to start a fight. If he runs in with the Ragnarok and his teams cannot follow, they can just run away and leave him to die, but that would be very bad for the team.
And something we saw in the last game as well was evolution on that Gragas. I think something you pointed out was that he used the cask to knock away the teammates of Todak. Newgate would run in on Olaf, and he would be like, where's my teammates? They all got knocked away, there's nothing you can do. Might see a repeat here.
Yeah, and Todak, Newgate, the only one immune to all those crowd control, but at the same time, you're also dealing with Swift, right, on the Senna. As the game progresses, Swift is just going to be that util AD that can pump up damage and also provide crowd control and healing. There's so many layers of defenses that TODAK needs to get through, but I don't know how they can identify that. They don't really have the best of crowd control. It is all in the kits of that Nami.
It's tough. It's definitely tough. I think last game Olaf had a much better setup for success, and yet still unable to deliver. This time around into double stealth champions, Kha'Zix Akali. You're gonna have a very hard time. You're gonna have to deal with the long range coming in from the center as well. I'm not exactly sure how it's gonna play out, but hopefully TODAK have a better idea than I do. We are heading into game 2. Let's see if they can come back or if it's gonna be a 2-0.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how TODAK at least put up a good fight. And early on in game 1, we did kind of slightly touch on this, right? If TODAK loses this series against PathSeeker, they might just go 0-3 by the end of week number 1, because tomorrow's matches is against LFO, and yeah, enough said, right? LFO is going to win that hands down. I'm sorry, TODAK, but that's the reality of the case. So game number 2 is very important for TODAK. They don't have to win the series. I'm going to bump it down a bit. Just take one game off of PathSeeker.
It's, yeah, at the very least, right? Because we say there's a very real chance they go 0-3 by the end of the week. At least take a game win. And it's easier to do so today than with your match schedule tomorrow. You really at least need to have something you can look back on and say, this was good. You just need to replicate this game. A lot more scaling, a lot more focus. Let's see if they can execute on that.
It's lovely from Shanks and Wild Rabbit. Even though it's a slightly different Dragon Lane, you don't have the initiation potential from someone like a Trash or a Khan. Shanks is still able to keep Wild Rabbit topped up. Top lane is going to be crowned against Emotion. I do like this. The matchup of Akali and Jace that you've been looking for, it's going to happen here.
Yeah, Jace's auto attack range is almost the same as Akali's Q range. So if you misplay a little bit, if you misstep a little bit from Jace, Akali can actually trade decently while surviving your poke. Speaking of surviving poke, Kevin's not having a great time at that. Skylo is doing a good job here in the middle.
Just constantly throwing his poke at him, making sure that Kevin doesn't have too much space to work with. Sure, you have the pill cascade, but that still has a pretty long cooldown. You can see that Zubei finally shows up in the middle lane. Whereas for LXY, he is trying to make some moves here in the bottom river, going for a telegraph.
Oh, I think they telegraphed this play a little bit too hard. They're going for the aggressive trade. Evolution has flash, we gotta watch for that.
This could change the course of the bottom lane dynamic. LXY already spotted on the grab. You can see the pings are coming out from PSK. It will be the root coming up from Swift on the Wild Rabbit, so the bottom lane from TODAK will not be able to find some assistance, but it's going to be a jump onto Newgate. They will spite away the Scuttle Crab. Newgate won't be able to get any kill. Goes for the flash, still finds Evolution for the first blood, but he will trade his life. Exhaust now being used onto Swift, but the rest of PSK are there. Shanks will be forced to use his flash, and Skylar will do the same. Both trade 1-for-1.
Everyone forced to flash away on the side of TODAK though, so many flashes expanded there. More action in the Baron lane as well. Emotion having a very good time in this matchup. Once he hits level 5, he will be able to track in a solo kill. And he's only just a couple creeps away. If he manages to kill this melee creep, I think he could trap in a dive.
Crown not looking too healthy. Does have the flash and ignite, but Emotion has barrier ready. And you can see that LXY, he has just shown up. Crown going for the recall, and LXY will force him off of that. Messing up the timing a bit, now they will do some damage to the turret.
This is really good. This is really good stuff. Emotion stabilized the lane earlier than he should have been able to, and he trapped in a solo kill. He did exactly what he needed to do, hit all the right marks. What strikes me though is, on the side of TODAK, I think if you're looking back at game 1 and you're saying, what were the mistakes there? What were the errors there? How do we fix that to win game 2? Picking up an early Jace blind doesn't seem like the right answer to me, and it's showing in game.
Having a tougher time, body slam, Wild Rabbit forced to use the heal and Valkyrie to get out, and he's out on fire. Thankfully, the Honey Fruit is there to keep him alive. Newgate will at least show his presence, but look at who is in the party. It's going to be Kevin. Luna rush, forces the flash from Wild Rabbit. Dawning Shadow connects. Wild Rabbit is surviving with a slither of health. The explosive cast will knock Shanks backwards, and he's dead. And LXY is in the back line. He assassinates Wild Rabbit, and Newgate also goes down. 3 for PSK.
Absolute disaster there for TODAK. They try to go for a gank, but the early move from the Diana combo with LXY's Kha'Zix white flank. They just clean house here. 1,500 gold lead. Nothing too significant at the moment, but I feel like they do upscale. You have the Seta, you have the Akali into Jace. TODAK though, that scaling isn't too bad too, so I guess it's a little bit even, but I would still favor PSK a little bit more.
Yeah, and that doesn't make it any better when Crown is not having the best of time against Emotion, right? It's a complete outclass in the Baron lane. The objectives finally spawn 4 minutes in. We have the Rift Herald and the Inferno Drake on the table, and it seems like TODAK will make the first move towards the Rift Herald.
Yeah, you have the Olaf, you need to make it work. You can't botch it like you did last game. You have to find a lead here. PathSeeker, they recognize that they know our setup here is slow. That's the package, you don't want to fight into it. PathSeeker, they're doing a very good job and cutting their losses, just saying, we can't get this, it's okay, we'll trade on the other side of the map. Emotion doing a very good job to stabilize here as well. He just completely bottles that.
There is an exhaust, but Brownie walks forward and gives Emotion a kill. And now backup coming in, they scramble to find some sort of exchange, and Wild Rabbit will pick that one up. But the price is expensive. PSK finds 2 kills.
More than just expensive. Look at the way TODAK positioned there. 2 members behind the turret to set up for the Rift Herald push. But the problem is 2 members is not an ult.
What?
Oh,
Evolution just completely displays Wild Rabbit, and Shan could do nothing. There is on a Nami. What can you do? The bubble's not gonna hit.
Did Wild Rabbit have his Gatling gun on? Is that what it was that took turret aggro?
I think so. Yeah, that could be it.
It's just complete disaster. You take the Rift Herald, what's the play you're going for? We're gonna set up a 4-man on top lane, we're gonna crash the wave, Rift Herald, dive you, kill you, take a turret. What happens? Emotion walks up, he takes the aggressive fight, he gets the double kill, and the play just ends there. It's completely botched. With the Rift Herald, they don't even get the turret. PSK, they get Inferno and they get bot turret. Complete domination across the map. It's a huge win for them.
Yeah, 1 minute ago you were just saying that Newgate, he has to pull his team ahead, make something work. They get the Rift Herald, that's step number 1. And step number 2 completely goes down the drain. Like, I mean, Crown, huge mechanical error, gets killed by Emotion. Shanks got sacrificed, they couldn't set up the flank, and everything just goes down the gutter.
The problem there is, and the problem as a whole is, Crown should not be losing this matchup pre-level 5. That gave Akali, that gave Emotion too much space to scale up and get to a comfortable position in this game. With that in mind, 1000 gold behind, Akali versus Jace matchup, you can never show your face in the side lane ever again as this Jace. Because if you do, triple assassins, they added 1 more from last game, Akali and Diana can both solo kill you. You throw a Kha'Zix into the mix, there's absolutely nothing you can do. You cannot show your face in side lane.
They might not be able to show their face in the jungle because Kevin, even though exhausted, is going to pull them back with the Woodfall. Dawning Shadow gives him the shield, but he runs into a bubble. The Aqua Prison will be his demise. At least Newgate gets something in return, but knowing TODAK, they might want to go for more. Crown leading the charge, but the rest of PSK are out.
That's a really good play there. Overdive from Kevin, and this is exactly what we need to see. Exhaust shuts down Diana completely. That's the mantra that I've been teaching for God knows how long. This could be a big penalty.
Last embrace, and then there's the cast. TODAK really wants the turret, but at what cost? The rest of PSK, they're showing up. The turret isn't even dead yet. Newgate though will be dead. Crown follows up. Emotion cuts them down. Shuri can flip the stair, but Emotion doesn't have the health to follow up, which is okay. TODAK, they still lost 2 and they get nothing out of it. The last embrace, let's get the root off, but PSK can't follow up.
No follow-up there. They tried to get the turret. Like you said, it's not even down yet. They go Evolution now, threatening to die. He could.
Shanks is playing a bit too up front. Thankfully, no one dove him.
Swift
I would have
right now, by the way. He's saying, how is this guy still walking forward? I thought he would step back. That's why I threw my W 1 step behind him, but Shanks doesn't care.
Sometimes it is hard to land skill shots against those who generally just do the opposite, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Kevin goes after Newgate and, wow, trades his life for it.
Kevin, right now, I understand why you went for the last 2 dives, man. I understand why you had to die the last 2 dives. Get your KDA to a nice, sweet 420. We're good to go.
But you gotta calm down, Kevin.
You do have to calm down.
We need to talk about Kevin.
We do need to talk about Kevin. He has overdived a couple of times here. I think that's something that PSK could bring up in review. LXY, shopping.
Yeah, not paying attention, and now Away doesn't have the chance to the wings yet, and Crown will follow up. 3 kill for the face.
Some trolls here and there coming in from the side of PSK. They're making some mistakes. We saw last game TODAK, they managed to throw a huge lead. PSK, hopefully the same thing doesn't happen to them.
TODAK now going to the Ocean Drain. PSK wants to contest this without their jungler. Dawning Shadow preemptively used. Dragon secured by Newgate, but you can see that this Olaf isn't doing too healthy. They have the Mega Inferno Bomb to blow up Kevin, but Emotion just cuts through all of the 5-point strike, and a slash can flip follow up. Emotion with a triple kill, and TODAK gets completely annihilated.
No troll here today. They miss Kevin, they miss LXY, but Emotion, Swift, and Evolution. The 3-man unit, more than enough to take a 3v5 against TODAK. How that happened, I couldn't tell you, Husky. They're just too good, I guess.
Yep, this Emotion showing up out of nowhere. A ninja from the shadows. And PSK, they might not have gotten the dragon, but they will get the Rift Herald. That they have. I mean, TODAK are starting to, well, starting to isn't the right term. They are bleeding now.
Yeah. Last game at least, they had some promising signs in the early game. This time they went for a bit more of a scaling comp, a siege comp, a poke comp. That somehow has an Olaf in there. I don't know why, but it has an Olaf in there. It's not working out at all for them. But PSK, I think they look very good this game, much better than they did in a lot of props to Emotion on this Akali. A lot of props to Kevin as well, making the aggressive plays. Some might say too aggressive. I say just aggressive enough.
You have to make them vehicle. Oh boy, Crown getting caught out. Emotion with the presence of mind. And Crown knows that he's there. Perfect execution.
I mean, this is exactly what I mean, right? Crown overstayed. What is this? Yeah, this is one of the reasons why Kha'Zix is such a good matchup into Olaf. You Ragnarok, what happens? He goes invisible, he jumps away, what are you gonna do? And he has isolation when you see this typically out on him.
That was what happened in Dragon Fight. Newgate actually ran after one of the PSK members and his whole team was left out to dry. I guess you don't need an explosive cast for that case. He just isolates himself from his team. Mid tier 2 down, PSK getting full control of the map.
Yeah, PSK rapidly approaching a 10,000 gold lead, just 1k away. 10 minutes in game, almost 1,000 gold lead, a minute. Complete domination here from them. Evolution, one of the key players we packed here from the side of PSK that needs to step up, that needs to perform. I'd say he's done so.
And I'm seeing 3 twin shadows for TODAK.
Okay, one of the reasons you do this is because of the double stealth on the side of PSK. That's the rationale here, right? Akali stealth, Kha'Zix stealth, you get the twin shadows. It's kinda good against the Senna Shroud as well, and generally it's just good to shut down flanks from assassins. But 3, I think, it might be a bit too much there. You need
That's
something
paranoia.
else. Yeah, you're definitely paranoid and for good reason, but you need...
Not bad, not bad. I like that pose. That's pretty photogenic. You can take a screenshot with that.
But earlier today, we saw the Camille mid-Hextech ultimatum go golden. I think that was the coolest one. Talk to talk.
That's my best. That's that, the golden Lee Sin kick, and now this. Golden W. One of the few non-ultimate golden shots, right?
For sure. Now, Siege coming in. I want to point out while this is going on, they're only playing on season 4-1 setup here for PSK. Akali solo in the bottom lane. Who can stop him? No one. Who can try to stop him? I guess Ziggs is your best bet, longer range. He walked up with the world wide.
Wide tidal wave, not really the best. Dawning Shadow cancel as crowd flashes for the shutdown. Now Newgate, Ragnarok is gonna expire. Kha'Zix will finish him off with the void spikes.
Wait,
it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade, but the defense not that bad.
Why did the motion make his way over? He just needed to keep hitting bot turret. He has Lich Bane, he would have taken that.
Wants to be a team player at least. Well, no steal, unfortunately.
Yeah, not quite enough. Not a game winner, not a game breaker either way though. Kevin, I want to point out, he still has the outfit. Akali wasn't able to participate in the fight, and the Dawning Shadow, he wasn't able to get that off before he died to Olaf. So many ultimates weren't used in the fight. PSK a little bit botch on the execution. TODAK did good to set up for that one. But still, I feel like your setup, if you're winning so heavily with your assassin, just let him win you the game. Why do you have to take these fights?
Mountain Drake online. TODAK trying to look for something, and Emotion has found Nami. He's trying to go forward with the flash. Perfect execution, and Dawning Shadow shooting up, it goes back in. Emotion is a madman. Skylo tries to finish him off, and they will with the undertow. Finally, someone has an answer, because they had to sacrifice 2 members.
Yep, I was right. This is why you pick an Olaf in a poke comp. When they throw their spells, Olaf throws his undertow. That's the poke comp.
He has something, you know. He doesn't have magic, you know, he's not the magic guy, but he has an answer.
Yeah, good enough. Let's see the Baron getting started off. He's so insanely quickly with the Kha'Zix ISO 2.
Newgate not going to get there. No,
Nice,
Ragnarok.
really
He's trying his best. Oh no, hits the blast cone, goes backwards, but look at who is in the Baron pit. It's actually Crown. He walls in there thinking Newgate will follow him, but they have both been betrayed. And that will be TODAK losing 2 more. Skylo, last dish attempt, doesn't even get the Baron. No Harpo, no consolation prize. TODAK are just completely disintegrating almost.
falling apart at the seams, completely shattering, absolute collapse. TODAK, it's unacceptable, frankly, a terrible performance around that Baron pit for them. They walk in one by one, and to add insult to injury, last man standing, Ziggs desperately tries to swing out some bombs. Execrable gameplay is unacceptable. I think we should execute that completely correct.
Yeah, not that it would have made too much of a difference, but it would have looked a bit better, right? He probably could have been able to push out a couple of ways, but now TODAK just bare naked in the open with one inhibitor turret standing. Well, the Nexus is healthy at least. That's something to be happy about for now.
It's the smallest consolation prize you can actually even get at all in the game. And TODAK, that's the only thing they have to cling on to. 15,000 gold lead for PathSeeker. 1,000 gold a minute, that's the benchmark I like to see here. They have the Baron bomb. The crowd has the Ignite state. But what can TODAK do? I couldn't really tell you. Death kept coming into ground.
Motion having the time of his life. The best game that he has played so far across these 2 days. He's pushing out the wave, someone has to deal with him. But TODAK, they have to make up their mind. Now the manpower is a bit split, and PSK will have free reign of the top lane. This Baron buff is making life so hard.
Yeah, Kevin shouldn't be playing close to emotions, right? I think this is unnecessary. Baron buff is by himself. They go for Dive.
Deep in, they knock Emotion back. Emotion actually goes down. Kevin forced to go golden, and TODAK just standing in front of the fountain to get some health back, and Crown still not able to convert that into anything. While all of that was happening, Wild Rabbit and Shanks have been completely destroyed by PSK. Dawning Shadow thrown out, not really much value from that, but PSK have gotten TODAK on lockdown.
On lock indeed this game. Yeah.
Flash body slam. No kills just yet, but PSK, they go for the jugular. Just to pass some KD for Kevin, and PathSeeker finds their first win in the group stage.
PathSeeker find their first win, and I would say that game too was pretty convincing, was pretty dominant, showing off their stars as well. I think Alex Y as well as Emotion, very good performances from the two of them. Kevin, Swift, and Evolution, no slouches as well. Now TODAK, they need to go back to the drawing board. Game 1, it looked alright for them. Game 2, disastrous. What went wrong? They need to sort that out. There's a very real chance they end this week 0-3, and if they don't come back with a punch next week, it's basically over for them.
Yeah, you can even say that they can start planning for next week, right? I mean, LF were watching this series and they were like, oh well, I guess not much prep is needed for tomorrow.
Yeah.
But PathSeeker able to pull it back a bit, able to show us what they're actually capable of, especially Emotion. Had so many games that he wasn't able to show off, but finally there's this one game where he demonstrated what Emotion is.
What Emotion can do, what emotions can be like. And I want to add up to your point there. LFO, they're looking at this series, they're like nodding, shaking their heads, whatever it is. I just got told as well that Rich is not even playing tomorrow. He's just like, I'm just gonna chill. You guys go ahead.
It's one of the games where Rich doesn't need to come to the rescue, right? He's like, alright, I can take a break, take a day off.
He's a busy guy. He's got university. He's got a lot of things going on as well. So they're not only pro gamers, they're also, going through life. And I think that's true for most of these teams. And with that point in mind as well, TODAK, one of the few professional teams, I would say, playing full-time, have a gaming house, they really need to step up. This performance, frankly, unacceptable.
Yeah, and we came into WCS with a narrative for TODAK that they have a lot to prove. They didn't make it in 2021. They barely scraped through. This just doesn't cut it. It felt like they came in here and they are just a kind of pushover, right? You can just brush them aside. So TODAK has a lot to prove across the entire league, but let's take a look at the stats, because this is just a complete massacre in favor of PathSeeker.
Yeah, I think there was a point in the game where Emotion was like 7-1. He went and run it down a couple more times. Kevin as well, I think it was like 4-1. They went to have a bit more fun, happy gaming here and there, but still barely dying at all. I want to give props to Swift though. This guy has been the bastion, I guess, for the side of PSK. He's always been stable when things are going wrong. He's never dying. He has 1 death. I think in the whole series he had like 2-3 deaths total. He's being very stable, being the utility player for his team, and he's letting his top side excel. So props to him for that. On the side of TODAK, what can we really say, right? What's the consolation that we can latch onto?
I think the one consolation out of what we've seen from TODAK is Shanks. But he has to be on a playmaker. I think that's the condition that TODAK needs to look for. We saw him perform really well on playmaking champions like the Rakan and Thresh. Nami just isn't really that enchanter type support. You want to keep your teammates topped up in fights, but the rest of the team, they just could not perform, and it kind of diminishes the value from Shanks as well.
Yeah, I like that point. I think Shanks really needs to be put on something that has initiative to lead the tempo of the game. That's what we should be looking out for TODAK. That's something we hope they identify. And this Olaf pick, maybe stay away from it. I think it's too feast of famine, and TODAK as a team, they just can't execute on it.
We think that perhaps we might see a Jarvan in the future, right? Jarvan Xin Zhao, they do a bit better than the Olaf, at least for a team like TODAK who can't really make up their mind. Those champions have some sort of utility to keep themselves alive, but the numbers, other than Skylo, everyone else is not really performing up to par, but even the numbers on Skylo don't do justice because it's all poke damage.
Yeah,
so.
it's Zig stings, right? Hashtag
just Zig stings. What can I say? I mean, I'm at a loss of words. I don't know how to look at TODAK, and I don't know what to make out of this other than PathSeeker having a great series against TODAK. Yeah, game 1 was a bit shaky. It felt like PathSeekers were not making the right decisions, but TODAK made even more bad decisions, and PathSeeker just won.
Yeah, TODAK need to reassess what went wrong here for them, but I want to focus on the good points. I want to look at PathSeeker going into their game tomorrow. Let me check real quick. They're playing against Reach the Peak. Last match of the day again. Perfectly winnable game for them. Reach the Peak, they seem to have gone off a cliff, frankly. Their gameplay looks worse and worse, day by day. Is PathSeeker going to be 2-1 tomorrow?
I think that there is a huge possibility, right? Because we look at the jungler comparison, CLB and LXY. I would go for LXY. I think he is a bit more solid. He is a bit more composed, and even when the game doesn't go well early on. Whereas for what we've seen for Reach the Peak, they want to kind of just run into a fight. They keep wanting to commit, and it can be easily punishable by someone like LXY who plays champions like a Kha'Zix.
Yeah, in Kha'Zix, I think one of his better showings as well, together with the Jax. I think these are the two key picks that teams need to start looking out for. Tomorrow, he will have a tougher game on his hands against CLB, who had some bright spots when he was playing up against Sem9. But when he was playing against Watermelon and Vendetta today, just completely shut down. Let's see if that happens against tomorrow.
Yeah, no signs of life. But for TODAK, we've gone through this, but just to reiterate it for TODAK fans, it's a tough series tomorrow. It's almost an impossible series to win tomorrow, but let's see what TODAK has left in the tank, right? Maybe they can surprise us with something, just draw some blood, leave a scar on looking for Org. I know it's pretty hard, but you gotta have some hope. But we have the highlights coming up for the game, and TODAK against PathSeeker. PathSeeker came out on top. Nothing much to say about TODAK. I think it's just poor decisions.
Poor decisions, poor gameplay individually. Overall, a lot of things just need to change, just needs to be fixed from TODAK. This play was nice from Swift, playing on the edge, a sliver of health left, forced them just to back away. I mean, these plays as a whole, I think Emotion approached the team fights very well. I think Kevin approached the team fights very well. Twin Assassins flanking in from the side. Look at the damage on that perfect execution. Very good stuff from them.
Yeah, it's perfect execution to 4 members of TODAK, and that was just Emotion getting a lead, right? And things would have been so much different if Crown was able to keep Emotion in check. But, well, he was able to keep his Emotion in check, but not the Emotion from PSK. It was just Emotion running away with the game. It's a one-man show.
This one was a little bit cheeky. The Olaf undertow to close it off.
Yeah, this is the kind of the bright spot for TODAK. But other than that, it was PSK running away with the game. They obviously extended it a bit because they were diving... diving TODAK.
I'll be real with you, Husky. This was just disgusting. Did you notice the one that hit the blast cone? It wasn't Gragas.
It was Newgate. Yeah. I was looking at it. He hit the blast cone, and then we saw Crown walks in, and then Skylo, he was just desperate.
What is this, man? This is the kind of thing, if my solo queue teammates do, you bet your ass I'll be paying them for the rest of the game. It's just unacceptable.
Press that FF.
Press that FF button, pretty much, yeah.
And this is the ending of the game. We rate this PG-18. Please do not watch this. It's a bit brutal for TODAK fans, but reality is a bit cruel. They just were not able to play up to par against PathSeeker, who actually yesterday kind of trolled around a bit against Upcar Esports. So today they came in and actually made a proper statement.
Yeah, I think Upcar had a good performance against LFO today as well. So maybe it's really just a case of Upcar being one of the better teams here. Who knows? We'll find out across the rest of the weeks. But for now, let's speak to, I believe it's Emotion from the side of PathSeeker.
Yeah, it is.
Let's bring him in.
Psych.
Oh, it's not. Swift.
We got Bamboozled.
Hi.
Swift.
Hello.
I'll let you start this off, Omo. I know you have a lot to ask.
Hey, what's up? How you doing, man? How you feeling? First win.
Uh, Expected, I guess. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we
You're a
can,
bit
we
soft,
can.
but we got you.
Oh,
So
Yeah.
you say it's an expected win, and I want to
Expected
get
win.
behind, pick your brain a bit. Why is it
Nice.
expected?
Because
why is it
why is it
expected?
expected win?
During the Swiss rounds, which is during the open qualifiers, we sort of beat every single team except the LFO. So we came in quite confidently knowing that we are able to win everyone, but then we sort of stumbled during our match against Upcar because it was like our first game. Then we decided to like take it chill and we wanted to throw a little bit, and we realized we throw a little bit too much. And yesterday after that game, we kind of had a reflecting session. We talked about our drafts again for like 2 hours, and we just came in knowing that we are much better prepared this time, and TODAK is not really a very strong team. So yeah, it was an easy win.
I'm glad you brought up yesterday, right? Because we were saying that you guys were kind of trolling a bit with the Game 2 draft against Upcar. Is this one of the ways for you guys to kind of acclimate yourself to the big stage? Just have fun, come in with a chill mindset, and see every single member get used to the stage, and then kind of amp up the pace and play a bit more seriously in the coming games.
Yeah, I mean, for us, where we were saying like, oh, there's so many games. There's like we have to play like 14 games total. So we just want to like have some fun on stage since we do not really have a lot of opportunities to play on such a big stage and live stream to such a large audience. So we just want to have some fun, throw a few of our games. It's fine. We'll still, in the end, I think we are quite confident that we will be able to make it to the top 6. And in the end, we will still lose to LFO and SM9 anyway. So whatever.
Alright, we're gonna take a quick look at the MVP, but when we come back to that, I have a couple more questions if we have time. Oh, it's you! You're the MVP.
Hey.
It's Swift.
I did nothing though.
I
thought you'd be
you
emotional.
say that.
agree,
What a humble guy. You obviously did a lot. I mean, the entire team of PathSeeker really came together. Again, today is the true outlook of PSK. And despite taking on slightly different roles in Game 1 and 2, I would say that, yeah, deservingly, Swift, you deserve to be the MVP.
Yeah, so I have a follow-up to that, actually. So when you played at C-Champs, you played with Banana, right? You played a lot of the same utility champions. This time around, you're playing with, I would say, younger players. And you're playing a lot of the same utility champions. You're doing a great job at it. But how has that shift been from you, from players like that to like younger players? Are you taking more leadership role?
I guess my team do not really have the experience streaming against very strong teams like Banana did in C-Champs. So we are not used to, like the players in my team are not used to playing at against like playing against higher level macro, which I am more used to. So I have to take more of a leadership role and tell them what to do in game, short call a lot more, and during reviews I'll need to like tell them what they are doing wrong, where they should go a lot more often. And my top laner Emotion, he's actually an incredible player. He is the one that does the drafting, so give credit to him as well. He is another all of the players on my team who has a lot of macro knowledge, and he's able to pass this down to the rest of the players on the team, and together we are able to sort of help these younger players, especially my jungler. My jungler is only 18, and he's like mechanically gifted, I mean, but his game sense is like nowhere to be found. So yeah, we are able to like bring them along, and hopefully we are able to get a good placing in this tournament. Yep.
Nice, all the best. I have a short for fun question. You've name changed a couple of times. Like you were like playing as Tails for a while. Is Swift the last name we're gonna see from you, or are you gonna change it again?
I don't know. I changed from Taylor to Swift because Omo, I remember in one of the streams, Omo said something about my name. And I'm like, okay, I'm changing it. I believe Omo was like,
because of Omo.
She was like, what is this name? What is Taylor? What does Taylor even mean? What the hell, man? I'm like, okay, I'm affected.
Okay. That makes more sense now. Thank you for the interview, Taylor Swift. All the best for your games tomorrow.
Okay, thanks, bye.
I'm not gonna lie, I saw that coming the moment he talked about the story. I'm like, yeah, I think Omo is gonna say Taylor Swift. Perfect ending to the interview. Let's take a look at the standings by the end of day number 2, because I think it went well for all of us. All of our predictions for today are correct. Sem9 on top alongside Watermelon and looking for Org. PathSeeker is now 1-1. They won their first game against TODAK. Upcar Esports won their first game against, yesterday. Phantom6 0-2 so far. Reached the peak 0-2, and TODAK also have not won a single game.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you here. This is a pretty expected standings for me, at least. I expect to reach the peak, maybe to be a bit higher. Phantom6 to have maybe taken a game or two, but Sem9, Watermelon, and LFO, this was our expected top 3. Of course, it's still early on. Strength of schedule is something we have to keep in mind as well. I do believe we'll take a look at the games that we have coming up tomorrow. We could still see some shakeups here. Now let's take a look. I do believe Husky, you'll be casting the first 2 games with Gamenism tomorrow, and the big one, game 1. It's not on screens just yet, but
yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the schedule, because you're right. I mean, I did mention that early on, right, that I will be doing the first 2 series, and I would say pretty interesting. We're gonna have that up in a bit, but there we go. Team Watermelon against Sem9. That's the big one we're looking for. The teams who are currently in top 3, and then we have Upcar Esports against Phantom6. Phantom6 looking for their first win.
Phantom6 looking for their first win indeed. Did not expect them to be sitting 0-2. Upcar had a decent performance today. Took a game off LFO. Took 2 games off PathSeeker, which, looking at how the teams are shaking up, is pretty impressive. So we'll have to see how that matchup shakes out. Will P6 be 0-3 by the end of the week? I sure hope not. I had a lot of expectations for them. Following that, I do believe I will be here with new caster debuting. The Egg will be casting LFO, who should be hopefully taking a convincing series against TDK. And then the big one for me, I want to see RTP against PathSeeker in our last match of the day.
Yeah, I didn't have enough time to ask Swift how he feels about tomorrow, but judging by his confident demeanor, I am looking forward to PathSeeker just giving Reach the Peak a heck of a series. But I think my expectation is going to shift more towards how is Reach the Peak going to adapt, right? Because yesterday was good, but today they were not able to keep that momentum. They completely crash and burn. And if tomorrow is the same case, then we might be seeing Reach the Peak down the bottom of the rankings.
Next to TODAK as well, right? That's a very likely scenario tomorrow. PathSeeker as well, they said they're confident because they know they're better than every other qualifier team. Reach the Peak, they were one of those qualifier teams. They said they beat them there as well. So we'll have to see how they do. A lot of expectations for PathSeeker. Emotion played so well. Swift did his job. The rest of the team as well, young, but gifted, like Swift said. So we'll have to see how that matchup shakes out. But the big one, that's for you, Husky. Sem9, Watermelon.
Yeah, that's really going to show us how Team Watermelon is going to deal with a team like Sem9. So far, they've been able to play it slow. They've been able to poke and prod at enemies. They were also able to play some games where they go fast and furious and win the games. But against Sem9, this team has a lot of defenses set up, and getting through it is not going to be so clear-cut. So Watermelon will be put to the test. But I would say the same for Sem9, right? If Sem9 couldn't get a convincing win, then maybe we'll be able to identify some cracks in the team.
Yeah, I think Sem9 should still be able to pull out in the end. Their macro, their experience, it's too good. But Watermelon definitely can test them.
Yeah, and I hope that's going to be the case. And I would say for, Reach the Peak against PathSeeker tomorrow, it's good to see Swift bringing out the point that he has a lot of experience alongside Emotion, and they are both steering the newer players in the right path, right? He even, put Alex White, threw him under the bus and say that, yeah, he's young, he's good, but no game sense. But it's good to see them, directing him in the right direction. He was able to play the game well, be in the right place at the right time, and actually be a very dominant factor in those games.
For sure. And there's a lot of other young players, new young talent for us to watch out for as well. Gamenism says we're here to look at the new generation, and I think that's true. A lot of them in the matches tomorrow as well. I'm excited to see how a player like El Major from Watermelon is going to be truly tested by the veterans of Sem9 as well.
Yeah, that's very interesting, right? Because I think we had this little chat and you said that Chile is probably the the least impactful factor, well, mid laners in general, right, in this current meta. But Chili against Almajor will be kind of like a battle of experience, a battle of how
Massively so,
composed they can be, right? Chili has been a captain, he's been around for very long, since the PC era. He's played all 5 roles on Wild Rift, now settled for middle lane. So I think that is going to be very interesting to see how Almajor deals with that pressure.
Yeah, for sure. And Vendetta against Azura Veki tomorrow as well. The battle of the junglers. I think that's going to be a big calling point as well.
Yeah, and we'll just have to wait until tomorrow. Hold your horses, keep your excitement to yourselves, because we still have so much more to go in this journey. But for now, we're going to close out day number 2. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm Husky, here's Omo on behalf of our buddies, Grandin and Contra, and everyone behind the scenes. We wish you guys have a good day, have a good night. We will see you guys tomorrow for more WCS action.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
action. We give you pure satisfaction. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey yo. Hey yo. You don't know, we the pros. Take over every town and city we go. It's the final show. Here we go. Lights, camera, action, we playing the role. Watch the story unfold. Truth be told, we coming out and know we big and we bold. From we young and we old, we bad and we bold. From we heart to we soul, we conquer these goals, yeah. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Go crazy. Warriors, notorious. War with us, war with us. We the warriors, we notorious. They the warriors, we the warriors. We the warriors, we notorious. They can war with us, we the warriors. They can war with us. They can war with us. We the warriors. We the warriors. When we step up on the battlefield, we on defense 'cause you know it's real. Right in my hand is my battle shield, because soon it will be revealed. So when we step up on the battleground, 'cause we the toughest all around. Right now we taking all the crown, 'cause we the best pound for pound. We the warriors, 'cause we notorious. They care, war with us. 'Cause we the warriors. We the warriors, we the warriors. We notorious, we notorious. They can war with us. Them the warriors, they can war with us. We the warriors. The war is on.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the my moment. My moment. I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. Hit my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Show me my opponent, top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. Cause this is my moment.
Somebody blow to be wild and free so much. 'Cause lately I've been feeling kinda cooped up. Yeah, on the count of three. I'm ready. 'Cause the future is shining bright for me. Walk with me. Who knows what we'll find, yeah. Run with me, run with me. It's time to go, time to go, time to go, 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 go. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go, wanna go with you. I'm on the countdown. Down. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go with you. Start a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll count the seconds. Count the seconds. I'll count the seconds. Count the seconds. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go, wanna go with you. I'm on the countdown. Down. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go with you. Start a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ayaga ya ya, ayaga ya ya, ayaga ya ya. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey, let's get it. Let's go. Action. I'm talking pure satisfaction. We give you pure satisfaction. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action.
Mm. Close it. Yeah. Mm. Right, yeah. Right. Okay, I'll try to do something about it. Okay. So I'll mute on Discord. Oh. Okay. Oh, no need. Okay. All right. All right. Yes. Mm. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.